Good morning. My name, Ronin Vector. My mission, to explore your timeline, to extract all the cool shit I can from it, for my time, and myself. Today, we're back with Final Fantasy XIV Online. And today's mission, watch more comic book videos, and keep leveling this shit up. We're going to do a bunch of side quests, take care of some housekeeping. I'm rocking a new look for my bard. I'm a postmaster, as you can see. Very exciting stuff. Let's see. Let's get rid of that bot message. Really should just disable bot messages. All right. Now, where we left off comic book-wise was Batman Beyond, but we only got a little bit of the way through it last time we watched it, so I'm going to start from the beginning for those who are paying attention to that kind of thing.
Batman Beyond has been a fan favorite character since it came out as a cartoon in like the mid 2000s, and then it kind of disappeared into the night. But DC has always been trying to grasp at the magic that was Batman Beyond by bringing out different lines of comic books that would expand upon the world that is the Beyond universe. In 2016, Batman Beyond came out with another attempt at this, and it ran like 50-something issues, reintroducing a lot of classic Batman elements into the Batman Beyond mythos and how they would even fit into that. So today we're going to be covering the entire Batman Beyond Rebirth line right here at Comicstorian, where we take comic books, turn them into these audio dramas, which allows you to know what's going on in the world of comic books, so you know what to go buy, get the next issues, or go to your local comic book store and add them to your collection. So this is Batman Beyond Rebirth. For Terry McGinnis, New Gotham is his home. Even though things never change, there is one thing that did. Him becoming Batman. However, our story didn't just start with Terry kicking in a bus window to come stop the Joker's thugs and slam their heads into the ground before throwing them out of the window. It all started one night when him and Dana were confronted by the Joker's thugs and him jumping on a bike to lead them away. While they chased him, Terry McGinnis turned down an old road and he almost hit an old man. But that old man wasn't just anyone. He was Bruce Wayne. Bruce helped Terry take down the thugs, and afterwards, he helped Bruce back into his house to help him get his medication. While sleeping from the meds, Terry happened upon a strange clock, and behind it, discovered a staircase into a wondrous cave, one he realized belonged to the man Bruce Wayne, who was really Batman. Though not happy about Terry discovering his secret at first, Bruce coached him through taking down his father's killer. Back in the current times though, Terry brings down a bus full of children and he speaks with Commissioner Barbara Gordon about what happened. However, while talking to her, they begin to hear the Joker's thugs laughing, and then their mouths begin to foam up and they die. Terry says that it's the Joker venom. Is it possible that the actual Joker is still around? And Barbara tells him that the Joker's been dead for years. Don't turn into Bruce Wayne pining on an old case. Elsewhere though, Dana walks with an officer to continue her work as a social worker. As they knock on a door to speak with Miss Ortiz, she tells them that they shouldn't have come. It isn't safe. Suddenly, an extendable boxing glove shoots out, knocking out the officer, and the two members of the Joker gang tell Dana that the woman was trying to say that this is Joker's town, and the boss won't tolerate their kind around here. Back with Terry, he and his brother Matt begin to unpack in their new apartment, while Matt tells him that it's so cool that he was saving those people. Terry says that it's cool that he's being back, and that he's lucky that Max was able to take care of things while he was gone. Matt tells him that if it wasn't for Spellbinder locking Terry down, he wouldn't have had to take care of himself, but what's important now is that Terry is back. As Terry and Matt joke, Max takes out her phone stating that she can't believe he's here. Dana, she's been taken by the Jokers. Terry suits up and he begins to head out, but as he goes, he begins to think about how him and Dana used to be close, but with Batman becoming a bigger thing in his life, she's become less important. While Spellbinder took him off the grid, everyone assumed that he was dead, and Dana moved on. So what is he supposed to say when he sees her? Hey, I'm back from the grave, and I'm Batman. But as Terry begins to ask where he can find the Jokers, a fist flies out, punching him, stating, "You don't look fun." A giant member of the Joker's gang knocks Terry around and then begins to pull down the wall over him and begins to laugh. However, over in the No Laughing Matter at her club. Dana sits in a chair, telling the man before her that she knows who he is. He is Carter Wilson, and he tells her that that was his name as a child. Now, he goes by Terminal. She asks why he brought her here, and he tells her that it wasn't actually him. Someone else gave the order, the real man in charge. Terminal then points to a window, stating that he's raising him from the dead. The Joker. Under a pile of bricks, the giant Joker thugs pull him down, and Terry tells himself, being Batman was supposed to be fun, but now I can hardly breathe or move. Max tries to call out to him over the comms, but there's too much debris on top of him, and Terry can't even respond. The Joker thugs are beating him down, and that's the beginning of our story. Some of the Jokers start shouting to burn the pile with Batman in it. However, Terry has a new idea. With the little movement that he has in his hand, Terry begins to drop small explosive charges into a pipe next to him. As the charge makes its way into the ground, it explodes, launching Terry out of the pile of bricks. Back over in the Batcave, Matt, his little brother, shouts that the signals are coming back live. They've got a clear picture now, so go get him, bro. The giant thug runs in swinging at Terry, but Terry says that he may not sport the whole Joker's thing, but as Terry punches the thug, he realizes it's like punching a brick wall. Terry then asks if he wouldn't hit a guy with glasses. The thug begins to punch him into a nearby truck, and Terry says, I guess I'll take that as a yes. The thug continues to beat on Terry, and all Terry can do is think about how he's out of practice. This shouldn't be happening. The thug then walks over, picking Terry up and squeezing him, breaking his ribs. He struggles for a little bit, but with not much success, so he takes out a pair of batarangs and cuts the tubes feeding into the thug's muscles. With no juice left, the thug stumbles back, and Terry grabs a sewer lid to hit him. But then he hears more of the Joker's gang coming. They begin to chant, "Kill the Bat!" and they swing their knives and their bats. Terry manages to fend off the attackers, but one cuts into the back of his shoulder. More and more thugs begin to crawl out, all grabbing and holding Terry down. In a desperate attempt to break free, Terry releases an electric shock, throwing the thugs back. However, it doesn't take long for them to get back up and bring Terry down again. With no chance of winning the fight, Terry rockets himself into the air and he heads back to the Batcave. As Matt watches on the computer, he asks, how could Terry let them do that to him? Max tells him to give him a break, the odds were overwhelming, and Terry steps in saying no. What it came down to is the fact that I wasn't ready to become Batman again. I only recently came back from being dead. He got arrogant instead of recognizing the seriousness of it all and handling it like Bruce taught him. Max asks him, who? And Terry says Wayne. Matt jumps in, stating that that was supposed to be a secret, but Terry hugs his brother Matt, telling him it's okay. They can trust Max, since he brought her here anyway. He goes on, this job might be a little bit too much for Batman, and Matt sulks at that response, telling him, don't be a quitter. A few moments later, Terry calls out that he just said that this is a fight that Batman couldn't do, and he steps out wearing clown makeup, telling Matt, I didn't say anything about not joining the Jokers. A little while later, the Batmobile flies through the Joker's town, firing down on some of the thugs from the Joker's club. As the thugs fire back, the Batmobile shoots off into the sky, and Matt shouts, look out! Max tells him that she hasn't had much experience flying this thing, so give her a break. Plus, they have to make their plan look legit. Back on the rooftop, the large Joker thug from before grabs an air conditioning unit and throws it up into the air, hitting the Batmobile. As Max tries to stabilize the Batmobile, Terminal steps up onto the roof with a gun to Dana, shouting that unless he's gone in 5 seconds, the girl dies! A voice then tells Terminal, why let him go? There's no way that you could bring him down with those dinky pop guns. Terminal looks up and sees Terry. And Terry goes on stating, I'm a friend with a toy that rips. Terry lines up a shot and he fires a bazooka at the Batmobile. Terminal watches as the missile flies through the air, hitting the Batmobile, and he asks, you. And Terry stops him, telling him, I got you. You just needed the right tool for the right job. Over in the Batmobile, Matt says the fireworks look like a real explosion, and then Max flies down onto the ground. Terminal continues to watch, stating, that can't be that easy. And Terry asks, what, you think the Bat bailed? Terminal tells him that he's not sure, and then the giant thug from before starts to crawl back up onto the roof. Terry helps him up, and the thug says that he's never seen him before. And Terry tells him, I'm just a friend, been in criminal modification therapy. Terminal steps up to him, telling him, no one just gets to drop in and claim he's in the club. Terry goes on to tell him, I figured my last name might help me open up the clubhouse doors. My father was Trey Malone, though you may have known him as Matches. Terminal tells him, I didn't know Matches had a kid. And as they go on, Dana listens, specifically listening to Terry, and realizing that is Terry and he's alive. Afterwards, Terminal takes Terry and the rest and they head over to the No Laughing Matter Club, where he begins to get to know Terry. But while Dana tries to figure out why Terry would be back after so long, she finds herself not being watched and she slips out through the back. Everyone does start to take notice, so Terminal calls up for the large thug to go out and get her. Before he can go though, Terry steps in front of him, telling him to give him a chance to show off his talents. Terminal tells him, alone you don't. Everyone is getting on the streets. After a bit of running, Dana starts to navigate through the Joker's town back alleyway sideways until she runs into someone. As she falls, the person asks if she's out of her mind. And when she looks back up, Dana says that she knows who he is. Please, just don't. Terry grabs her and tells her, be quiet, I'm here to help you.
Alright, let's knock out a few
we'll get you out of here
fakes.
alive. Some of the other thugs show up
get that
shouting that it's
one
time to
to
kill her, but Terry
regenerate
stops
here.
them, telling them, sure, but I'm pretty sure we have to ask the boss first. He was keeping her alive for something, right? Back at the club, Terry and the rest of the gang enter, and Terminal says how blessed they are to have someone so talented just fall into our laps. Go ahead and take her upstairs. Terry begins pulling Dana away, but once they get upstairs, Dana stops him, asking if it's really him. How is it even possible that Terry is back from the dead? Terry grabs her, telling her to relax, and he'll explain everything when the time is right. Right now, they just have to wait for his backup. As Dana gets close, she says that she still can't believe it's him. If only he knew what the Jokers were really up to. Terry asks her, what do you mean? And Dana goes on to explain that Terminal is actually their old friend Carter from back in high school. He always wanted to prove that he was the smartest, and now he's going to prove it by bringing the dead back to life. Dana unlocks the screen before them, and Terry sees the Joker's body. She continues, yes, though cryogenically preserved, Terminal is on the verge of bringing him back. Terry stares, asking, why would he want to bring back the most heinous man ever? Terminal's voice then asks, why? Just to prove that I can. They both turn back, and Terry and Dana see Terminal holding an old hollow photo of them in high school, and Terminal stating, I knew you back in high school. I was happy when I heard that you died. Terminal then throws the photo into the wall, breaking it, and he shouts, what's your story then? Are you a cop? More of a threat? Terry pulls back his arm and he grits his teeth, telling him, I'm the guy who's gonna stop you. But before he can punch, the large thug from before punches into Terry, telling him, Terminal tells him, you can't be a cop. You're working with Batman. That would be the only way to explain this stunt from before. While Terminal goes on, Terry fights back against the big thug, but before reaching Dana, Terminal punches him, and the large thug grabs and locks him into place. Terminal then says, it's a shame that you won't get to see what comes from my efforts. It's time for you both to go to the wall. A short while later, Matt sneaks closer to the club when he sees Terry and Dana hanging from the club building upside down. The large thug asks if the pebbles are ready, and another one says, yep, filled with acid. He then tells everyone to fire, and soon all of the men release their slingshots, shooting acid-filled pebbles up at Terry and Dana. Meanwhile, back inside, Terminal stares at the Joker's room and he tells the janitor
They live
to
in
go
the
on and
future
leave.
and they're
When the
using
janitor leaves, Terminal
slingshots.
heads into the cryo room and he says,
That's some-
"Can't
that's
let
some
anyone
Aliens
see you
3
realize
type
that you're in
shit."
fact alive." He holds out the Joker's hand to scan over the belongings, and he says, I'm sure you would appreciate the greatest joke of them all. The device scans, and Terminal goes on. They all think that I'm bringing the Joker back to life, but the truth is, he's long dead. The scan completes, and it says, transfer complete. You have received payment from Bruce Wayne. Back outside, all of the members of the Joker's gang begin to fire their
That is a pretty
slingshots,
good
pelting Terry with acid-filled
con.
pellets. While everyone continues to bring more pellets over to shoot,
And like
Matt
he was gonna
sneaks
revive
around
the
the crowd and he
Joker.
makes his way into the club. Terry continues
the
to try and
Jokers on the
struggle, and he manages
side.
to pull out a knife, and after cutting himself free, Terry
That's some
starts to
smart
work on
thinking.
Dana's
You don't
ropes,
see
and the
villainy
large
like
thug
that very
shouts,
often.
no one even frisked him! Once free, Terry tells Dana to hold onto him while he pulls them back, and as they get closer, one of the thugs leans over the ledge with a gun. Terry quickly throws his knife into the gunman's shoulder, and Matt wrestles down the second individual. The other man starts to take Matt's bag, but before he can, Terry runs in, punching him to the ground. He shouts at Matt, asking what he's even doing here, and Matt hands over the bag, telling him, we found something. Terry pulls out another bat suit, and Dana stares, and then asks if he's... Terry tells her that he didn't want her to find out this way. He was going to find the right moment to tell her, but now is not the time to discuss it. Just then, the Jokers begin to fill the rooftop.
yeah, he never
as Terry
did tell
jumps
her
into
during the show,
attackers.
did he?
The Jokers turn their guns towards Dana and Matt, and without a second thought, Terry jumps in the way, shielding them. He wasn't 100% sure how the new suit would work, but it did seem to do the trick of blocking the shots. One of the Jokers shouts that they need to get the roasters, and Terry begins to think that he should probably end this. From his belt, he pulls out 2 small pills, and he asks if these could really be grenades. So he throws them, and after they explode, he says, I'm kinda glad I didn't swallow those. As more and more thugs fall, the large thug grabs Dana and shouts for Terry not to get any closer, and Terry asks, closer? I don't need to be. From the back of Terry's hand, a flap opens and small batarangs fire out and they land right into the thug's arm. He stumbles backwards, so then Terry runs in, punching him, telling him, we met the other day after you buried me, which clearly was not very neighborly of you. Terry finishes up, and then down below, the janitor runs in telling Terminal that Batman is here, and he just took out the whole crew. Terminal says, I can't be interfered with now. Go get the flyer. Back up top, after knocking everyone out, Dana asks how long has he been, and And Terry tells her, since high school. She realizes that he's been lying for years, and then she tells him that if he says he didn't tell her for her own good, she'll... But Matt stops them, saying that they can deal with this stuff later. Terminal's downstairs. The three of them run down the stairs into the cryo room where the Joker was being held. However, as Terry looks at the scanners, he sees that the person being held there was actually Bruce Wayne, which means Bruce is alive. Bruce was thought to be lost when Brother Eye first attacked. The bunker was attacked, and when Terry went to search, he couldn't find anyone alive, not a single person. A short while later, Terry headed over to the Wayne Powers building, and Max asked what could Terminal want with Bruce. He says that his guess would be that he's looking for the Keystone, something that no one should even know about. The Keystone was the world's ultimate intel gathering device, and if Terminal can get his hands on that. Meanwhile, down on the building, Terminal says that he's on the cusp of having everything. The janitor asks what could be more important than bringing back the Joker, and Terminal walks off telling him, "You're too much of a simpleton to realize where we are. We're here for one thing." He goes on, "I told the Jokers that I was going to bring back the Joker so that he could amass an army of acolytes, all to keep Wayne alive." The janitor then asks, "That means that this man isn't the Joker?" And Terminal tells him, "No, that's Bruce Wayne. Why would anyone want to bring that Joker back? The world is far better without him." As the two continue to walk, the janitor pulls Bruce and he asks, "Why would you want to do this then? To take all of Wayne's fortunes?" Terminal tells him that's part of it, but the real goal is the Keystone. The door that they are standing in front of then asks for an authentication scan, so Terminal props Bruce's body up for the retina scan. Once it's done, it says that the subject is fully authenticated. "Welcome back, Bruce Wayne." It then opens and Terminal sees Terry and shouts, "Batman!" Terry tells him, "Yup. Once I realized that you had Wayne under your control, I figured that you would be smart enough to know about the Keystone." Terry then runs in, tackling and throwing Terminal to the ground. He jumps up, telling him that he thought that he was a man of limited resources, but you were wrong. Terminal pulls his belt off, wrapping it around Terry's neck, and Terry says that a belt won't, but then a current runs through the belt, shocking Terry. Terminal shouts that he won't be cheated when he's this close. However, as the two of them fight, the janitor takes out Bruce's tubes, telling him, "It's time to wake up. I wouldn't want you to miss what's about to happen, old friend." The janitor then pushes Bruce's hover chair towards the open windows, and Bruce mumbles, "That voice." He pushes
think
the chair
this
out the
comic
window,
opened
and
up
Terry
really
charges
well.
in, jumping after it. Once he's fully awake, Bruce
Had a
tells
good
Terry,
start.
"Forget me. We can't let those two escape." After grabbing the chair before it lands, Bruce shouts, "I told you to leave me!" And Terry tells him, "It's nice to see you too, old buddy." While the janitor flies Terminal away, on another building, Max tells Matt that they're almost within range. He then
Alright,
locks on with his
let's check on
rocket
some
launcher and
more.
tells her not to worry. They aren't getting anywhere. And he fires. The rocket flies, hitting the aircraft, and Max says that they're still airborne, but they shouldn't get too far. Back in the Wayne's Powers building, Terry gets Bruce back up and
Longer
without
do I
any
have in
talk,
this one?
Bruce says that they need to get to the terminal.
It's only gonna
Terry
be
takes
around
off his
for a
mask,
minute.
telling that he just needs to relax, be human for 1 second, and embrace the fact that, I don't know, you're alive.
Guess
For
I'll
once, the
start
bad guys
knocking
can
these
wait.
out.
Bruce tries to stop him, but Terry goes on, telling him, "It's a great day. You're back and the Joker's still dead." But Bruce stares at Terry's eyes and he tells him about that. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Gotham, Terminal begins to look over the aircraft, stating that him and the janitor need to hurry. They need to get this back into the air. The janitor tells him, "No doubt. But really, you are a fool to think that you could beat Wayne." While still looking at the ship, Terminal tells him, "Talk like that again and you're a dead man. Now get a crowbar so that we can take this thing apart." The janitor grabs a crowbar and he says, "It was crazy to use the Joker's name like that. You should know. Besides, no one uses the Joker's name." The janitor then lifts the crowbar up and he begins beating Terminal's
Alright,
head in until there's
it's
nothing
gotta
but
be
blood and brain
restarted
tissue
soon.
dropping from the end of it. He then begins to
Bit
pull down his hood and he
ridiculous
says, "No one uses
Like almost no
my
fix
name."
running. On trees.
With Bruce Wayne finally recovering and returning to the Batcave, he notices something different. Max, Terry's younger brother, tells him that Terry has kept everything the same as before. He didn't change a thing. Bruce looks around and tells him, "No, Terry didn't keep it the same. The Batcave was never a hangout for friends and family." Terry shouts from the upper levels, telling him that that's not fair. They just didn't know that he was alive. And Bruce scoffs, telling him, "No insult intended, just making an observation." But as Terry goes on with Bruce, telling him how good it is to see him again, Dana interrupts them and
Such
says
a
that it's
liar.
clear
How
that
many
they have a lot
times
of
have him and
catching up
his
to do. Besides,
Robins
Bruce
hang out in
isn't
that
the only
cave?
one here trying to adjust
He's
to
just
the
a crappy
information
old
that has
bitch.
currently been revealed. Terry hugs Bruce, telling him that it's good to have him back, but they can talk later. First, he has to go drop off Dana. Dana is his former girlfriend who didn't know that he was still alive, nor did she know that he is Batman Beyond. So basically, she got a lot of information in the last episode. Meanwhile, over at the GPD, Commissioner Barbara Gordon receives the identity reports on the person that they found. Carter Wilson, aka Terminal, was savagely beat to death with a crowbar. The officer says that they currently have no lead, but it may have been somebody who just happened to be around when his flyer went down. Barbara stares at the report stating that Terminal was too smart for them. It would have to have been somebody on the inside, someone that he trusted. But before Barbara can go any further, the door that she was reaching for is kicked in as she's knocked to the ground. She goes to grab her gun, telling the person that they've made a big mistake, but then she sees that it's the former League of Assassins member, Karari, standing in the doorway. Karari tells Barbara that her intentions are peaceful, but she requires immediate assistance. She must speak with Batman. Back in the Batcave, Bruce goes over the information on Terminal, and Terry's younger brother Matt asks Bruce if it's true. Is he really Batman? Bruce gives a low-sounding grunt, and Matt says that's awesome, it's good to have him back. Terry was having kind of a rough time without someone to guide him, like when his suit got shredded and they couldn't fix it. Luckily, they found an old experimental suit down here in the Batcave, and Bruce pauses.
So it is a different suit.
Matt says
That's
that he
right.
can just pull up a file on it. All they know about it is that it works great. It helps Terry clear out the Jokers. The image appears on the screen and Bruce looks at it and he says that is X7. And Matt says by the tone he's using, he sounded a bit worried.
Right.
Bruce stares at the
Up
terminal
yet?
and says, that suit was a
Son of a
prototype,
bitch.
one so dangerous to its wearer that it might get Terry killed. Over at the GPD rooftop, Barbara gets ready to turn on the bat signal, but before she can turn it on, she needs to know why. Why is Karari here? And she tells her that they have no time for an explanation, so Barbara says that she's gonna need a little more than that. That's when a voice tells the two women that it's too late for that, and a group of assassins from the League of Assassins appear. Meanwhile, in another part of Gotham, Terry drops Dana off at her apartment, and he says that he's sorry for not telling her earlier that he's Batman, though lying to everyone was really getting to him. Dana tells him no. She saw the look in his face when he was rescuing her. He loved every second of being Batman. Terry sighs, telling her, maybe, but he can't do it Bruce's way. Right now, all he wants to do is be human again. Dana leans in and tells Terry that he's a nice guy, maybe too nice to be Batman. And he leans in, telling her, from now on, I'm gonna put myself first, Batman second. Just before the two of them can kiss, the bat signal lights up in the
'cause that
sky.
lasts.
Dana says that it looks like he has to go, but Terry tells her, no, not this time. I can't lose myself in Batman. Besides, how bad could it really be? Back on the GPD rooftop, Barbara and Karari are backed into the corner of the rooftop. However, over at the Wayne mansion, Bruce and Max discuss Terry's rise as Batman when Matt runs in shouting that they have a big problem. Everyone heads back to the Batcave, and Matt yells that the bat signal is going off, but Terry isn't picking up his phone. Bruce connects to one of the satellites, and then he zooms in on the GPD rooftop to see Barbara and Karari are at the losing end of their battle. He says, this is really bad. If the League is out in force, the only thing that can stop them is Batman. While Karari tries to fight back, one of the assassins targets Barbara. She quickly jumps back in to help, but the moment that her back is turned, shurikens are thrown into it. Back with Terry, Dana says that it might be important, he might need to go, and Terry tells her, all I want right now is, but before he can finish, his phone goes off, and that's when he sees that it's Bruce, so he ignores it and turns the phone off. Bruce says that he shut his phone off like a 5-year-old. What he needs to understand is that people are dying right now. Up on the rooftop, Barbara is struck with an arrow, and one of the assassins calls out to cut the power to the bat signal. Just then, a sword is swung, cutting the cable. Terry looks up at the sky and he says, look, couldn't have been that important, it went out. However, Dana feels her phone go off, and when she looks at it, she tells Terry that it's for him. Terry tells Bruce that he really needs to back off, and then he sees images of Barbara and Karari making their stand. Up on the rooftop, Barbara reaches for the arrow in her back, and Karari rips it out, using it to stab another assassin. Karari then looks at the never-ending group of assassins and says the League is here because of her, and for that she is sorry. Then another voice says, that makes 2 of us. And a second later, Terry flies in, clearing the path. While Terry begins taking out the assassins, Bruce and Max watch at the Batcave, and Bruce says that suit that Terry is wearing is a prototype, never to be worn by anyone ever again. More assassins come out of the shadows, so Terry pulls out his claws, telling them, looks like I'm gonna need a more hands-on approach. He starts to cut away into the assassins, and Bruce radios back that he needs to stop. He needs to get back now. After taking out the last 2 assassins, Terry looks at all of the dead ones, and he says, I'll be back in a bit. First, I need to find out why Karari is even here. Karari hands over a vid, telling Terry that he needs to see this. She's here to make sure that he watches it. The video begins to play, and an image of a Himalayan temple appears, and a voice can be heard rallying their men. The voice tells the League of Assassins that now it is time for them to rise. It is time for one of them to take the magnificent opportunity and exploit it. The more Terry listens, the more he realizes who that voice is. It's Ra's al Ghul, and he's alive. Bruce shouts over the radio that Terry needs to come back with that suit. They can deal with Roz later. Karari calls her flyer over and says that they must leave now. So Terry radios back that if it's true that Roz is back, there is no time for him to return. He has to leave. As the flyer approaches, a man calls out to Karari, telling her that she shouldn't have left her craft unguarded. Terry looks up to see a man wielding 2 swords on her ship, and he says, I'm going to assume that that guy's not a friend. Karari tells him no, that's Koro, the demon's right hand. Just then, Koro leaps from the flyer at Karari, asking if she really thought that she could betray the League and succeed. The 2 swords slam into the ground, forcing everyone to jump back, and Koro looks at Terry, telling him it's Batman, or so what he calls himself. Karari lands on her flyer and shouts to Terry to just leave him, but Koro knocks Terry with the butt of his sword. He swings down on Terry, telling him, I cannot believe that you were allowed to defile his image. Terry jumps up, kicking back Koro, and then he starts to make his way towards the flyer. Koro looks up, stating, I will not let you go, and Karari jumps back, stating that the ship is set to autopilot. She'll deal with Koro. The ship's hatch closes on Terry as he shouts, wait, hang on, I'm not ready. Koro then punches through Karari's guard and stabs through her chest. As the sword is pulled out, Barbara shouts that she's gonna get help, and Koro says that it's a shame that my master has an urgent need for me, or else I would deal with you as well. Up in the ship, Terry tries breaking the hatch, yelling that he will blast his way out if he has to, and a voice in his head tells him no. We were programmed by Wayne to act as he would. Communication with the wearer can facilitate maximum effectiveness to ensure that Batman succeeds, even if the man inside cannot. Back at the Batcave, Bruce says that he fears that the suit's AI will overwhelm Terry. It is programmed for one thing, that Batman will never fail. Matt asks how bad could it really be, and Bruce explains that during his final days as Batman, he wore that suit. People were dying, the police were beaten, and so was he. The Banes were out of control, and he needed more strength, more speed, so the suit
Banes
was developed. It was designed to block pain, override cautionary judgment, and make sure that whatever the job was, it got done. Wearing the suit, I was
The
unstoppable.
Bane gang.
Broken
Now I
ribs,
know
no
why it was
problem
never a
when you don't
thing.
feel pain. But then the AI started to take over, and after having 2 cracked vertebrae, you shouldn't even be able to stand. However, the suit put me right back up, and I kept fighting until it was over.
Can't say
Max says that no one should ever use that thing, and Bruce says one other did once. That's in the past. Bruce tells everyone that he'll stay here and get in contact with Terry. They need to take it easy for now. It's going to be a long night. Meanwhile, over in the Himalayas, Terry flies closer to Roz's temple when the suit's AI indicates that they're getting closer. However, there is ground activity detected. Terry asks what kind, and the suit responds, telling him surface-to-air missile. And a second later, the aircraft is hit with a missile. It explodes, and Terry jumps to the temple's entrance, stating, well, it looks like Roz is home. The assassins begin running out, and Terry smiles, stating, I'm hoping that you have help nearby, because you're going to need it. Back in the mansion, Max and Matt both wait to eat, but that's when Matt notices the Batmobile take off. Inside, Bruce says, I couldn't let anyone else take this one. The demon is my problem, no one else's. Over at the temple, Terry continues ripping through the crowds until the last one falls, and then a voice calls out, welcome, Pretender. Terry turns back to see Roz, and then he jumps right away to beat him down. Roz deflects the attack, asking, since when did Batman kill his foes? Is that another indicator that you truly aren't Batman? The two continue to fight, and then Terry manages to punch away Roz's helmet, and that's when he stops, because the one under that helmet is not Roz at all. It is Damian Wayne. Terry stares for a moment, and the AI
I don't know
says,
if I was a
with the
fan of
retina
this
scan voice
incarnation
analysis
of Damian.
confirming it. It is Damian Wayne. Terry says, I've always
felt
wondered
very
about you,
shoehorned.
like how I got the suit and Bruce's own son. One of his Robins didn't. Damian tells him, the answer is simple, Pretender. I did. The two go back and forth exchanging blows, and Terry asks, if that's the case, what happened? Couldn't live up to the brand? Damian throws one of his swords, telling him, one of the answers should be clear. People need the suit to be effective, however, I do not. Terry lunges to tackle, but Damian catches him and throws him through a window down into the lower levels of the temple. The suit announces that the opponent is fully skilled in all forms of personal combat. He is likely the single most accomplished opponent that you will ever... Terry shouts back at the suit, shut up! I'm feeling good about this. Damian makes his way down to continue the assault, and the suit says, for you to prevail, lethal means are required. Meanwhile, just outside, Bruce lands the Batmobile and starts his hike up the mountain, thinking back to the last time that he even saw Damian. It was when Roz was upgrading his technology to stay current with the times, and to stop it, Damian wore the X7 suit. As he watched him leave, Bruce could feel the ferocity in Damian, and it sent chills down his spine. Damian fought for 4 straight hours until almost all of Roz's army was wiped out, and that's when his own son became someone that he didn't recognize. As he came to the scene, he found the tattered remains of the suit, but no Damian. The suit had changed Damian. he had taken up his grandfather's mantle. But before Bruce could dwell any further on what had happened in the past, a voice calls out to him, and Koro tells him, "That's far enough. I'm thankful for this chance to meet you because now I will do what my father could not." Bruce says, "I'm gonna take a wild guess that your father is..." But before Bruce can finish, Koro punches him, telling him, "My father was Ubu." Back inside, Terry charges back at Damien, and Damien tells him, "There's one more thing that I don't need, and that's weapons. Not when I can use my opponents against him." Damien reaches into the suit's compartments and takes out 2 small explosives, throwing them back at Terry, throwing him outside into the snow. He then jumps down, telling him, "There's one thing that I know about the suit, and that's its vulnerabilities, such as the exact frequency needed to jam the cyberlink." Terry gets up, looking around, noticing several speakers pointed at him, and then a screeching sound blasts into the field. The sound stuns Terry, and Damien moves in, knocking him to the ground, telling him, "I knew Karari would seek you out. I knew how this would play out, and all I wanted most of all was you." Over with Bruce, Koro beats down on him, telling him, "My master said that this was supposed to be a challenge, but there is no concern for that." After picking up and throwing Bruce to the ground, Bruce quickly spins over his back and takes out his grappling gun and fires. The anchor hits Koro in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him, and Bruce then struggles, getting up, telling him, "That's one down." As he gets closer to the temple, he sees a pit, and then his eyes widen. He shouts, "No!" And Damien holds a sword over Terry's body, and he tells him, "Welcome. You're just in time to see the pretender die, father." Bruce yells for him to stop, so Damien takes a sword and slams it into the ground next to Terry's head. Damien tells Bruce, "You should know that I wouldn't kill a compromised weak opponent, especially one so inferior to me." Bruce asks, "How should I know? The fact that you're here makes me realize that I barely know who you are anymore." Damien looks back, telling him, "Even still, you know a great deal about me. Like the fact that even though I never came for you, I would come for the pretender." While Bruce and Damien argue, the suit's AI begins to reboot, and it tells Terry, "The efficiency levels are at 72%. You are clear to engage the enemy." Terry jumps to his feet and he runs, tackling Damien, telling him, "You must feel good winning round 1. Terry reaches back and throws a handful of batarangs, and with each swing, Damien cuts through them all. As the two clash, Damien tells him, "You had the element of surprise. You should have put it to better use, pretender." Bruce yells, "This doesn't need to happen." And Damien tells him, "Of course it does. In fact, it's long overdue, father." Terry tries to keep up with Damien's pace, but as they fight, Damien seems to be one step ahead. And after being knocked back down, Terry lays in the snow, and Damien tells him,
What a
"Get
loser."
up." As Terry struggles, the suit pushes him, and the AI says, "Deadly force restrictions are waived." The 2 spinning blades swing out of Terry's wrist, and he screams, running back into the fight.
I would
He
argue that
recklessly
Terry
swings
is
at Damien, with Damien blocking
not as
each hit, and
highly
he says,
trained
"Good,
as,
the suit is taking over. That means that I
really
can
any
stop
of the
holding
Batman
back,
family."
including utilizing all of my weapons." He calls
I'd
out,
argue he'd get
"Come
his
at me,
ass
my
kicked
old
by most
friend,"
people.
And then there's a rumble
Hey,
from the
Bravo,
cave.
how you do,
we
buddy?
see the giant red beast Goliath charging
You get some
out.
good sleep?
Punching into Terry from behind, he knocks him to the ground. Terry tries to fight back the giant bat beast, and Damien laughs, telling him, "The pretender left himself open to attack from behind. Truly an inadequate replacement for me." Damien turns back to Bruce and he tells him, "The reason I left is because I wanted to. As for returning, I did once, but it was clear that I shouldn't have even bothered." Bruce asks him, "Because of Terry? I searched for you, but I couldn't." And Damien stops him, telling him, "Don't lie. The great Batman could find anyone that he wants. You gave up on me. However, I hold no malice. It was just that I had realized that Batman's focus was limited to Gotham. Raz's worldview was more expansive. When Batman worried about the night, Raz focused on the future. Raz had regenerated himself in the Lazarus pit so often that it could not be done again. His time as an immortal would soon end. I knew that Brother Eye would eventually recognize the humans as imperfections and eradicate them. I knew that we had to prepare." Damien then says, "Just think of
Did
the
we
irony.
skip
Earth's
the
greatest
Brother Eye
peril was not
saga
the
or
work of
something?
Ra's al
Slept
Ghul,
hard?
but
Good.
Batman himself. With Raz's passing, I knew that his view of the world was actually
I used to
right.
not
Earth
sleep
was
so
dying,
good
his
in my life.
population dragged into
I know
a
how
cesspool
important
of
good
filth.
sleep can be.
Reconfiguration was the only answer. The ground slowly begins to shake as a silo opens up, revealing 5 missiles, and Bruce shouts, "There's no way that I will allow you to fire those." Bruce then grabs Damien's jacket as Damien tells him, "If I thought you were capable of stopping me, I would not allow you to come here." Goliath grabs Bruce and throws him, and Damien continues, telling him, "You are here to witness the next step of Earth's evolution." Bruce gets up, telling him, "This isn't you. The suit did this. It altered your mind." And Damien shouts, "Wrong! I'm exactly what I was raised to be." Terry calls out, "If it was the suit, I should be thanking it." And as everyone turns back, he can see Terry on top of Goliath, using his collar to choke him. He pulls the chains tighter, struggling, telling him, I
I'm glad
admire your
Goliath
ruthlessness,
got to
seeing
exist,
a job
though.
that needs to be done and just doing it no matter the cost. After a few moments, Goliath falls to the ground, lifeless, and Terry hops off, stating, "So much for your pet." Terry's face then breaks out in a smile, still holding the chain, telling Damien, "Now it's your turn." Damien pops out 2 blades from his gauntlets and shouts, "For killing Goliath, you will die." He rushes, pinning Terry to the ground, and Bruce takes that chance to run over to the silo's terminal. He hits away at the keys, trying to override it with all of Damien's old passwords, but nothing is working. Meanwhile, while Damien gets back off of Terry, he says, "It's just as I thought. You're nothing but a pretender."
Got his ass
and even
kicked
with
again.
Terry's body badly injured, he jumps to his feet, picking Damien up by the throat, shouting, "Stop calling me that!" While Damien goes back to attacking the suit directly, he hears Koro's voice telling Bruce, "You left me for dead." He grabs Bruce by the back of the head and he slams him into the
Yeah,
console,
Terry
shouting,
gets his
"My
ass
father
kicked a lot
died
in this
a defeated
comic
man because of you."
series.
Other assassins shunned him, and in his despair, he sought to regain some shred of honor by taking his own life. Koro cracks Bruce across the face and he begins to choke him, telling him, "You will never do that to anyone again." While Damien gasps for air, he muffles out to Koro, "Don't do it! That is my father!" The suit AI tells Terry not to break, eliminate the enemy, and Terry struggles to control the suit. With all of his might, he loses his grip on Damien, telling him to go. Koro says, "I care not if this man is your father, he dies." Damien runs in, tackling Koro, telling him, "I gave you an order to stand down, and you will do so." He gets back up, telling him, "When the head of the demon gives an order, you follow." But before Damien can react, the suit's AI takes back over and attacks while Terry is shouting, "I don't want to!" Terry knocks Damien to the ground, and the suit says to strike, taking out the arm blade, and Terry says, I can't, I'm not doing this." Bruce hurries over, telling Terry, "You have to stop. I can't let you kill my son. If you do, you're gonna have to go through me first." Terry struggles and he thrusts his arm down, barely missing Bruce. And Bruce says, "That's it. He's fighting back." Terry crawls away as he claws in the mask until finally he rips it off. Bruce reaches down to Terry, telling him, "You did it. You beat the suit." He then looks at Damien. "If this is your way to draw me out after all of these years, you've made your point. Deep down, I know this isn't what you want. This isn't the way. Please, abandon this course. Let us work together to get a real solution." Damien's hand hovers over the launch button, and then there's a low grumbling coming from behind them. Goliath weakly howls, "Ow!" and Damien runs over, shouting, "He's alive!" Then Koro says, "You are nothing more than infidels. You may have betrayed the one true head of the demon, but I will not." Koro then slams his fist down on the launch button and the rockets begin to fire. As they take off, Koro says, "Those are DNA toxins, designed to eradicate all but the strongest." Damien spins back, punching him, telling him, "That was not your call to make." Bruce says, "We have to redirect them," and Damien tells him it's impossible. Once they're launched, the targets are locked in. Terry pulls the mask back down, telling them both, "Don't worry, I got this." Damien shouts for him to wait, but Terry's already in the air
Oh,
before
hey,
he can
Daisy.
finish the sentence.
Thanks for the
Bruce
follow.
tells him that hopefully the suit in its weakened state will be enough, but it's the weakness that is in it now that may doom Terry. He shoots up,
Going
grabbing
good.
the
How
rockets,
are
and using
you?
the pulse blasters, he pushes
What's
through
going
the
on in
rockets,
your life?
colliding with 2 other rockets, bringing the number down from 5 to 1. But with more energy spent, the suit indicates that its power is rapidly dropping. Terry asks, "What still even works if that's the case?" And the suit tells him nothing. Just then, the power shorts out and Terry begins to plummet back to the earth. Back at the Batcave, Matt shouts to Max that they have to do something. And she says that she's working on it. Let's see if... And then up in space, the missile continues on its path, and then a satellite steers into that path,
So
causing
far,
it to
so
explode.
good.
Matt
Just
says that it
watching
works,
some
and he radios over to
Batman
Terry that
Beyond
they did
here,
it. Terry
and,
doesn't respond. Not far away,
just
Bruce and
leveling
Damien
up my
ride up in the
bard,
Batmobile, and
you
Bruce
know?
says that they have one shot. They
Just
gotta
living
make
the
sure it's
good life.
perfect. Damien jumps
Having a
out with a
smoke here
rocket
and
pack,
there.
stating that he's incapable of any other way. He reaches out, grabbing onto Terry, and deploys the parachute, allowing them both to safely land.
get
Short a
these
while later,
puppies
once
going.
everyone's back in the ground, Bruce tells Damien that he would still like him to come back to Gotham. And Damien tells him, "Not now. The day will come when I return."
Just
though. Terry
having a
says
chill
that
day,
They can
you
have
know?
balloons and cake
Just
and
hanging
confetti in the
out.
Batcave. We can have confetti in the Batcave, right, Bruce? Bruce and Damien shake their
You do
heads.
any streaming
Damien
yourself,
says,
Daisy?
"I will eventually come back, but there are some positives I can accomplish leading the league." The
Or are
two
you
hug, and
purely
Damien and
a
Goliath return to the
spectator?
temple as Bruce and Terry get back into the Batmobile, and they take off. Terry says, "You know, for being old, you're starting to soften up. It's okay to be a dad." And Bruce tells him, "It's even better to feel like I have 2 sons."
Is there a game you would
The
stream
Bowery
if you
had
were
always been one
streaming
of
right now?
Neo-Gotham's worst neighborhoods. And for the inner district of Crown Point,
I've been
it was
stuck on this
exceptionally
game for
true.
like
The
2-3
point leaves the
weeks
city
now.
in
I don't know why,
homelessness,
but this
arson,
MMO
prostitution, and
got
violent
me.
crimes. There was a place where no one would come looking for them, not the mayor, not the cops, not even Batman. With Terry and Bruce still over in Tibet, Terry's
you
brother
like what you
Matt
like,
and friend
you know.
Max keep watch over the city from the Bat Cave,
okay.
monitoring police activity. But their quiet night is short-lived when they receive a distress call on
Trying to
GCPD
think if
Commissioner
I've been
Barbara Gordon, who was
good
the
at
former
any
Bat
kind of
girl.
sports
Also at this
game
time,
that wasn't like
over in Leslie Tompkins
Mario
High School,
Soccer
some of the
or
students head
Mario
home for
Kart
the day
or
when
Mario
one
Golf,
suggests
you
they
know
should
what I
all
mean?
head over to the local arcade.
I've never been really
One
that
girl,
good
Lisa,
at
tells
sports
them that she
games.
can't. She has to head
Unless it's
straight
got the name
home for
Mario in front
getting
of
in a
it.
fight with a teacher who may or may not have been selling drug to the middle schoolers. Another girl asks, did Batman ever capture the guy?
Let's see. I was
And
playing
Lisa tells her,
Helldivers 2
"Nah,
yesterday.
Batman would never."
Let me pause this here. I play Ark Survival Ascended now and then. My other viewer here, Bravo, got me into PUBG, so I do that now and then, which is way outside my wheelhouse. This game I only recently just got into last month, and I've been doing this game quite a bit lately. But yeah, I mostly just hang out, watch some comic videos, talk about comics and games and whatnot. Oh man, I started strong in PUBG, but as soon as I hit ranked, yeah, I'll show you quickly how good I'm not. But I have to say, like, I'm not normally good at shooting games or shooters in general, so PUBG was kind of a nice change of pace for me, because you don't necessarily have to be the best at shooting, you know? It's more of a survival game. So that's something I really liked about it. And I think those kind of games kind of turned me off initially, because the original Fortnite with all that building and shit, that was just way too much for my brain to handle at the time. And I know that they removed it now, but yeah, it turned me off to those Battle Royale games for a long time. Yeah. But yeah, my other viewer here from Kick got me into PUBG, and I'm glad he did. Oh, right on. I haven't logged in a while, so I really ought to check it out.
Ever show up in their part of town. He might get his fancy suit all dirty. But what people don't know is that the one keeping watch over Crown Point is Nisa herself.
Supposed to be doing something to these things.
It's the new Batgirl. Over in the Batcave, Max scans through Barbara's last known whereabouts and decides, without Terry or Bruce there, she's going to be the one to come to the rescue. A short while later, back at Crown Point, Nisa learns from the local gang that the drugs one of the teachers was selling was coming from someone that was
What do you
meeting
want from
at
me,
the old
video
bus
game? Am I
depot
supposed to
at
do
10
something
p.m.
to these
As the time
things?
comes, she has eyes on the place, and Nisa calls back that it's cute that they think that they could sneak up on her. Max is the one sneaking up
Alright,
on her
I
and
guess I
calls
did
out
it.
telling her that she was just trying her shoes. Who said she's hiding? They're on the same side.
I made it
Nisa
myself,
tells her that maybe
actually.
she is, maybe she isn't. She doesn't know her. And
I
says,
try to
"Why
make
do
as
Good
much of
Samaritans
my
care
own
about
stuff
cops
as
moving
possible."
drugs into the point?" Max says that something is going on here, drugs or not. She's got a friend who's caught up in it, Commissioner Gordon to be exact. She goes on explaining that Barbara was investigating something shady and her signal went dark. She did manage to get out a distress call before she went missing. though.
Yeah, I make all my
At
own
first, Lisa
overlays.
tells Max that it's nice that she's come here to try
I like
and
this
help,
overlay a
but she's
lot,
fine on her
but
own. They can take care of their own in this place. But before the two
Sort
can argue
of.
as to whether or not
I,
they should help the new Batgirl or not,
I
they
made
spot
my
the team
start
going
in
down, and Nisa jumps
audio
down telling Max,
editing,
"Welcome
moved
to
on
their
to
side of
video
town.
editing,
Try not to fall behind."
and through
Inside
virtue
the
of
building,
video
Barbara's inside
editing,
the
I
chair
kind
as the
of
officers
got
surrounding her
competency,
discuss what they plan to do
a
with
little
her.
bit of
Officer
everything,
Arnold
you know.
Flass steps out. Flass leans
Everything
down
from
to Barbara, telling
filmmaking,
her
you know,
that she knows a
shooting
lot about what they're doing here,
cameras
doesn't she?
to
Barbara says that
animation.
she's actually not surprised. Dirty cops are running his family. Up from the shadows, both Max
Kinda
and
do a little
Nisa
bit of
jump down
everything.
around the surrounding men and they prepare to fight. Flass takes out his
Thanks,
gun and Barbara
man.
kicks back in
Appreciate
her chair,
it.
knocking off his aim. Nisa runs in to disarm him, stating that he must be the one who
You know,
arrested that
since we're on the topic of overlays, the other overlay I really like, let's see. Really like my star one here too. This one. This is probably my favorite one. Just peaceful.
teacher who was selling drugs. Max makes it over to Barbara to help uncuff her, but as one of the officers takes a swing at her, he falls through, seeing that she was only a hologram. Though she isn't physically there, Max did turn off the electronic cuffs, allowing Barbara to get
Thank you.
up and join the fight. Max continues
Appreciate
to provide
that.
support while Nisa and Barbara go fight their way out of there. And just as the crooked cops
I
are
just
taking
try
care of,
my
Flash
best.
makes a break for
I
it.
get a little
He
better
laughs,
every
telling
time
Nisa
I try
that
to
she
make
must be
something
from around
new,
here.
you
No wonder
know?
it was so easy for them to take this hole over. It's like the people were asking for it. You're all so weak. Nisa jumps on Flash, knacking him to the ground. And Flash
Practice
yells,
makes
"Come on,
perfect."
kid, you know the law of the point. Do it, take me out. Or do you not have the guts to do it?
Oh,
You're all just
nice.
weak and pathetic, practically
You help
begging to be
other
taken
streamers
advantage
out
of.
with,
She
like,
starts punching
overlays
into
and
him, shouting for him to
panels
just
and
shut up,
whatnot.
shut up. But before she can go on, Barbara stops her, stating that she could go on, but she'd be just like them. The bat symbol on her chest means that she doesn't have to do what's expected. She's got nothing to prove. Not to him, not to her, only herself. Who is she? Who are the people of Crown Point? Nisa gets off Flash, stating that he's not worth it. In Crown Point, they're worth more. Barbara goes on telling Nisa that she can see how hard she fights, and right now Crown Point
You know,
needs hope.
if you'd like a little
she can be that
tip,
hope. Nisa takes a grappling gun and fires it, pausing
These
for a moment, and
videos
then
I have
telling
in the
Barbara thank you.
background
And Barbara
here,
tells her
I
that
get
she just
through
wants her to
Adobe
know
stock.
she's doing right by that symbol.
But because I slap a big, screen on front of it, it covers up the part where it says Adobe stock. So I managed to get these free 4K video samples straight from Adobe's site, because you can download them as free samples in 4K. So it works out pretty good. I've gotten a few overlays using Adobe Stock's samples. So I think it worked. It's been working out pretty well.
A few days later, while Nisa
Not
goes back
exactly the
out on
most
patrol,
honest
she
thing to
tells
do,
Max that she
but-
can hear her. And Max says that she really needs to get quieter shoes. But then something is thrown, and as Nisa catches it, Max explains that it's a biometric community.
That'll just be
but
you
really,
and
she wanted to know what she
Mine's
thought
little
about
dirty
Gordon's offer.
secret.
They could do a lot of good working together without Batman riding shotgun. Nisa looks at the communicator,
Right
stating
on.
maybe. But if she asks her,
Have you been
maybe
doing
them
in PUBG
Bat
these
women
days?
Could be just fine. But before Max could
Have
ask
you-
any further, Nisa
Bravo,
tugs
have
on her
you-
rope
have you
and jumps
seen
off
the
ledge. Barbara
Lamborghini
walks
out in the
stating that She
wild
never got to
yet?
see if she was doing okay. And
Like
Max
somebody that
asks
has
if
the
they're
skin?
really doing enough. Barbara puts her hand on Max's shoulder, telling her that it's never ever really enough, but they can do everything that they can. If Batgirl needs backup, they need to be there and keep an eye on her. Let her know that she's one of them and not alone. As Terry McGinnis's body is thrown down the walls of the Gotham City Transit Authority, Shriek yells, "You are not welcome here, so don't come back!" Once Terry stops, he gets up stating that he always wondered what happened to him after he was thrown into Blackgate. Shriek yells at him again, "Time to leave." Terry tells him, "Don't worry, I'm not here for you, unless you're the one behind this mess." As Shriek charges another blast, Terry yells, "Fine, I'm leaving!" And after passing around a corner, Terry releases some smoke pellets to try and give himself some time until he can find the terminal that he's looking for. Meanwhile, over in Gotham Heights Arena, Barbara tells Mayor Fox that Batman is on his way to the shutoff. Fox says good. They need this matter
Slowly
resolved
but surely
quickly.
they're making
If they
their
can't
way
shut
out
down
there.
the city's anti-air defenses, then they're gonna have a little bit more than just a minor inconvenience on their hands. Down at the subway, Terry finds the first.
Yeah, you have to
shutoff
have the
terminal.
skin
He asks, why
to
do they
get
have
it
this
right.
with
Like, it's not
manual
just going to be
shutoffs for
sitting
the
out there
aerial
in the
defense
world.
system across
Is
3
it?
remote locations.
Like it's a
Couldn't
normal
Bruce
car
have
you
put it
can
in
just
something
pick
like
up and
Gotham Heights?
drive with?
The terminal beeps as Terry finishes the first shutdown,
Purely
and
a
then a voice
skin,
asks if
as
that's
I
really
understand it.
Batman. Terry turns to see several people, and the voice asking if it's him is coming from a little girl. He kneels down asking what she's doing here, and the girl happily tells him that they've arrived after the invasion. It was the only way into Gotham from the outer boroughs. Terry says that they shouldn't have to live like this. Follow him, and he'll lead them to the surface. The little girl tells him that they don't want to leave. This is their home. And just then a low rumbling from Shriek can be heard. Terry jumps up onto the ladder to the surface, yelling, "I'm gonna come back for you." And the girl tells him, "It's okay. Walter keeps us safe down here." However, just as Terry pulls himself out of the sewer, he's struck by a metal staff and sparks fly. The suit's AI tells him, "Warning, system compromised." The man holding the staff tells Terry, "Welcome to Chinatown. Consider this your official eviction notice." Terry then takes off into the air to escape, and he remembers why he's turning off the city's aerial defenses. A turret shoots down at Terry, knocking him back to the ground, and the man from before asks, "You must be stubborn, huh?" Terry looks at him, telling him, "Look, whatever your name is, I don't have any beef with you." The man says, "Around here, people call me the Hacker." Terry gets back up, telling him, come on, I just need to get to the Bowery district so that I can shut off the defense system. But rather than listen, Hacker taps one of the nearby cars with his staff, telling him that the suit's coding is quite remarkable. Unlike these cars, which are easily reprogrammable. Suddenly, the car Hacker touched revs up and takes off trying to hit Terry. As more cars go after him, Terry begins to hop away in the roofs of the cars, telling him, okay, this guy's totally 1-0.
Yes,
And then he yells,
the next
I'm
one.
gonna take it that you're not the one behind the defense system's malfunction. Hacker reaches up, touching a vending machine, telling him, we're on the base level of Gotham. Whatever happens above never benefits us down here. Here, take a party gift. Suddenly, the vending machine begins to shoot out cans of soda as if they were weapons, and Terry shoots them down, telling him, you really shouldn't have. As he begins to get away, he makes his way to the next shut-off terminal, and he sighs, stating that he really hopes he has enough time to make it to Matt's game. But just then, Terry begins to remove the cover, and green shards shoot by, knocking him down, and a woman says, how fortuitous that we should meet again, Batman, after you murdered Michael. Terry begins to shout, asking, Freon! And the suit's AI yells, danger. Radiation levels exceed suit's tolerance. Freon floats down, telling Terry, it was Batman who took away my love, and now I will repay you and Gotham for turning me into a monster. I overrid the city's own defense system to turn it against itself, as you did with us. There is no escape now. Death follows in my wake. Terry scrambles to get back up into the terminal, telling her, look, I'm sympathetic, but all I wanted to do today was just watch people that I care about compete in the Gotham games. Freon hits Terry with another irradiated blast, encasing him in green crystal, shouting, you're not going anywhere! But just as she does, she stops, looking into Terry's eyes, asking, Michael, is that you, my love? However, the crystal prison shatters, freeing Terry, and from behind, Shriek tells Hacker,
something they never really seem to do
Terry
with
falls to the
Batman
ground, telling
Beyond
him,
is
thanks for coming.
like an
And Shriek
Arkham
tells him
thing.
the girl Aya
Like,
told him what
there's
he was
no
trying to do. Living down there
asylum
gave him a purpose.
type area.
Perhaps it's time that we reassessed old perspectives.
I mean, they established
Terry says,
later on
right
that
now we need to
Arkham
stop Freon
Asylum
for killing all of Gotham.
gets shut
Terry
down
then
and
calls out
it's
to
just
Hacker to
nothing
shut
but
down the entire defense
bricks,
system, while Shriek
but-
breaks up the asphalt underneath Freon.
Yeah, they
Metal
kind of
coils
shied
within
away
the ground
from
begin to shoot
mentally
up,
ill
and Terry
villains.
throws a battering, hitting one and
most part.
tangling it around Freon to keep her in place. She shouts, and they cannot contain her. Nothing can. You will all die. And Terry then tells Hacker to hit the coils with the staff to hit Freon's suit. As the shockwave goes through the metal and into Freon's suit, she falls to the ground, and Hacker says that he just recalibrated her suit. Not sure how long, though. Terry looks up the screen, seeing Matt playing in the Gotham games, and tells him, awesome, I still got time to catch the game. As the sounds of sirens can be heard, Hacker tells Terry to hurry and get out of there. And as the cops arrive, Terry flies off, and Shriek tells him, yeah, it's time that we split up. As Terry and Matt bring Bruce into Wayne Manor, the first thing he asks is for his cane. Terry tells him that he really should be taking it easy so that he can heal up. That and the doctor said to stay in the wheelchair. But as Terry begins to move the cane away,
is
Bruce
going
snatches
on
it
with
from
that
his hand,
thing's
telling him he's
face?
going to be fine. He just
It's
needs
like its
to.
eyes are
However,
right near
after
its
taking
teeth.
a few short steps, Bruce stumbles back into his wheelchair, telling Terry
Can't
that if
stop
he thinks
looking
he's
at
going
it.
to let a horde of nurses and caretakers in. Terry tells him, yeah, about that. Matt and him knew that that wouldn't be an option, which is why both of them are moving in. Bruce stares at him for a moment, and Terry goes on
I don't know if
stating
I'd
that it
wanna see
wasn't
my
long
food
ago
that
that he
close
told
up.
Damien that he felt that he had 2 sons. The fact is, he needs help around here. Bruce tries to think of something to say to argue against it, but
Why,
he
watch
ends up
yourself
telling him that
chew
he's
your
right.
food.
His home is now their home. Bruce then tells Terry to come with him to
You're
the
a
back.
freak,
There's something
sir.
he'd like to show
You're a
him.
freak.
As Bruce types away at the computer, the Batman suit lights up, and Bruce says that the suit's AI almost killed him, so they're going back to the original. Though the AI has been removed, there have been a few improvements that they've added. So from now on, he's going to get by on his wits and guile to make it work. Terry tells Bruce that he appreciates the offer, but before Batman can make a public appearance, there's someone he has to talk to. A short while later, at Terry's girlfriend Dana's apartment, she continues her workout when she hears the buzzer at the door go off. As Dana opens it up, she looks at Terry and says that she's been wondering where he's been for the past few days. She didn't know if he was... Terry stops her and says that he's fine. He understands that his absences are tough to handle, which is why he's here, so they can talk about it. Dana lets Terry in and asks, does it mean that he's done being Batman? And Terry tells her no, in fact, he's going to embrace it. Just like he's embraced the idea of them being together. He hoped that she would accept who he is and all of the chaos that comes with. Dana tells him that after losing him for so long and thinking that he was dead, yes, she's willing to try if he is. Back over at the Batcave, Commissioner Barbara Gordon calls Bruce to go over what's been happening since he's been gone. As the two talk, Matt starts to wander around the Batcave looking at all of the old Robin gear. As Matt looks at the computer, he finds old videos of Bruce teaching Damian some basics of combat. Once the conversation between Bruce and Barbara is over, Bruce goes back to looking over the bat suit when Matt comes running back shouting that he just saw the bat signal go up. Bruce looks at the suit and says, "Good, this will be a perfect night for a test." A short while back at Dana's apartment, Terry takes a shower when he suddenly hears Dana scream for him in the other room. Terry runs out in just a towel asking what's wrong, and she points to the window stating that. And as Terry looks, he says, "Damn it, Bruce. Could have called first." In front are two floating small bat drones with a video feed of Bruce, and he says, "Sorry, but time is of the essence." The drone releases a small package, and the bat suit unfolds, and Dana says that this must be the chaos that he was talking about. Later, over at the Gotham Museum of Fine Arts, King Jack and Ace of the Royal Flush Gang destroy some priceless artwork, asking if they think that this will get Batman to show. A few seconds later, Terry flies in, knocking everyone away, asking, was this what they wanted? And as Terry focuses on taking down Ace, Jack hits Terry from behind with a heat blast, allowing King to make his move. King swings down with one of his swords, but Terry brings his arm up to deflect the hit, punching it back, telling him, "You know, I wasn't impressed with you before, and I'm still not." Jack attacks again by throwing a supercharged card, telling him that that will be his last mistake. But while Terry dodges those, Ace grabs him from behind, similar to how Bane grabbed Bruce. And then as Bruce and Matt are watching the video feed, Ace brings Terry down, snapping his back just as Bane did to Bruce. Flashbacks begin to start playing in Bruce's mind, and Bruce says that if he was a praying man, he'd pray that history doesn't repeat itself, but he's not a praying man. As Ace lets go, Terry springs back up, throwing an explosive batarang through Ace's stomach, and then he tells him, "Come on! Did you really think to break the back over the knee routine would work against a suit that could withstand sunfire?" King shouts that he just killed Ace, and Terry tells him, "Oh, relax, Ace was a machine." King yells as he lunges at Terry, and Terry catches him, and he throws him, telling him, "Maybe you could fix Ace back up and make him as good as new." As King's body is thrown through Ace, Terry tells him, "Oops, maybe not." Bruce then radios in, telling Terry that he needs to be careful. Jack is still with them, and as Jack fires another heat blast, Terry blocks it, telling him, "Right, with my patented butt burner vision." Jack then flies down towards Terry, and Terry jumps up, telling him that he really needs to pay attention to these things, like making sure not to break his neck. As Terry comes back down, he lands on the back of Jack's flying card, flinging him upwards and into the air, and Jack yells that they still have him outnumbered, but as the two of them get back up, Terry throws two pairs of bolas, tying the two of them up. Terry then picks King back up, asking who's funding them. They couldn't be doing all of this on their own, not without some kind of backup, and King says, "Alas, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Bruce then radios in that these guys are clueless, let Gordon or people take it from here, and as Terry leaves, a man watches and says that he's rather insulted that they didn't come to him first. A hologram appears behind the man in the shadows, telling him that he knew that they wouldn't succeed, though he expected better, and the shadowy man asks, "What exactly is it that you want?" The hologram then says to engage Batman so that he can be analyzed to make his job a little easier. The shadowy man says that he needs no help. He'll carry out his wishes as long as he provides what he offered, and the hologram fades. The figure tells him 2 months' worth of food shall be delivered to his village as soon as he delivers Batman. Stalker. Meanwhile, over at the Batcave, Matt continues to watch over videos of Bruce and Damian, acting out Damian's moves the same way that Damian did. As he does, a woman sneaks into Matt's room looking for something. The alarm goes off and Matt runs in stating that he's on it, and he runs upstairs, and as he gets to the room, he sees the masked woman holding something, and he asks what she's doing in his room. The masked woman says that she was just leaving and runs past Matt and back out the window. Matt heads into his room to look at what she took and sees the only thing that is missing is a picture of Terry. A short while later, back at Dana's apartment, Dana gets ready for another workout when Terry climbs into the window. She shouts that she doesn't live on the 137th floor to have men climbing through her window, you know. And he tells her, "Fair point. How about I take you out for dinner then?" But before she can give him a real answer, the walls explode, and a blue cord reaches out, grabbing Dana. As she's pulled outside, Terry chases after her, and Stalker says that it's been a while, McGinnis. Give yourself up and the girl lives. As Terry gets ready to fight, Matt watches the feed, yelling out that it's Stalker. Bruce tells him that he remembers, and Matt asks how couldn't he? Stalker found out Terry was Batman and kidnapped him. Bruce says that it doesn't make any sense. Terry and Stalker have come to an understanding. Why attack now? His village was hit hard by the invasion, leaving his village with toxic chemicals, making the water supply undrinkable. Does this have something to do with why he's doing this? Back out with Terry. Terry flies close, throwing a batarang to cut the cord and free Dana, with Stalker asking if he's trying to save her or kill her. Terry then asks if there's any doubt, and he swoops down to catch her. As he starts to fly away, Stalker aims his spear at Terry and fires a small arrowhead projectile. The projectile shoots through Terry's wings, causing him to fall, and Stalker tells him, "I expected more from Batman." As Terry and Dana begin to descend, Stalker takes aim with his spear again, firing an electrical blast, forcing Terry to let go of Dana. Dana begins to scream as she starts to fall faster, but Terry's wings regenerate fast enough for him to slow down, grabbing Dana by the hand, setting her on a nearby building. She asks what is he doing, leaving her here, and Terry flies back up, telling her that it's the safest option. Now run! He flies back up, throwing a handful of explosives at Stalker, and Stalker tells him that he's become more aggressive. Good. And then he hits Terry with a blast at the chest. Terry stumbles back, and as he does, Stalker fires another cord from the end of his spear to grab Terry by the legs, and he jumps down onto a fuel truck. Stalker kicks in the windshield, reaching down, telling him that he's doing this for his village. If he can bring Batman in, his village can eat. As Stalker grabs the lever, he pulls back on the thrusters to try and start burning Terry. The fuel truck then begins to pick up speed, with Terry asking himself, what is he going to do in this kind of situation? He leans down, grabbing the cord, pulling himself up closer towards the thrusters. Once in place, he throws an explosive batarang inside, causing the thrusters to explode. The fuel truck starts to fly out of control, and it crash lands on the top of a nearby building. A few seconds later, the fuel ignites, causing the building to be covered in flames, and Stalker calls out, calling to Terry that he's coming for him. Soon, Terry turns off his cloaking device, and as Stalker turns back, he said that he was supposed to deliver him alive, but his corpse will have to do. Terry claws at his back, and as he punches him down, he tells him it's over. Admit it! And Stalker thrusts the bottom of his spear up, knocking Terry away, and as Terry gets back up, he throws 3 batarangs. Stalker waves his spear to deflect all 3, and he tells him, you know, a smart hunter wouldn't always focus on what's in front of him. He would also watch his back. But before Terry has a chance to react, the cord from Stalker's spear creeps up from behind, grabbing Terry, flinging him into the air. Stalker then pushes a button on the spear, electrifying it, slamming Terry back onto the ground. Stalker then takes the cable, wrapping it around Terry's neck, telling him, for my village to live, you gotta die. As Terry tries to break free, Stalker then pulls at his mask, almost exposing his face to all of the news bots that are flying around. Terry manages to push a button on his belt, releasing an electrical shock that pushes Stalker away, and then he asks, what happens when the prey bites back? While Terry and Stalker continue to fight, Dana is running towards Wayne Manor, calling out, shouting that he needs to do something to help Terry. But before Bruce can even have a chance to respond, Dana hangs up, and he starts to stand up, telling her, she's right, I have to do something. However, before Bruce can even stand up straight, he falls back into his chair. And Matt says, wait, if you think Terry's in trouble, then that means that Terry really needs help. And if Terry needs help, where's that gonna come from? Back at the burning building, Terry and Stalker continue to exchange blow after blow. But as Stalker fires another blast from his spear, he rips a hole in the building. As the pieces begin to fall, Terry asks, what is he doing? The building is already falling apart. And Terry starts to stand back up, and as he does, Stalker knocks him to the ground, again asking, how does the suit stand up to a plasma bore? Only one way to find out. Stalker pulls back on his spear, but before he can strike, a voice tells him that he is being paid to weaken Batman, not kill him. Stalker asks who there, and Payback tells him, it is I. The privilege of killing Batman belongs to me and me alone. Stalker then asks, you're the one paying me? And Payback knocks him aside, telling him, not anymore, you defied me. Payback cracks his electrical whip, cutting through Stalker's prosthetic legs, leaving him to burn. Terry jumps onto the ceiling, asking Bruce if he's seeing this. Why would Payback come out of the woodwork for this? Matt asks who's that guy, and Bruce tells him that Payback is a kid named Kenny Stanton. Armed with a tech-laden robotic suit, he went on a rampage. It all started when Kenny got jealous of his psychiatrist's father, paying more attention to his patients than to him. After Terry fought back against him, they thought he was getting therapy, but still, why would he be here now? Terry tells Bruce that he will get back to him on that, and he leaps off the roof and into Payback. While Payback is stunned, Stalker calls out that his legs are fine, and Terry quickly pats the flames out with his wings. As Payback starts to come to, Terry picks up Stalker's body and begins to make a break for the hole in the wall. Payback gets ready to crack his whip again, but before he does, he's hit in the back with an explosive. Payback then asks, who dares? And Terry says, yeah, who? Oh, definitely not who I expected. 10? 10, a former member of the Royal Flush Gang, flies down telling him, yeah, it's been a while, thought you could use a hand. Back in the Batcave, Matt shouts that voice. That was the woman that broke into his room. Who is she anyway? Bruce says that's Melanie Walker. Her parents are king and queen. She got away from the gang and is trying to reform herself, partly to do the right thing, partly because she has a crush on your brother. Matt says, a lady crook with a crush on Batman? Go figure. And Bruce says, it's Terry that she's interested in. She has no idea that Terry is Batman. My guess is that she thinks Terry is watching. Terry asks 10 what is she doing here, and 10 looks around and says that it doesn't look like he's got things under control here. But before she could do anything, Payback cracks his whip, grabbing 10, tossing a small bomb, stating, I have a surprise for you, Batman. Come find me when you're ready. 10 then tries to struggle, but as she does, Payback and her start to glow and vanish, and Terry yells, he has a teleporter? And then Terry notices the bomb and says, well, crap. Seconds later, the top of the building explodes, and both Terry and Stalker are thrown out. As the two begin to fall towards the ground, Stalker manages to wake up and reach out to grab one of 10's flying cards. Once his cybernetic arm makes the connection, he uses it to grab onto Terry's arm, and he says that he's always paying his debts. Stalker then sets Terry onto the ground, and Terry says that it looks like he owes him one. And Stalker tells him, no, you saved me back up there, we're even now. But while Gotham is burning, over at Payback's hideout, he watches the news feeds and says, yes, these people are finally getting what they deserve. 10 asks him how could he think that people are dying, and Payback tells her, good, them and their absurd hero are responsible for making me after all. 10 lunges at Payback and he swings his arm back, throwing her down, and then teleports in a news bot stating that Batman is about to witness what's about to happen to her. Back at the burning building, Terry helps those that he can get out of the fire, but as he goes to check on Barbara, she asks why is he glowing? Terry asks what does she mean, and as Terry goes to respond, he's teleported away into a sealed tank filled with water. Terry quickly seals the suit, turning on the oxygen flow, but before he can even try to escape, he's hit with sonic emitters. His ears begin to ring, and Payback asks if he's even still alive in there. Good, wouldn't want you to miss your friend's last breath. As Payback starts to choke 10, Terry calls out to Melina, and Payback asks, first name basis? This is gonna be more fun than I expected. Terry begins to beat on the glass, and as he does, small cracks begin to form. With one final punch, he breaks through, causing the water and himself to flow out in front of Payback. Before he can get back up, though, Payback whips the water, electrifying and shocking Terry. Once the electricity fades, Terry begins to get back up, stating that he doesn't have to do this, and Payback throws 10 to the side, stating, yes, I do. Terry swipes at Payback, asking why, and Payback punches him, shouting, Payback! Payback then begins to beat on Terry, yelling, this is all your fault, and young innocent boy ended up in a place with other boys who were older than him and picked on him. His therapy was torture. Terry yells back, what happened to Kenny is the result of his old man. The kid became Payback because his father ignored him. Back in the Batcave, Bruce continues looking through the records of Kenny and learns the truth about what happened. Kenny's father was so ashamed of him after what happened that he completely turned his back on Kenny, leaving him all alone, and he never visited. Nothing, he left him to rot. So Kenny ended up doing the one thing that he thought he could as his only way out. Back in Payback's hideout, he grabs his mask, shouting, that's right! As far as I'm concerned, Batman is the one who killed my son! As Payback pulls back his mask, he reveals that he is in fact Kenny's father. Terry then says, wait, Kenny is... But before he can process
I have Rust,
two
but
arms reach out from the
I
ground,
never
latching
really
onto
tried to
his
learn
arms.
how to play
Payback
it.
turns on a cannon pointed right at
But
Terry, telling him,
I've
for what you did, you
gone
will pay.
into a
The cannon
server,
releases a
I've played
constant
around a
blast
little
of energy
bit,
into
but
Terry's chest and begins to tear away the
I don't know,
suit's
it's got a lot of the
defenses.
same
Batman gets up from his
issues I
chair,
have
shouting
with
the blast
that
is
Arc
more than Terry can
has,
take,
where
but as he
I feel
runs,
like
he
you have
trips
to be
and
like...
falls. Matt helps him back up into his chair,
like
telling
a
him that if
part-time
anyone's
job
going to
almost, if
do
you wanna play in
anything,
a
it's
PvP
going to be
server.
him. He's watched all the old videos
Like
of
a
him
public
training
PvP
Damian, performed
server.
all the same drills over and over again. Bruce says that he can't go out just like that. Someone will recognize him.
Why,
So
did you
Matt
just get
grabs
it?
a hammer,
Or,
telling him
has
it
it
won't
been
be
something
a
you've been
problem.
playing?
He takes the hammer, smashing one of the costume cases containing a Robin costume, and he asks, are you okay with this? Bruce doesn't hesitate, telling him to go, and Matt picks up everything, stating that there's one more thing to get. Once he heads into the next room, Bruce contacts him, telling him that he needs to be careful. No matter what, he will listen to every direction that he is given. Matt puts on the utility belt and the mask, telling him, don't worry, I'm ready for this. And he rockets off on the Robin hoverbike. Matt soon makes his way over to the location where Terry's signal is pinging, and Bruce tells him to fire the rockets at the power cables going into Payback's lab. A screen pops up on Matt's windshield that he says he's got it, and he fires. 2 rockets shoot out, hitting the building, and inside the power does go out, with Bruce then telling Matt that there's a generator in the back. Take that one out too, same tactic. Matt fires a second set of rockets, wishing that he had started this a long time ago, and Bruce yells, you're not there to have fun, you have to save your brother's life. Back inside of the lab, 10 uses her powers to free Terry from the mechanical arms holding him in place, and just as she does, Payback cracks his whip, destroying the device. Payback then shouts,
Also
no,
tried getting
you don't
into
get to leave. Not
Scum
when you're here
as
to
well.
die. Terry then throws
That's
a
another
battery,
game
cutting
that I
Payback's
wanted
whip,
to
telling him,
get
if I'd known
into,
that, I
but
would have worn my burial
I feel
attire.
like you have
And
to
since I
dedicate a
didn't,
certain amount of
Payback
your-
yells, this
your
can't
brain
be. And Terry walks
towards,
towards him, telling him, oh yes, it's over,
learning
Stan.
how to play
Terry
and
punches
being
Payback
good
away,
at
and
it.
as he falls, Payback tells him that he's won because he severed his lash.
suppose that's how you
Fool,
game
all
now.
you've done is ensure your fate. He takes the electrical end of the whip, connecting it to the opening in the front
Although
of his
Scum
chest,
kind
and
of
he begins
brings
to
like the whole
supercharge
survival
himself.
element
Terry
to the
tries to
next
throw a
level
set of
with like
explosives,
your
but Payback
metabolism
knocks
and
them
making
away,
sure
telling
you have
him,
enough
if it wasn't for you,
vitamins
Kenny
and-
would still be alive.
It
I can
might
survive
be
what's
one of
about to
those
come.
cases where it
Kid
goes
Batman.
overboard.
A few seconds later, the entire lab explodes, and through the fire, Terry jumps at Payback, asking, you want to die? Payback punches Terry to the ground, and as he does, 10 calls out for help. But as Payback looks back, he asks,
play much
what
of
was
it?
that supposed to do? And he grabs her by the throat. He starts to squeeze down when he hears something off in the distance getting louder. And a few moments later, Matt flies the hover bike into the building, landing right on top of Payback. Terry takes a moment to look at Matt and then shouts, "How could you let him do this?" Payback pushes the bike off, stating, "Is that a Robin? He's no older than Kenny. This'll be perfect." Payback picks Matt up by the shirt, but as Matt reaches for a batarang, Payback knocks it out of his hand, telling him, "You will do nothing." But while Payback stands in place, Terry pulls out another batarang, slashing into Payback's back, cutting the power supply to his suit. As Terry gets Matt away to a safe spot, Payback shouts, "Not like this! It can't end until I've paid back!" Terry turns back, ripping off his mask, telling him, "No, you're the one that is paying. You're paying for all the times that your son was begging for attention and you ignored him. You're the one who drove him into hopelessness, forced him into a pit of despair that was so deep that he took his own life. Now you get to live with that for the rest of your life." As Terry punches Payback, Matt motions with him, shouting, "Sway!" But then Terry turns back, grabbing him by the hood, telling him, "We're leaving." Later, once Terry and Matt return to the Batcave, Terry shouts, "We should have talked about this first." And Bruce says that he would have said no, and Terry yells, "Yeah, it's my decision to make anyway." Bruce then tells them they can't change what happened. All that's important is what we get from this. Matt tells him, "Well, that was easy. The answer's right in front of you." And they all turn to see him in the new Robin costume. Terry tells him, no way. Besides, there's something else that I have to do, a debt that I want to pay." Later in Stalker's village, the doctors set him up with a pair of makeshift legs, and they say that once he's found a competent surgeon, he'll be able to walk again. Stalker tells him that not until his people find a way to eat.
I've seen
It's
some
his
YouTube
eternal shame that he
videos
has
of
failed them.
people
But before long, a
doing
woman
some-
runs into the tent shouting that they have
quality
visitors. Stalker
griefing.
makes his way out asking who could
Like
it be,
people
and a voice
building
tells him that
underneath
he's here
other
to return
people's
the favor.
bases
Terry
and then,
walks
like,
up with several aircraft
sneaking
landings,
in and
stating
just
that
stealing
people
their
are
shit
starving
when
and
they
there's no
walk
food here
up
for
or
months,
whatever.
until they find a way to make it last longer. Stalker says they have no way of paying them, and Terry tells him it doesn't matter. They're doing
I
what
think
is
that
right.
stuff sounds
Also,
fun, but
how about
it
we see
sounds
what we
like
can do
it
with
takes
your
like a
rights?
lot of work to
As Neil
even
Gotham
get
sits down to
to
tune
that
into the
point,
nightly
you
news
know?
of Jack
We
Ryder
could
and
start
Adeline
fucking with
Stern,
people
viewers
on
learn
that
that
high
there's
of a
been a
level.
report of an active shooter at the police headquarters. Jack asks if there's any word on fatalities, and Adeline tells him that they're hearing that several officers and civilians are down and the shooter is still active at the present moment. Jack then says that they can only hope that Commissioner Barbara Gordon can get a handle on this crisis before anybody else gets injured. Over at the police station, she hides behind a pillar as she's being shot at, calling out to Scab, telling him to drop the weapon before he winds up dead. But the Joker's gang member Scab pulls his hostage closer, asking, "Why would I drop my weapon when there's monsters flying around here? They're everywhere." He fires off a few more shots, and Barbara asks who is he talking about, and Scab tells her, "The Bat! The Monster Bat!" Barbara thinks to herself, "Batman? What does he have to do with this? He's not even here." Meanwhile, over at Wayne Manor, Terry walks with Bruce, telling him that this is a mistake. No matter which way he cuts it, it's wrong. Bruce tells him that his brother will benefit because he has him to help him. As the two step outside, Terry says, "Don't tell me." And a second later, Matt flies by in a Robin costume, shouting, "Scuff this, bro! I'm flying!" Bruce goes on, stating that Matt is in the game and he'll continue with or without Terry's permission. Terry yells that this
Bruce
is
has a
not his
Professor
call.
X chair.
And Bruce says that they both know what he's been exposed to. It would be much safer if they supervise him than allow him to sneak out on his own. Terry sighs, stating, "Okay, I realize
better
that
than
it
the
would
other
be
way
more
around."
dangerous, but that doesn't mean that this is right." As Matt flies around over their heads, he calls out to the others that they have company. It's Melanie! Terry hurries
If you like
inside
Rust,
as
you might
Melanie
like
rings the doorbell,
Ark
and when he opens
Survival
the door, he
Ascended.
tells her that it's nice to see her use the bell instead of
'Cause
breaking
that is
in.
a
The two
Raiders
walk off alone, and
Paradise,
Melanie says that
that
she's a
game.
different person now. She isn't part of the Royal Flush Gang anymore. Terry says
you're
that if
good
she's
at that
trying to
kind of
convince
thing.
him, breaking into their home isn't exactly the best way to show that. Melanie looks at him and says, "Look, she's sorry, old habits die hard," as her sponsor would say. They haven't seen each other in a long time, and she just wants to start over. She's been worried about him, and he spends all of his time here, and he's not even
Alright.
related to Bruce
See,
Wayne.
what does that
Why would he
put
live in
us?
this empty mausoleum?
Alright, so
Terry
maybe
says
in,
that
like,
Bruce needed an assistant, and he went to
I don't
work
know.
for him. That is still the case. With both his parents gone,
Probably
he
by
and Matt are
next
the
week,
only
I can get
family
this
that
next
Bruce
out.
has. He also knows that she didn't come along here
Happy
to ask
day.
about that. She gets closer, stating that when she left the Royal Flush Gang, she was hoping that he would come after her, since they had a nice thing going, right? But he never did. Why? Terry steps back and says
Alright.
that he's not sure.
Back to side
life,
question.
fear. Melanie leans in, telling him, "You saw me help Batman. I'm trying to prove that I've changed." But outside of
never
the
gonna
manor,
get the
Terry's
dungeon
current
idea.
on-again, off-again girlfriend, Dana, gets out of a cab, calling Terry's phone, stating that she really hates to leave another
You know what? Let's
message.
check
But
the
since he
fishing
hasn't been picking up, she's just
situation.
gonna drop by in like 5 seconds. She wants to talk because she's not sure about this whole dating Batman thing anymore. It's just too much, too weird. As she hangs up her phone, walking into the mansion, out of the corner of her eye, she sees Terry and Melanie kissing. She begins to cry, but instead of saying anything, she leaves. Just then, Matt shouts across the yard that he's sorry to interrupt kissy time, but Mr. Wayne needs you now, Terry. Terry tells Melanie that they'll talk later, and he hurries down into the Batcave, telling Bruce that this better be important. Bruce says that there's been a shootout at the police headquarters, and the one doing the shooting is Scab. Terry asks, that big oaf? He's basically a pussycat. And Bruce adds on troublemaker, but not a murderer, until today. Terry starts to get ready and Matt shouts, wait for me! And Terry tells him, no, you're not ready. Bruce says that he can't deny Matt this chance now and eventually he'll strike out on his own. The prototype will work as the suit until I can develop something equal to what you have. Do what older brothers do, Terry. Teach. Terry tries to think of something to say, but then he sighs, telling him, fine. And Matt begins shouting, sway! As the two fly out of the Batcave, Matt asks, do you realize what this means? For the first time in forever, Batman and Robin are back, baby. Back at the police station, Scab pushes the gun to the hostage's head, telling Barbara that she works for him too. They all do. Barbara holds her gun away, stating that he's just hallucinating. Let the woman. But as Barbara starts to get closer, Scab hits her across the face with the butt of the gun, yelling, the man is the devil! Everyone in his army deserves to die. Just then, Terry calls out to Scab as he crashes through the window, and Scab yells, the bad monster is here! Oh, he'll kill us all! As Terry lands, he tells Matt to secure the area of weapons and clear out the civilians while he takes care of Scab. Scab punches Terry, telling him, I won't let you eat my soul! You're gonna die first! Matt tells Barbara that they need to get her to safety, but Barbara says that she can take care of herself, Junior. Scab runs over to his bag, pulling out a machine gun, telling himself, I need more firepower to take out the bat. Bullets begin to fly through the building, all bouncing off Terry's suit, so he grabs a batarang, throwing it, knocking Scab out, stating, thankfully, we're here. He then turns to Matt, telling him, I told you to get the people to safety, and you didn't. You could have gotten them killed. You're done. You're finished. From here on out, there will be no Robin. Then meanwhile, over at Adeline Stern's apartment, she sits down for her nightly tea, and a scratchy voice tells her, you don't deserve that. Adeline drops her cup, and an image of a deformed Batman reaches out for her, telling her, the only thing that you deserve is a one-way trip to hell. The next morning, Adeline gasps as she wakes up on her floor, asking, how did she... Wait, the monster was here! The Bat Monster! She gets up asking her home AI, where is the Bat Monster? And the AI tells her that she was alone last night. No one is here but her. She says, no, that's wrong. She knows the demon was here. It came to kill her. But outside, Terry goes on patrol, telling himself that he needs to get some answers. Scab called him a monster. Why? Let's see what the other Jokers have to say about that. He spots a heist by the Jokers and he kicks in on one of them, asking, your pal Scab went off the deep end last night. What's your game? The one thug gets up stating that they know nothing about nothing. And Harlette says that if they were there, they would have been killed too. Just like he wants the evil one. Harlette then begins to shoot at Terry, and as Terry ducks, she ends up hitting one of the other thugs. Terry throws a batarang at her to try and stop her, but as it knocks her down, a third thug says that he's gonna pay for that. He reaches into his coat, throwing a grenade, and as he gets closer to Terry, he smacks it away, sending it into a getaway truck. The truck explodes, and Terry says, okay, you want a monster? Then it's a monster you're gonna get. Back at the mansion, Matt sees Bruce and he tells him that Terry said he can't be Robin anymore. The house AI says that he must remember, Terry is your legal guardian. And Matt yells, it's not Terry that's the problem, it's Batman. He's the freak who made the call. Someone should do something about him. Who made Batman king of the world? Bruce tells him that he needs to calm down. He can't let his emotions get the better of him. They'll figure this whole thing out. Over in the city, Jack Ryder steps out of his apartment and the valet tells him that his car is ready for him. He says that he didn't order A, but just then Melanie steps out. Maybe not, but I did. Jack laughs, stating, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Any special occasion? Melanie hugs him, telling him just being nice to her favorite sponsor is all. That and Terry started to come around. She told him how she felt and he was receptive. Jack tells her that's good to hear. You can tell me all about it on a ride to work. Just then Adeline arrives and yells to Jack that they really need to talk before work if possible. Jack asks what's wrong. She looks troubled. And Adeline says that last night she was visited by some awful, some monstrous, that, oh God, no! The shadow of Batman shoots by and Jack catches her before she falls, stating it's okay. It's only Batman's shadow. And Adeline covers her head, shouting, keep that monster away! Melanie looks up asking, monster? Over at Dana's apartment, Dana's home AI tells her that she has left her patio door open again. She asks how, she didn't. But as Terry walks in, she drops her glass of water, shouting, no. Terry tells her to hang on, but Dana frantically screams for him to get out. He pulls back his mask, stating that he knows that she doesn't like him coming in that way, but they need to talk. Dana looks asking, Terry? Oh, and Terry tells her that he got her message about breaking up with him. When Terry reaches out to her, though, she smacks his hand away, stating, the way she looks at it, you broke up with me. I saw you at the manor kissing that blonde. You're just awful. In fact, you're a demon, a hideous monster. As she looks back, Terry starts to rise and loom over her, and she shouts to her home AI, "Call the cops! There's a monster in my apartment!" Terry asks, "Are you out of your mind? I would never hurt you. I'm sorry for whatever problem I caused." He pulls down his mask and he leaves, stating, "This can't be a coincidence. Something is connecting all of this. Why would people be fearful of me?" As he flies over the statue of Batman, civilians and gang members alike gather around, destroying the statue, shouting, "Kill the demon! Steal their souls! Burn him!" Terry sees a little child walking toward the fire, but before he can touch it, Terry flies down, pulling him away. He hands him back to his father, and his father shouts that the freak tried to take my child. Shoot him out of the sky! The gang members all turn and they open fire. So Terry opens up his wings, taking the shots, telling the people to run while they can. When the thugs go to reload, he charges in, tackling into the group, asking, "What is wrong with you?" Just then, Terry is hit with a firebomb, and when he looks back, he sees the civilians are now gathering around him. He starts to back up, but as the civilians close in, they begin to beat him with whatever they can grab. The mob begins to chant, "Kill, kill, kill," until the police arrive and a voice calls out to everyone, "Please step away from the target." Barbara lands her cruiser and steps out, and she tells everyone that she wants all the civilians on the ground. Terry lets out a sigh of relief, stating, "It's so good to see her. These people have lost it." Barbara shouts, "Civilians, down now! You're in the line of fire!" And Terry says, "Wait, what did you say?" Crap! As the civilians spread, Barbara and her officers begin to fire at Terry. Once the blast clears, everyone swarms back around Terry as he tries to fight his way out. Barbara grabs her second gun, shouting, "Monsters like you deserve to die!" And Terry knocks it away, asking, "What are you talking about? Someone is controlling you." Barbara's gun flies over by a doorway, and the figure inside asks, "Is Batman afraid? Good, because I like that." Back at the Batcave, Bruce and Matt watch the riots, and Matt asks, what are they going to do? Can't Terry just blast his way out? Bruce tells him that they're civilians. Your brother's ability to fight is compromised. Matt scratches his head, stating, I guess, but what is that? That is help for Terry if he's willing. Matt picks up the new Robin costume. Bruce goes on telling him, it's a better version of the old one. Terry might not be happy about you helping, but he needs help. Now go and help Terry while I figure out why Gotham has lost its collective mind. Meanwhile, over at Adeline's apartment, Jack uses a voice scrambler to trick Adeline's home AI into allowing him in. The AI asks, should we prepare your nightly tea? And Jack says, no, I have a question. Someone came last night. Who was it? The AI tells him no one. You were alone last night, Adeline. Jack continues searching through the apartment for answers, but when he opens the door to one of the rooms, he finds notes scattered about, all reading The Bat. He picks up one of the notes stating that there's only one man who might be able to explain this. Wayne. Back at the riot, a little girl stands watching, and the shadowy figure from before tells her, there's only one way to liberate yourself from this horror. The little girl says that she's afraid, and the figure points at the gun, stating, you can free yourself with that. Use it. The little one picks up the gun, and everyone holds Terry down, and she starts to shoot. Terry pushes everyone off of him to avoid getting hit, and the little girl stands there stating, monster bad, bad monster. But then a voice calls out to the little girl, telling her, those energy cannons can roast a tank, so how about you let somebody else play with it, meaning me, of course. Matt uses his grappling hook to grab the gun, and Terry shouts, Robin? Bruce radios in, remember, he's following orders this time. Matt says he's got it. Terry starts to fight back the crowds, telling him, I'm actually glad you came. Now, defensive posture only. These people aren't bad, they're being controlled. Figure in the shadow says, no, not controlled. It's fear. Which we're elevating to turn them loose. Back at the Batcave, Bruce continues to work on trying to find the source of what is causing people to act out when he suddenly hears a noise. He looks back and he throws a battering, and as it hits the wall, the figure says, it's nice to see you too. Bruce asks how he got in, and Jack steps out telling him, the Creeper has always had his ways, just as he does now, even if the costume's retired. But right now I need your help. There's a young woman named Adeline Stern who's obsessed with Batman. Bruce asks, the news anchor? First name doesn't ring a bell though, but Stern? Bruce looks at the records and says over 20 years ago, he crashed in on a group of gun runners. Their trades caused numerous deaths, some innocent. The leader's name was Stern. When they fought, he ended up breaking Stern's arms, but there isn't anything during that would connect Adeline. As the video plays, Jack says that he's not so sure. Pause and zoom in. Where did you get this footage anyway? Bruce tells him the belt camera. And Jack says, can you brighten it up a bit? As the image starts to get brighter, they begin to make out a young Adeline sitting in the corner, having just watched everything happen. Jack says, there she is. Batman crippled her father right in front of her and left. No wonder she considers Batman a monster. Bruce asks, and the question is, what does that have to do with today? While the riot continues, the figure tells the little girl, There are two monsters in the world, and Batman and Robin are ours. We must tear them apart, rip their limbs from their bodies, strip their flesh from their bones, in order to conquer the all-consuming fear. The Scarecrow decrees that the Bat Demons must die. The monsters are here. For the safety of all your loved ones, kill them. Terry looks back to see the Scarecrow getting ready to charge, but Matt tells him that Bruce said to wait for a plan first. Back in the Batcave, Bruce switches back to the feed of the riot, with Jack stating that the Scarecrow was Dr. Jonathan Crane, right? Used gas to prey on folks' natural fear. Bruce tells him that if Adeline was exposed to Scarecrow's gas, that would explain why she fears Batman. The thing is, the sensors don't show any signs of gas. No unusual chemicals anywhere, yet the city is terrified of Batman. Why? Back in the city, Scarecrow shouts, yes, that's the spirit, kill them. As the crowd surround Batman and Robin, Matt says that he's got something that will get them out of this. Two small pellets pop out of his belt, and as Batman throws them down, a blue gas starts to spread. Soon everyone begins to slow down as they fall asleep, and Scarecrow yells, no, you can't do this. Terry calls out that they can, and they did. Get ready for... Scarecrow grabs the little girl asking, do you really think so? And Scarecrow throws her off the ledge. Terry quickly runs over, jumping, telling Matt, take care of the Scarecrow while I get the girl. Terry flies down, catching her, but as he comes back up, Matt shouts that the Scarecrow disappeared. He couldn't find him anywhere. A short while later, back at the Batcave, Terry and Matt arrive. Matt asks, is that the guy from TV? Yeah, Jack Ryder, the news guy. Bruce says that Jack is, an old friend. Jack wore a costume, did his part for the cause. Matt gets out of the bat jet asking, who was he? Hawkman? Green Lantern? And Jack walks up the stairs stating that it doesn't matter anymore. We need to focus on the Scarecrow. I want to go find my friend. It's clear that she needs help, but it's better that Batman stays far away. Over at the news station, Scarecrow walks through the hall stating, I do not like this, not at all. Batman was in the palm of my hand. That monster, that heinous abomination, need to turn it up, increase the fear. As Scarecrow goes to turn a dial on the computer, the fear inside of everyone begins to fester and grow. The rioters take to the streets searching for Batman, and as they pass by Melanie's apartment, she looks out stating that things are getting out of control. It's like everyone but her has lost it. Back at the news station, Jack runs through the sets calling out to Adeline, and then stops when he hears Adeline stating, please, stop the monster, as she hides under her desk. Jack kneels down telling her that the monster doesn't exist. The Scarecrow's making her see something that isn't there. Lord knows that she has her own reasons for hating the Batman. Meanwhile, over the city, Terry flies the Batjet and Matt tells him that he doesn't get it. Mr. Wayne says the Scarecrow isn't using gas, so what could it be? Terry says that he's not sure, but they'll cover every neighborhood to make sure that they get samples. As they pass by some of the billboards, Matt says that those screens, it's kind of weird that they're blank, but it's kind of hypnotic. Just then, the jet warns Terry of an incoming particle beam. Terry flips the switch to the shield, stating that nothing can break through, but then the jet says impact imminent, and Terry says that Matt needs to eject. As the two escape, the particle ripped through the shielding, blowing up the jet, and Terry asks how? Getting through those shields should have been impossible. Bruce radio's in, stating that whoever did it knew the codes to the shield's harmonics. No one would have known that unless. On a nearby building, Barbara lowers the smoking cannon, stating that the Beast's chariot is down. Move in. Terry calls out to Matt, asking where is he, and then Terry notices a batarang flying at him. As it explodes, Matt says, he's right here, and he kicks Terry in the back. Matt shouts, I will protect this city and fight you until you're dead. The crowd begins to gather below the two of them, and they all begin to cheer and chant for Matt to kill Terry, with Terry yelling, come on, can't you see it's me? Terry catches one of Matt's kicks, but Matt uses the thrusters in his boot to blast Terry away, telling him, I won't stop until you're dead. At the news station, Jack gets up, stating that he's going to get some help. They need to find a way to stop Scarecrow from getting to her. And Adeline says, what if I don't want it to stop? Jack looks back and asks, what do you mean? And Adeline, now wearing the Scarecrow costume, says, the child is gone. There is only Scarecrow. Back over the city, Matt tells Terry that he knows what to do, how to disable him, how to slay the Beast. Matt reaches into Terry's belt, breaking the flight controls on it. And then Terry begins to tumble down into the rioters. Matt watches as Terry gets closer to the ground, shouting that the Bat Demon will die. And a voice tells him that she has no idea what he's thinking. But as long as she's around, Batman lives. Terry, wearing her 10 outfit from the Royal Flush Gang, shoots by on her flying car, catching Terry before the mob can grab him and takes off. Terry looks up asking Melanie. She tells him, yeah, she's probably the only friend he has right now. Back at the Batcave, Bruce watches and asks how everyone is affected but her. What makes Melanie immune to the Scarecrow? If the Scarecrow is using electronics or some kind of signal, audio, visual, maybe both. Over in the city, city, Melanie lands on a nearby building stating that she's pretty sure Scarecrow died. And Terry says that he did, must be the new model. Whatever Scarecrow's using is more powerful than before. Enough to even include Commissioner Gordon, and worse yet, the one who trashed my belt was. But before he could finish, Matt shouts, "Me!" And he flies in, punching Terry in the face. Back at the news station, Jack tells Adeline that he can help her, but Adeline yells that she is the Scarecrow! There's no other! No Adeline! Jack tells her, "Don't even try using that fear gas on me. I used to fear myself back in the day." Adeline presses the button stating that gas was yesterday. "This is all technology now. The internet and AI receivers in every home allow me to connect to everyone." As Adeline increases the dose of fear, Jack collapses, pulling out a small device, stating that he's really hoping that Batman is getting this. Back over at the Batcave, the computer says that it's beginning to filter the signal, and Bruce tells Jack to hang on. Back over in the city, Terry begs Matt to focus on his voice, remember who he really is, and Matt yells, "I know exactly who you are, a monster that has to die!" Matt then starts throwing all of his batarangs out, landing one of them into Melanie's arm. Terry runs behind Matt, grabbing him, yelling for him to stop, and Matt uses the thrusters in the boots to blast Melanie back into a wall. Terry then lets go of Matt and hurries over to Melanie, but with his back turned, Matt throws out a small explosive device. Terry picks up Melanie to shield her, shouting that he needs to stop, and Bruce radios in that he's going to jam Scarecrow's signal, but he needs more time. But then Terry looks back, pulling off his mask, telling Matt, "Please, just remember." And Matt stops, asking, "You're not a monster?" And Melanie says, "Whoa! Terry McGinnis is Batman?" Terry walks over to Matt, telling him to ignore the voices in his head, whatever he is seeing. "See me!" Over in the Batcave, Bruce says, "Of course. The AI cubes, they're everywhere. Scarecrow must have been piggybacking off of them. Melanie must not have one, which is why she's able to avoid being under Scarecrow's influence." But up above Terry and the others, Barbara leads a squad of attack jets, and as she locks on, Bruce hits the signal scrambler. Barbara gets ready to push the button, and then a voice shouts for her not to do it. Terry flies up, telling her, "Don't do it!
Really?
If you fire, you can kill thousands." Barbara snaps out of the trance, pulling back the control, narrowly missing Terry and Matt. Bruce then appears on all of the TV screens around Neo Gotham, telling everyone, "Wayne Industries detected a covert signal running into your home AI devices. It caused you all to be gripped by a blind, unreasonable fear over someone who is only there to help." As Terry flies away, Melanie tells him that he has a lot of explaining to do when they get back. And Terry says that when they're all done, he will. But we have somewhere we need to go first. Over at the news station, Adeline looks at the screens, asking, "What is going on? What is happening?" Terry crashes in the window, stating that they happened. Adeline hides behind Jack, shouting that the devil has come for them. "Stop him!" And Jack swings at Terry, telling him to back off, but Terry punches him, telling him, "Your best years are behind you now." As Terry pulls back for another hit, Jack catches it, stating the signal is blocked, all right, but I know what drove that poor innocent child to this point of desperation. The last person that she needs to see right now is Batman. Adeline starts stumbling back, shouting to keep him away, and Jack walks over, taking off her mask, telling her it's going to be okay. The next day at Arkham, Adeline sits at her cell, stating that Batman, the demon, the devil, the monster, the beast, the Batman, the demon, the devil, the monster, the beast. And a voice comes over the cell stating, "The Batman is a monster, isn't he? When we get out, we'll be happy to deal with him." As the sun rises over Neo Gotham, Terry McGinnis and his brother Matt, the new Robin, head out after receiving a call from Commissioner Gordon about a murder. When the two touch down, Terry asks what is the situation, and Barbara tells him something out of the norm, even for Gotham. Terry says it's hard to surprise him with all that he's seen, and as the two step into the old home, Barbara asks to be sure about this. In a pile in the middle of the room, 3 dregs from the Joker gang lay cuffed dead with the words, "They deserved this," written on them. Not wanting his little brother to see this, Terry tells Matt to wait outside and make sure they have another set of eyes to watch the perimeter. As Matt leaves, Barbara Gordon then says that she really doesn't approve of this. He's too young to be a Robin. But these would be the 22nd, 3rd, and 4th Jokers to be killed this month viciously. Terry asks, "There's been more?" And Barbara says, "Yeah, just as grisly and violent. There's no definitive evidence yet, but they think it's all tied together." On a different note, though, she's going to assume that she'll see them at the ceremony. Terry and Matt take off, and Terry tells her, unless something comes up. So Barbara says that this is her something for the night. If she can't make it, give her regards to the boss.
A short while later, at the newly built Wayne Family Center of Tomorrow, press gather around the monumental building's grand opening. Matt quietly tells Terry that they should be out there looking for whoever whacked those jokers, but Terry then says they need to be here for this. This is a big event for Bruce. This building is his legacy, a testament to all that he's done, both with and without the cape. A few moments later, Bruce's airship lands and Bruce steps out, asking, "What's the latest on the dead jokers?" Terry explains what Barbara told him, and Bruce asks, "Why all this? Some insider out for revenge? A twisted vigilante who thinks that he's doing the city a favor?" As Bruce turns, he sees someone and says, "There, our group is now complete." Dick Grayson, the now mayor of Bloodhaven, along with his daughter Elena, step off the train with Bruce greeting them, asking, "How long's it been, Dick?" Dick tells him, "Not since Elena got out of the service. But, can I talk to you privately for a moment, Bruce?" As everyone begins to head inside, Dick whispers that he's heard rumors of there being a new
Huntress
Robin. When is
Helena?
Bruce gonna give it all up? Bruce tells him Matt's good, talented, he'll be fine. And once everyone's ready, Lucius Fox takes the podium, welcoming everyone here with them today. He tells the crowds that the Waynes have been the cornerstone of Gotham since the beginning. Bruce Wayne has generously given Neo-Gotham the deed to this advanced building, and with all of the latest technology to the city as a way to usher in this great new age. But before he drones on too long, please allow him to introduce the man of the hour, Bruce Wayne. The crowd claps and Bruce clears his throat as he takes the mic, telling everyone that from the beginning, my family has always been here. Generations of Waynes have helped build this town along with all of the other hard-working families. And that is why I would like to give this state-of-the-art building to Gotham. It will house Neo-Gotham civic offices and those who work to make life better for all of you. As Bruce goes on, a man with a purple coat scoffs and leaves as he lowers his hat. However, as Bruce wraps up his speech back down on the street levels, Barbara is brought to Ace Chemicals where the Joker's bodies were found. One of the workers finds a card on the door with the words, "No one uses my name, no one." Barbara stares at the card asking, "Who's using whose name here?" And back up top, Bruce hands over the deed to the new building. As Lucius opens up the envelope, he pulls out a letter with the words, "The joke's on you, Brucey!" Just then, the sound of grinding metal can be heard, and everyone turns to see one of the trains to the building speeding into the station. Bruce grabs everyone, telling them, "We need to go!" And Terry and Matt run away so that they can change into the outfits of Batman and Robin without being seen. Once ready, Terry flies over to the train to try and stop it in its tracks, but a device planted onto the train's controls pulls the lever, and the train flies off the rails. As the train begins to break apart, it crashes into Bruce's new building, causing massive damage to it in the surrounding area. The elevator Bruce and the others were on begins to fly off the tracks, and Terry and Matt swoop in to catch them before the building explodes again. Meanwhile, over at the police station, reports of the explosions flood in, with Barbara running to the office to get ready to leave when she hears a familiar voice. And the voice says, "Hello, Commissioner, or shall I call you Babs?" Barbara gets ready to speak, but the person tells her that it's been a very long time. You aged so well. I've always felt particularly close to you, like we have a special bond. You hate the Jokers as much as I do, ripping off a good man's name the way that they did. Criminal, I say. They deserved to die. Barbara finally collects her words, simply stating, impossible. Joker spins around in the chair, pointing his gun at Barbara, asking, "Why so shocked? Are you stating that Bruce never told you that I was alive?" Joker fires his gun, but as Barbara narrowly dodges the shot, he asks, "Are you getting faster in your old age?" Barbara grabs a drawer from the filing cabinet, throwing it at the Joker, yelling,
Yeah, what the hell?
"You're
Did
the
she
one who
get
brought down
younger?
the Wayne building." As the gun is knocked out of Joker's hand, he reaches down, grabbing it, stating, "Well, I can't say you're wrong about that. Gloriously guilty as charged." Barbara then takes the miniature flag on her desk, stabbing it into the Joker's hand, kicking him in the face, knocking him out of the building. She shouts that he should never have come back, and as she looks out the window, she says, "No way." Joker is standing on a hover taxi, telling her, "Ta-da! Can you believe my good fortune? It's almost like someone planned it in advance." Barbara grabs her gun and begins to shoot, but as the taxi flies away, Joker yells, "Too bad I'm out of range, Babs! Just look at the Wayne building, how tragic!" Back over at the Wayne building, Terry and Matt grab a hold of the elevator with Bruce and the others in it and set it on the ground. As everyone gets out, Dick asks,
Did that runaway train just take out the entire complex? And Bruce tells him, that was no accident. My building was targeted. Dick then asks, any idea who? So Terry flies over, stating that they're gonna worry about that later. We still have to help the injured. Over on the flying taxi, Joker watches the news feeds of Terry and Matt helping the people, and he asks, is that, be still my heart, a new Robin? How perfect! Now I've got a goal worth working towards. Something to shoot for. Shiny red and green target. Down on the ground level of the Wayne building, Terry and Matt sift through the rubble, helping get everyone trapped out as quickly as they can. As the last few survivors are pulled out, a police car speeds by, with Barbara jumping out telling Terry, you have to get Bruce. We need to talk now. Once everyone is together, Barbara tells everyone what she saw. He's alive, not some imitator, the 100% real deal Joker. Chances are that he's the one who's been killing the Jokers. All of the notes they found didn't make sense at first, but now, Bruce sighs, stating, I'm the one responsible for this. He was the one who took down the building, killed more than he can. Oh God. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Joker's eyes widen as he sees what he's been looking for, stating, there you are! Tribute to the greatest moment ever! Glorious, wonderful, exhilarating, and now, at long last, time for the sequel! He laughs as he pulls down the crowbar from the wall that he used to beat Jason Todd to death. Later that night, the Joker's thug holds
Jason
closed
Todd
his trench coat, stating, I hate this, hate this, hate this, hate this, hate this, but I gotta do it, no choice. He walks into the Joke's on You magic shop with the man behind the counter, stating, hey CC, been a while. CC opens up the trench coat, stating, I'm sorry for everything, but I have to do this for Ruby, so the card won't kill her. CC opens up the coat, revealing a vest of dynamite and a screen with the Joker on it. And he yells, hello, Bertie! You supply the Jokers, the Pretenders! That's an infringement on copyright, trademark, and every standard of good taste that there is. You made them look like me. That's an insult, Bertie. One that cuts to the core. Take it away, CC. CC begins to cry as he holds up the remote, telling him, I'm sorry, and he presses the button. The entire building blows up with the Joker shouting, that would be sad, so very, very sad. But the indignity of it all the Jokers stealing my good name and using it for their own personal gain. Why, that is appalling, appalling, I say. They were imposters, frauds, and you know what else is a fraud? Neo Gotham. This town should be like it used to be, gritty, grimy. Wouldn't you agree, my loyal throwbacks? In front of Joker stands 5 former Joker's members, Dottie, Willie, Ronnie, Ruby, and John. Joker sticks a cigar in Dottie's mouth, stating, you realize what needs to be taken back, right? Don't worry, the cigar won't explode. In theory. He lights a cigar, stating, just one thing that's wrong, and that something is, John, you're what's wrong? John steps back asking, me? And Joker grabs him by the face, telling him, I have Ronnie, a Willie, a Dottie, and a Ruby, but John doesn't fit into that. As Joker goes on, Ruby starts to cry. Joker asks, what's got you down? She tells him it's CC, he was my. And Joker asks, you're honey doodles? Forget about that, you're a throwback now. Here to help take Neo Gotham back to the mud hole it was meant to be. Ruby asks, when it was plain old Gotham City? And the Joker shouts, precisely! This town used to be such a grand place. Dark, creepy, filled with muck, blood, guts, and crime. It was glorious. And now everything is new and shiny. What's up with that? And the Bat? Don't even get me started on the Bat. He flies without a cape. He has wings, red wings, and a flying Robin. Have you ever heard of such a thing? It's crazy, I say, crazy. But it certainly proves what tech can do for a man. That's why if Batman is going to embrace technology, I shall too. John here, he'll be the key to making that work. John excitedly yells, of course, boss. Whatever it takes, I'm here for you. Joker takes out his knife, stabbing John. No, not anymore, you're not. Later, as Terry and Matt head over to the destroyed magic store, Terry asks, what's the target? Matt tells him a novelty shop, some goofy joke stuff. Terry thinks about it and says, seems petty. The Joker is a psychotic criminal mastermind. Why mess with a low-level shop? Just then, beams fire down on the two of them, forcing them to fly up. As the two go up and over the building, they see the old Joker shooting at them, and Matt asks, Jokers? Dottie yells back, not Jokers, we're the throwbacks. Terry throws a set of batarangs, asking, what's the difference? Ronnie tells him, it is to the boss.
Might be a name only, though. Matt flies down, pulling back, causing Dottie to shoot Ronnie, and laughs as he gets away. Terry then jumps down, kicking Dottie, yelling, "I don't care about you, where's the Joker?" Across the rooftop, Ruby runs into the building with Matt following, yelling for her to get back. Just then, Matt is punched back out, and Terry catches him asking, "Did she do this? How?" And Matt tells him, "No, not her. Something monstrous." As he says that, Terry can hear the Joker calling out to him, stating, "I can't say I love what you've done with the place. Made it all spiffy, and those wings, so you can fly. Far as I'm concerned, that's cheating, but if you're going to cheat, then so will I, bats." Just then a giant cyborg John walks out and the Joker yells, "Think of him as Joker Beyond!"
Joker beyond.
Joker bursts out laughing as John fires a giant destructive beam right over Terry's head. John himself begs to help, but Joker tells Batman that he has plenty of help. "And did you know that it's a bird hunting season?" John's arm transforms into a Gatling gun and begins to shoot, with Terry throwing himself over Matt, asking Bruce and the others if they are seeing this. Bruce tells him, "Trying to get a read now." And Joker then says, "You know what I've always wanted? A grenade launcher!" He shoots off a grenade, knocking Terry and Matt into the air, but as Terry recovers, he asks, "You got any ideas, Bruce?" Joker asks, "Are you talking to somebody? Bruce? Bruce who?" Bruce radios back telling him, "John is constructed out of Promethean
Bruce
metal.
who?
Hit him with the heaviest artillery that you've got." Terry and Matt both throw their high explosive batarangs,
Here's
but
the real
John
Joker,
jumps up,
wouldn't you
blasting
know?
them out of the air with his eye blast. And Joker tells them, "This must be some kind of joke." John then flies through the air, shooting his laser cannon, and he tears through one of Matt's wings. Terry spins around, grabbing him, but while his back is turned, John hits him with a beam, launching him across the city. Matt radios in, stating that he can land safely. All he has to do is, but just then, Matt rockets himself into a stone wall, knocking himself out. A few seconds later, Joker reaches down, grabbing Matt, stating, "One man's trash is another man's treasure. So I ask you, little bird, how often does history get a chance to repeat itself?" Back across town, though, Terry pulls himself out of the debris, and Bruce tells him that Matt is MIA. He needs to find him before... Terry hears Joker laughing as John blasts a hole into the hospital's ventilation system. Joker calls out, "What a better way to help the sick and the broken than some laughing gas! Enough to fill the lungs of everyone! What better way to die than die laughing!" Terry charges into John, throwing him off his feet, but John gets right back up and Joker asks, "What if I was to use the gas on you?" As Terry is sprayed, he tells Joker that it's kinda useless on somebody who has their own oxygen supply. Through the smoke, John lunges out, grabbing Terry, and he begins to crush him. But before it's too late, Terry reaches down, hitting the electrical discharge button on his belt, and he shocks John into letting him go. John gets up with the Joker yelling, "That's cheating! But while I'm down and out, guess I should go back to filling up the hospital." Just then, a bat plane speeds by, hitting John, destroying his entire body. Terry jumps up, asking, "Grayson?" And Dick tells him, "Yeah, thought you could use a hand." As the smoke clears, Joker calls out, "You're still here?" Terry picks up the transmitter and Joker asks, "Do you think you've won?" And Terry tells him, "Well, your cyborg isn't looking too good, so I'm gonna say yeah." And Joker then asks, "How about your little friend here?" Unfortunately, little Robbie is a bit too busy to answer, though. Aren't you, little Robbie? Speaking of friends, I've got quite a few down here on the streets. They all appreciate the good old days. So, since we can't all move up to luxury palaces in the sky, how about we bring the upper crusters to them, just like Wayne's new tower? To kick it off, I'm gonna throw a party. One in which the Joker, that would be me of course, celebrates the most famous and greatest day in Gotham history, complete with the blood and DNA stained commemorative crowbar. But I'm nothing but a good sport. I'll give little old Robin here a chance to keep breathing, so long as you tell me about the man you were talking to. Tell me about the man you call Bruce. As Joker cuts the feed, he says, "I really miss the good old days. Good times, best in fact. Oops, almost forgot my pills. Who could forget my greatest hits, though? Like the commissioner's daughter, Blammo, or Robin. Oh boy, Robin. Talk about a mess. Dry cleaner never could get the suit clean. Today it's time for a comeback. To prove to everyone that I wasn't a one-hit wonder. Oh, and all I would have to do is bash someone's head in." Matt shouts that Batman is gonna be here any second, so Joker grabs him by the head, looking right at him. Oh, kiddo, you're a goner! But to preserve the moment for all of history, we're gonna be broadcasting it worldwide! However, before Project Skullcracker begins, this Bruce who? Matt remains quiet and Joker tells him, fine, I'll make you duck, or better yet, scream! Back at the Batcave, Bruce tries to find Matt's last known signal when the Joker appears on the screen. Joker tells everyone that he's sorry for interrupting everyone's mundane programming, but he has a very special feature for all of them to see. What, you might be asking? Well, for a matter of life and death, of course. Emphasis on the death part. Joker points to a coffin with cloth draped over it, and the words "Dead Bird Boy" appear on it. Bruce begins to feel regret for letting Matt go out as Robin. Joker pulls Matt onto the screen and says, "Last chance, kiddo! Who were you talking to over that radio?" Matt tells him, "My mother." So Joker lifts the crowbar above his head, telling him, "If that's the way you want it, nice knowing you, bird boy." But before the Joker can strike, he stops and says, "Wait, I can feel it. You're out there, aren't you, old bat? You're watching, hiding. Put the kid in the casket. Bring the lighter fluid." Bruce shouts, telling Matt, "If you can hear me, cooperate. Whatever the Joker wants, tell him." Soon, the throwbacks begin to pour gas onto the coffin. And Silly says that this is so they don't end up like John. Ruby says maybe they'd be better off dealing with the Bat and then the J. Willie flicks the lighter, and just as he goes to light the coffin, Terry bursts through the wall, punching them both with his fist, shouting, "Leave him alone!" Ronnie goes for the lighter, but before he can grab it, Dick swings in, kicking him in the back of the head. Ruby picks it up, stating that it looks like it's up to her now. Best to do what Jay says. Dick picks up 2 metal bars, cracking Dottie and Ronnie, stating that he's amazed at no matter how bad the Joker treats his crew, they're always loyal to him. Terry punches Willie, telling him, "And you're all just delusional." But while the two aren't looking, Ruby lights the casket and it ignites in a fiery blaze. Terry screams out, "No!" and he runs over, prying open the lid. When he looks inside, though, he asks, "What the hell?" Bruce asks, "What's going on? Is Matt alive?" Joker tells him, "For now, but that could change." Bruce turns back, stating, "It can't be." And Joker says, "Sure it can, old buddy. The fact that you didn't notice the message with me in it was pre-recorded really shows your age, Batman." As Joker steps into the light, he holds a gun to Matt's head and he says, "Little Robin sang like a bird. It's nice, because people like us have been friends for so long. We should be on a first-name basis. Huh? Bruce?" Elena runs at the Joker, telling him that he's made a mistake coming for her. But Joker shoots her in the arm, telling her, "You know, the commission's daughter, the mayor's daughter, you're all the same." He places the gun to the back of Matt's head, telling him, "The next one goes into her brain. The second is in the boy's head." And Bruce asks, "What do you want?" The Joker tells him, "I can't very well let Father Time do my work for me. I'm here to end things once and for all." Bruce says, "Have at it." And Joker throws Matt aside, yelling, "Our time together is what made life worth living for me." Joker swings the crowbar as Bruce blocks it with his cane. A second swing breaks that cane in half. Joker then cracks Bruce in the back with the crowbar and then across the face. Bruce falls down with Joker lifting it up, stating, "I almost hate to do this, but there's no way that I will let nature cheat me out of this one, you old bag." Bruce gets back up, positioning his body to let the crowbar hit him across the shoulder, but while Joker thinks he's won, he gets up, stabbing the broken cane into his arm. Bruce reaches into the Joker's vest, grabbing the gun, stating, painful. "This one chance is all I get." And Joker laughs. "You know what? Go ahead and do it. Do it for Babs, do it for Robin, and so many more. You know you want to." But that's when Joker grabs his chest, stating, "My heart, not yet, not now." With one last gasp for air, Joker slowly releases his shirt, falling to the ground. Bruce stares at the Joker's body, and Matt runs over, stating that he's so sorry. If he hadn't talked, he wouldn't have found. But Bruce stops him, stating that he has nothing to be sorry for. He's alive. And this demented, twisted soul has told his last joke. Except Matt sees it differently. He sees the Joker has broken in and he's won. He hangs and he begs the Joker not to do it, and the Joker laughs, telling him, "It's nice to see you use please.
But years ago, I killed a Robin, and tonight I'm going to do it again. Lightning strikes as Matt screams, waking from his nightmare. He pants and he looks at himself in the mirror, stating that he can't let this get to him. He can't be afraid. Don't ever be afraid. Down in the Batcave, Dick asks Barbara over the comms if she's got anything. And Barbara tells him that she ran all the tests, went through every record that they've had over the decades. There's no doubt that this is the Joker and he's dead. And Dick says, after all these years, it hardly seems possible. Bruce thinks about it and Elena asks, do you have any doubts? And Bruce tells her, did he die of some kind of heart attack? It seems wrong. Too peaceful for a monster like him. Barbara looks at the body and pushes it back into the locker, stating, as difficult as it was to comprehend, that twisted maniac is gone.
So they're not going to say how he was
Dick
alive?
then says it's a shame that it didn't happen sooner, and Bruce tells him that that's why Terry is out there making sure that they wipe out the Jokers once and for all. And just then Matt runs in asking if they're talking about Terry. He went off on some mission alone, right? Dick tells him it's nothing to worry about, just rounding up the last of the Jokers. This time of night, he should be sleeping anyway. Matt yells, the Jokers are trouble, Terry needs him. Everyone turns back to the video feed of Terry fighting the last of the Jokers. Dick says, see? Nothing to worry about. Terry is just... But when he turns back, he sees Matt has already left. Dick tells Bruce that this business with him being Robin is on him. Wasn't Barbara and Jason enough? Not to mention the fact that the Joker almost killed his daughter. Bruce stares at the screen, stating that Matt has the stuff, he'll be fine. And a few moments later, Matt arrives at Terry's coordinates and he sees him blasting out of the building. One of the Jokers shouts not to let up, keep going. So the gang blasts Terry again, but Matt falls down, knocking everything to the ground, stating that they're not going to pull that trigger again. He picks up one of the thugs, stating that he's a murdering sicko. The man laughs, stating, idiot, don't you even know to watch your own back? Just then Matt is hit from behind and another thug says that he's right, Junior. Gonna keep an eye in the back of your head for this kind of stuff, but I can help you with that. The thug brings the buzzsaws closer to Matt's face, so Terry throws out batarangs, knocking that thug back, and he tells Matt that he's got this. He should have stayed home. One of the thugs from before asks if they're really arguing, and Terry grabs one of the men, throwing him, telling him to shut up. The female of the group bends down, stating that she was just here for the ride. She really didn't want any part of this. And so Matt asks if she's going to surrender, and she smiles, stating for a cool guy like him, she'll go wherever he says. As she gets closer, Terry shouts for him to look out, and the woman pulls out a crowbar and begins to swing. Matt stares, frozen in place, but before the crowbar could land, a hand reaches out, catching it. Dick Grayson grabs the crowbar and knocks the woman out, telling Matt that he shouldn't be here. A few moments later, Matt snaps out of it, stating that he's sorry. And Dick kneels down, stating that he shouldn't be. The only thing that he should be worried about right now is being a kid. Later, back in the Batcave, Matt shouts that he will not stop being Robin, but Terry tells him that he froze and almost got killed. Dick says as his legal guardian, it's his call, and Bruce even agrees. And Matt asks, so what? I locked up for a second, it won't happen again, tell him, Terry. Terry says that he knows it hurts, but Dick is right. Deep down, he knows that Robin's time has come to an end. Matt takes off the mask, and Bruce looks back at the computer, stating that it's done. The Jokers are finished. And Dick says, wait, whatever happened to Harley Quinn? Back at the morgue, a woman opens the locker containing the Joker's body and says that he doesn't belong here. He deserves better. Come on, I'm taking you home, Puddin'. With Joker's recent attempt at a comeback failed, Terry and Matt were forced to face off against the members of the Joker's gang, which almost resulted in Matt being killed. Since then, Bruce has decided to stop by Arkham Asylum to see just how Dr. Sheehan has been rehabilitating her inmates. Sheehan states that she likes to refer to people here as her guests. Terms like inmates minimize their impressions of themselves and inhibit their potential for a full recovery. With Wayne Enterprises' generous contributions, they've been seeing good results in their guests. And as the two begin to walk through the facility, the lights go out and Sheehan sighs, stating that there it goes again. Please accept her apologies, their equipment is quite old. Bruce waits for a moment, telling her that it might be possible that this is something more. Sheehan tells him that that's ridiculous. As soon as their generator kicks in, they'll be, but as she speaks, the lights come back on and Bruce has seemingly moved places. She asks, see, nothing to worry about. And Bruce tells her, maybe you're right, but I have to go. Other places to visit, you know how it is. As Bruce gets into his car, he sits down asking Alfred if they have anything to drink. Alfred tells him there is something in the compartment to his left. But isn't it a bit early for a drink? Bruce pours himself a glass, telling him, not after spending time at Arkham. And you may want to keep your opinions to yourself. Later, as Bruce returns to the mansion, Terry and Matt tell him that it's perfect timing that he arrived. He sips his drink, stating, "Sure, kid, what's up?" Terry explains that recently there's been a lot of break-ins at the former Powers Tech facilities. They're hoping that he would have some inside knowledge from when Powers Tech and Wayne Enterprises had merged. If they were to get his personal access to those records, they might be able to look into the matter before any more break-ins happen. And Bruce stops him. "No. Places don't get much nastier than Arkham. Screams echoing through the halls can shake a mansion." The two head down into the Batcave, and once Bruce presses down on the fingerprint reader, the computer tells them that the files are now open. Matt looks through, telling them that they're on the right track. It would seem that Powers Tech has had a few facilities that were off books. Terry then begins to suit up, stating that that's the break they needed. They'll start with Powers Prime and work from there. A short while later, Terry sneaks into Powers Prime facility and radios back that this place looks like it hasn't been active in years. But just before he could investigate, he's suddenly hit from behind by a man in silver and gold. Terry quickly gets back to his feet, asking where did he go, but the man vanishes. And at that moment, the man appears again, hitting Terry, telling him, "I'm right in front of you." But something is off. When the villain speaks, it sounds like there are two people speaking. The man keeps disappearing and reappearing, attacking from all angles, and Terry gets back up, telling him, "All right, I've had enough. If I can't see you, then I'll even the odds of smoke grenades." He tosses out the capsules, and the man hits him again, telling him, "Do you think that would save you from us?" As Terry is hit, he asks, "We?" And he looks up to see two men, one in silver and one in gold. The one in silver tells the other that they have what they came for. They need to go. The one in gold picks up Terry, telling him, "Not yet, we don't." And Terry asks, "Do you guys got a name or something?" The man in gold slams Terry into the wall, telling him, "You can call us Split." And the man in silver yells, "That isn't necessary." The man in gold then throws Terry into the vault, and the silver one slows down to catch his breath, telling him, "We've been separated too long. Hurry, Caden." Caden hits the switch to lock Terry in, but as he does, the man in silver and him begin to merge together into one. Caden then says that they can leave after they start this one up, Adam. It's a gravity chamber. Once the machine starts, Terry is pulled to the ground and he begins to scream in pain. And Adam yells, "You have to stop!" But Caden tells him, "No, we aren't the ones killing him, it's the chamber. The gravitational forces are pulling him down through the floor. It'll only take seconds to tear his spine right out of his body." Back in the Batcave, Matt helplessly watches his brother and the current Batman die. And he asks Bruce, "What are we gonna do? Terry is dying." But Bruce, seemingly out of character, sips his drink. "I have no clue." Meanwhile, back in Arkham, a man in a straitjacket and a helmet yells to let him out. He shouldn't be here. He's not who they think he is. He can't remember who he is. Back at the Batcave, Matt shouts that they have to do something. Bruce is acting like he doesn't even care. And Bruce tells him, "No, that's not true. It's just, I don't see a solution here. I'm sorry to say, but this could be the end, Matt." Matt looks back at the computer, telling him, "No, there's got to be something we can do. Maybe if we go through the files from where Wayne Enterprises and Powers Technology were in business together. That might give us something that'll give us access to the facility's control." Matt begins to sift through the files until he finds what he's looking for, and he yells, "That's it! The gravity generator control panel!" He tells Terry to hang on as he presses the button, and suddenly the gravity generator stops. Terry takes a deep breath, telling him, "Ugh, nice work, Matt, but unfortunately it looks like Split is gone." So Matt asks, "Who was that guy anyway?" And Terry tells him that he must have been a teleporter who could divide into two because he's two people fused into one. From the way they talked, it sounded like they were brothers. Beyond that, he's a mystery to me. Heading back for repairs. Bruce tells him, "Looks like everything worked out, but I'm feeling a little wiped out, so I'm gonna call it a night." Matt asks, "What about Split?" And Bruce tells him, "That's a job for tomorrow. Gonna go catch some Z's." Later that night, after getting the Batsuit into the rehab tube, former Royal Flush gang member Melanie walks in, stating that it sounds like Batman is likely to be alive right now. "Is there anything I can do to help you, Terry?" And Terry tells her that he was just caught by surprise. It won't happen again. Besides, he needs to head back out. Split seemed to have detailed knowledge on the secret projects that Powers Technology was working on. Looks to be collecting specific items. I've already faced him once. There shouldn't be any surprises now. As Terry leaves, Melanie yells that if he needs a hand, 10 is ready to fly. And once he goes, Melanie asks, "Where's the big man?" And Matt tells her that he's sleeping. "Wish he was here to monitor the action, though. Maybe we could wake him up." And Alfred tells him that he's unable to comply. Mr. Wayne left the mansion 1 hour and 47 minutes ago. But Matt pauses for a second, asking, "Where could he have gone?" And Alfred says that Mr. Wayne has forbidden me from divulging that information. Meanwhile, over at the Le Coin Perdue Casino, Bruce steps out of his car and the valet tells Bruce to enjoy himself. And Bruce says, "With the money I have, I intend to." Over at the second Powers Tech facility, Terry scans the area and notices a heat signature coming out of one of the lower levels. He uses the jet on his boots to start cutting out a hole, but before he can finish, Adam and Caden appear as Split and they knock him through the ground as Caden says that they are so done with him. As they fall, Adam says, "It doesn't have to be this way." And Caden tells him, "Shut up and stop whining. He deserves what he's gonna get." Terry kicks Split back, telling him, "I'm wise to you now. Your tricks aren't going to work. I know about the teleporting." Split stops and Adam asks him, "Did he say teleporter?" And Caden tells him, "Yes, he did, which means Batman couldn't be ready for this." Split begins to spin around Terry at super high speeds, beating him with a pipe. And Terry simply says, "All right, I was wrong. They're right." Both Caden and Adam tell him, "We're a speedster." Split continues swinging, and Caden says, "If it wasn't for this armor, you'd be dead." But while Terry tries to get back up, back in the Batcave, Matt and Melanie scan the city for Bruce until they find him at a poker table. Matt says, "It's like he couldn't care less about Terry. What in the world is wrong with Mr. Wayne?" However, back at Arkham, the guards return to the helmeted man, telling him, "It's time for your 20 minutes outside, let's go." The man pushes the guards back with his body, yelling, "I don't belong here!" And the guards shock him, telling him, "If you do that again, you won't be going anywhere for a week. Now you better straighten up, false face." However, back at the Powers Tech facility, Split reaches for a device, and Adam says that this is the Matrix unit that they were looking for. All they need is this, and they can. But Terry jumps down, telling them, "You aren't going anywhere," and he tackles into both Adam and Caden. Adam and Caden split apart, telling him that he had his chance. This is all he's getting. So Terry reaches for the Matrix unit, but before he can grab it, Caden punches him, telling him, "You're too slow." While Caden hits Terry, Adam grabs the unit, stating that they have it. It's time to go. So Terry gets up, looking at them. And he tosses out small explosive pods. Caden runs, picking the explosives out of the air, telling him that it's really easy for him to pluck these out and throw them back at him, you know? Terry quickly begins to wonder what it'll take to beat this guy. Any words of wisdom from Bruce on how to handle this? And Matt tells him, "That's the thing. Bruce is gone, and believe it or not, he's betting up a storm at a casino." As Bruce is leaving the casino with his date, he tells Alfred to take him home and tell those people at the house to get lost. And once they're gone, change the security codes to bar entry. Alfred advises against that, but Bruce shouts, "Do it!" And back at the Batcave, Alfred tells Matt and Melanie that he regrets to do this, but they must vacate the premises immediately. Matt tells Terry he's got to do something. Bruce isn't far from his location. And that's when Bruce sees Terry flying by as Batman, telling Alfred to land the car. He's gonna take care of this. Once the car lands, Bruce steps out, telling Terry, "You're messing with my date." And Terry lands, asking, "What is going on? We're all worried about you and you are not acting like yourself." So Bruce asks Alfred to go ahead and block transmission back to the cave. Once the feed is cut, Bruce tells him, "Good. Now that we're offline," he takes out a gun, firing it into Terry's chest. Terry stumbles, asking, "What was that?" And Bruce tells him, "Neural shocker. It means you'll live." And just then, Bruce charges forward, throwing both him and Terry over the ledge. While that goes on, Melanie goes to Arkham to try and find some clues as to what is actually happening. And that's when she and Dr. Sheehan go over the events of what happened when Bruce came by. And Melanie notices something. She goes to where Bruce was, or where he was when the lights came on, asking, "Who is in this cell?" She opens the door and Sheehan tells her to stop, but the cell door suddenly opens up and a helmeted man rushes out. The man begins to fight Melanie back and easily take on the guards. And as one of the guards swings their choker, the man wraps himself around it and uses it to knock the guards down. Melanie then grabs it and shocks the man, telling him, "We're gonna need you to calm down." But while she fights with the masked man back at the Batcave, Terry returns and Matt asks him what happened. Terry lands, telling him, "Yeah, Wayne happened. The old man shot me." Matt asks why would Bruce do that, and Terry tells him that Bruce isn't acting like himself because it isn't Bruce. Some identical doppelganger has taken his place. Terry then tells Alfred to confirm his identity and override Bruce's command. "Get me a feed of Arkham Asylum." As the cameras come on, they see Melanie unmasking the men who attacked them and reveals him to be Bruce. She says that the prisoner who was in the cell grabbed Bruce during the power outage, put him in a straitjacket, and walked out of here wearing Bruce's face, a prisoner called Falseface. Sheehan explains that Falseface can assume someone's identity, and the person that he becomes loses all sense of themselves. They kept Falseface in a Promethean helmet in order to inhibit his powers, but if he escaped, Matt then says that if that's the case, we wouldn't be able to tell him from a street beggar to the mayor. Terry tells him, yeah, he could be anyone. And while everyone comes to this realization, down in a back alley in a bad part of Neo-Gotham, Terry wakes up asking, Who am I? With Falseface having taken Terry's identity, he goes on a patrol so that he can play hero while Bruce comes back to the mansion. But as Falseface returns through the window, Bruce shouts that he knows better than to come to the house like that. Falseface tells him, relax. It's dark and no one saw me. Bruce stops him, telling him, Batman enters the caves, always. So Falseface pulls back the Batman cowl, telling him, you're the boss? Melanie takes out her phone, stating that she just read the news. It said that Batman was involved in a shootout and that he threw a kidnapper off of a bridge and killed him. Bruce yells, if that's true, I'll make sure that you never use that suit again, Terry. Falseface brushes himself off, telling him, it's cool. I know better than that. After I threw the kidnapper off the bridge, I went after him to make sure the guy was all right. Care to back me up, Alf? Alfred tells him, this is correct. Batman disposed of the kidnapper in an alley, alive, though somewhat worse for wear. Bruce yells, my rules are clear. You harm no one in the Batman suit. Falseface laughs, telling him, that's funny coming from the man that dangled bad guys off of rooftops on a nightly basis. Matt jumps in asking, how about we talk about something else? Like, what we're gonna do about that villain Split, the speedster? Bruce asks him, who? And Melanie tells him that she'll fill him in. He's a speedster that can divide into two people. And Matt goes on telling him that he's been robbing Powers Technology Research. They know that there is at least one last facility, so Bruce walks down into the Batcave telling them, well, then we don't have any more time to waste. If we have reason to think that this Split is in any particular location, we have to move. A short while later, at that last facility, Falseface scans the building and says that he can see Split inside. Looks like he's using a memory stick and downloading data. Should be easy enough to stop. So Falseface, still looking and acting like Terry, crashes through the window and Adam and Caden separate, asking, are you ever going to learn? Falseface smiles at them, telling him, you'll be finished. After you get a whiff of these babies, Bruce yells over the comms that those aren't gas pellets. They're explosives. Adam and Caden begin to punch Falseface, asking, did you try and kill us? We don't want to hurt you. But Falseface stops as the two of them charge at him, telling him, I don't want to hurt you guys either. In fact, I was thinking that maybe the three of us could work together. Matt looks around asking, what is he doing? And Bruce tells him, I should have seen this sooner. That man is not Terry McGinnis. Back at the facility, Adam and Caden charge at Falseface, while Caden yells, Batman is just trying to put us away. We have to take him out. Falseface laughs, telling him, oh, you want to do this the hard way? Fine. These speed demons are about to inhale some gas that causes an instant paralyze. It was made for extreme crowd control, so it doesn't last long. If you want to try and kill me, well, good luck with that. If you're after something like advanced tech, I can help you. And Caden asks, why would you help us? And Adam tells him, we have to at least listen. Falseface continues, I'm playing a long game, one where all three of us win.
Right.
Now tell me all about what's going on. Adam stops, telling him, I'll explain. These speed powers that we share, they're tearing us apart. They're killing
really
us.
got through
Our
that.
only hope is to get the equipment necessary to separate us, and fast. Do you understand this exactly? We have to tell you our origins. We will tell you where it all began. When our mother had a difficult pregnancy, she gave birth to one boy. But something went wrong. The doctors did their best, but our mother died. Our father was left alone to take care of this single boy. He was underemployed and overworked, especially since the kid ate like there was no tomorrow. The boy pushed the father to the edge, and the boy's demands and constant issues were overwhelming. One day it became clear, though. There was two of them, locked in one body. And he, Adam, was the source of Caden's pain. He was a shadow twin, a persistent voice in Caden's head, looking to somehow exist on his own. When he emerged, the fact that there were two of them wasn't the only revelation that shocked their father. The other was their speed. Their situation was beyond what their father could handle, and their father turned them over to Powers Technology, both to help and get rid of them. Derek Powers and his team took them in, and that was the last time they ever saw their father. But Powers had no real interest in helping. He wanted to exploit their abilities. They can't stay separated for long. When separated, the speed eats away at them to the point where they need to merge again. But what they're really fighting, the reason that they're stealing all this tech, all of this happened fast. They were only born 6 years ago. Falseface says that he understands it now. The power is rapidly aging them. Well, he can help. Take them to the smartest guy ever. A man with more tech than they can imagine. Matt and Bruce watch, and Matt says, Falseface is planning to bring them back to the Batcave. Melanie then says he
Falseface
probably
is a dumb
plans to
name, I'm
stop
just gonna
Split's
say.
aging process so that he could assume their identities and speed powers. For Falseface, having 2 bodies would be the ultimate get. Bruce looks back and tells him, I won't allow it. But Melody steps down in costume, telling him, you don't control me. I fought Batman as a part of the Royal Flush Gang, and I can do it again. Especially when he's actually a phony who doesn't know the full potential of the Batsuit. And right now, I'm your only chance. Bruce sighs as he hands her a utility belt, telling her, you fought me enough to know what's in each compartment. Melanie flies out on her car, telling him, don't worry. They won't get back to the Batcave. You can trust me on that.
Where the
As Melanie
hell
leaves,
are these
Matt
little
asks,
bastards?
what about Terry? We don't know where he is. He's lost out there, and he doesn't even know who he is if Falseface's powers are accurate. Bruce tells him, I know, but we need to take care of Falseface and Split fast, which is exactly why I need to place a call to someone special. Later, out on the streets, Falseface and Split make their way to the mansion when suddenly batarangs rain down upon them. Split asks, how? And Melanie flies by, stating, I'm Hal, and she knocks Falseface to the ground. Melanie then takes out the explosive pellets, and as she throws them, Split runs by, catching them and throwing them back, blasting Melanie off her card. As she falls and hits the ground, Falseface walks up telling them, that was some nice work, boys. She took her best shot and came up short. And since you took her out, you can have the honors of shredding her. Split tells him, no, we can't. But back at the cave, there's a sudden whoosh, and a voice tells Bruce, hey, it's been a long time, Bruce. And Bruce tells the man in the shadow, that's what happens when we refuse to talk to somebody. The shadowy man says, after what went down between us, you can't possibly blame me for that. Bruce tells him, it doesn't matter right now. Melanie needs you, now. The man bolts out of the cave, telling him, on my way. Matt stares for a moment and asks, was that really him? And Bruce tells him, yes, it was. Back with Falseface, he asks, what's taking you so long? And Caden tells Adam, we have to do this. We can't die here, Adam. But before either of them could do anything, a red blur runs by, grabbing Melanie, and Falseface asks, who? And the mysterious voice from before tells them, if anyone knows a thing or two about speed, Adam then asks, is that really who I think it is? And old man Barry stops, asking, if you mean the Flash, then the answer's yes. Melanie asks if it's really him, and Barry tells her, yeah, most people just call me Barry now, though. Mind bringing me up to speed on what's going on? Tell me why you're fighting a guy dressed like Batman? Melanie tells him that it's Falseface working with a speedster, calling himself, well, themselves Split. Barry tells her, all right, this makes it 2-on-2. Should be able to make quick work of this one. Adam and Katie begin to split apart, and Melanie says, yeah, about that, you see Split? And Barry tells her, right, can divide into 2. Barry begins to run, telling Melanie, I'll take care of the runners, you handle the false Batman. As Barry runs by, Adam and Kaden start to catch up to him, and as they all begin to run up a building, the 2 brothers go over the ledge and they see nothing. Adam asks where he could have gone, and Barry runs through the wall, telling them, it seems the concept of vibrating through walls is new to you. So word of advice, don't fight opponents who can comprehend your potential better than you can. Kaden starts to get up, throwing a pipe, telling Adam, this isn't what we bargained for. And as the pipe hits Barry, Bruce radios in, telling him, you should have seen that coming. Barry groans, telling him, hey, I didn't give you comm access. Adam and Kaden merge to regain strength and escape, stating, we already have what we need, and we don't need this. Barry runs up, knocking them down, asking, hey, could you guys slow down a bit and tell me about it? Like, what's your story? What are you really after? Adam tells Kaden that they have to. He could be their only hope. Kaden fights the urge to say no, but then lets out a giant sigh, stating, look, we're dying. Our only hope is on that boat. There's a machine on there that can save us. That's why we needed this miniaturized power source. Barry helps Split up, asking, where's the boat? And what about Melanie? Bruce tells him, she'll be fine. She's experienced, and Falseface doesn't know how to maximize the suit's potential. Back up in the air, Melanie throws some gas pellets at Falseface as he shouts, you can't win! No one ever beats me. As Falseface flies through the cloud of gas, he sees Barry taking Split and rockets after them. Over at the boat, Barry asks, is this it? And Kaden says that it's their only hope. They needed the stabilizer, the matrix unit, and the miniaturized power source to recalibrate everything and make it work. Barry helps set up the machine, asking, are you still hoping that this will separate you permanently so that you can live without merging? It might work, but if it does, I'm fairly sure you're going to lose your speed powers forever. As the machine powers up, Kaden says that if anything is to go bad, and they have to save only one of them, make sure it's Adam. He's the good one, Flash. Barry dials up the machine, telling him, I won't let it come to that. Another 30 seconds but that's when Falseface storms in shouting, "No, they're mine! No power source, no experiment." Barry yells, "Wait, if you do that now while the energy is flowing." But before he could finish, the entire boat explodes, and Melanie has to dive in to look for survivors. She finds Falseface pulling him out of the water, and Barry helps them up onto the dock. And a few minutes later, Melanie asks how he is. Barry tells her that it's too late. Falseface is dead. So Melanie leans down, taking off her mask, stating that she's sorry she couldn't have saved him, whoever he is. She stops when she sees Falseface's identity is still Terry McGinnis. She then asks, what does this mean? And Barry tells her he doesn't know. Nor does he know what happened to Adam and Caden. He did a quick search and he couldn't find a trace of them, alive or dead. As the two stand there, Melanie asks, how does he do it? How does he learn to live with this? And Barry asks, what? Death? You don't. But saving lives, that's what's keeping us going. Back at the Batcave, Matt asks, what does this mean for Terry? If Falseface died with his face, shouldn't Terry wake up now? Bruce tells him after doing some research, when Falseface assumes an identity, some kind of nullifier kicks in so that he can wear the look and mannerisms of his victim. The nullifier obliterates the victim's awareness of who they actually are. Matt then asks what happens when Falseface dies as Terry. Bruce puts his arm around Matt, telling him that he didn't move on to another identity or revert to his own. He fears that Terry may be completely unaware of who he really is. Matt begins to shake, stating that Terry's out there on the run and all alone. We might not ever see him again. But meanwhile, in that back alley, a woman looks at the shaggy-looking Terry, telling him to get out of here. Everyone knows that she gets first crack at this restaurant's discards. Terry easily jumps up into the window, telling her that she can go ahead. He'll wait. He's the proactive type. After a few moments, Terry jumps down with 2 sandwiches, telling her that he got one for her too. The woman starts to eat, telling him that if he sticks with her, he'll be good. Just fine. But a few hours later, after everyone's gone to bed in the Wayne Manor, a woman walks down into the cave, stating that it's about time that Bruce went to bed. She looks at the suit, telling herself that it's unthinkable to have Neo Gotham without the bat to protect it. And once the capsule opens, she takes the suit out, and she leaves. Over at Blight's lab, he tells Gustinov and Terry to enter. Gustinov says that it's really him. He's alive. Blight tells her that if she calls this living, who is this? Gustinov tells him that it's a mystery.
Can I just rehabilitate
found him wandering
them?
the streets. Terry chimes in, telling Blight that he is in a bit of a haze with amnesia. Gustinov has actually been trying to help him ever since they met. Blight asks if he's not frightened by his appearance. And Terry says that Gustinov told him what to expect. Said it was the result of a radiation accident. Besides, he needs money, and Gustinov said that this is a chance to make some. Blight tells him, right, well, go one level below. My men will get everything taken care of. Terry yells, thanks, looking forward to it. As he leaves, Blight quietly says that it's incredible. He really doesn't know. Gustinov asks what, that he's Warren McGinnis' son? And that Derek Powers killed his father? No, he doesn't know that. He's perfect for this, not only for the immediate need, but for the revenge against Bruce Wayne as well. Back in the cave, Bruce brings Barbara and Melanie in, stating that he is glad that they could make it. Both Barbara and Melanie start to laugh, stating that the world's greatest detective is stumped. Batwoman wasn't either of them. Just then, there's a loud explosion coming from outside, with Alfred telling everyone to please take cover. We are under attack. As the screens light up, Blight's men get into position to drop off the Devourer bomb. And Barbara says that it would seem that they have bigger problems than who is Batwoman. Bruce looks at them, stating, I'm still not convinced. And Matt says, yeah, how about some proof? Barbara looks at the screen, asking, how about that as proof that neither one of us are Batwoman? If you want to ask Batwoman who she is, she's right there. On the screen, Batwoman flies in, knocking down the hired thugs. And Barbara asks, does Blight know about your cave, Wayne? Bruce tells her, no. Powers just despises me, and that's enough. As Powers, he developed the Devourer as a defensive measure against alien invasions. If he unleashes it here, we're all goners. One of the thugs outside targets Batwoman, stating that they will keep her busy while they set up, and launches a missile that begins to track her. She flies up high into the sky, taking out some small explosives, tossing them back down, detonating the missile in a fiery blaze. The thugs all look up to see no movement, stating that they better hurry and activate the Devourer. And once they do, they need to get the hell out of here.
Batwoman.
Just then a man on a hoverbike comes crashing in, asking, what are you all doing here? A billionaire's mansion, at a bunch of dregs decked out in black, a nasty doomsday weapon, and it's easy to see that something is wrong here. Until it isn't. The man runs over to the Devourer, punching the controls, and soon the device begins to wind down. One of the thugs gets back up, stating, you're about to get yourself killed, man! But before the thug could pull the trigger on his gun, Batwoman flies through, breaking the gun, stumbling onto the ground. The man runs over, asking if she's all right, And when she sees the man, she asks, "It's you? Of all people?" Batwoman takes off, and the man yells for her to wait. He just wanted to help. Bruce and the others come out, and he tells the man that the timing couldn't be more perfect. The man takes off his helmet, stating, "Well, yeah, I learned from the best." Bruce tells him that a good teacher relishes a good student. He was the best of them. "Dick Grayson, how did you know that we were in trouble?" Dick says that he didn't. He actually came by for a completely different reason. The fact is, he needs help. It's Elena. Bruce asks, "What's wrong with your daughter?" In the woods, Batwoman pulls off her mask, stating that she thought she could handle this, but not with him around. There's no way that she is ready to face her father as Batwoman. Back at Wayne Manor, everyone gathers around with Bruce asking Dick about his daughter. "Elena, she's missing?" Matt slaps his forehead. "Of course! We should have known! The truth is staring us right in the face, Mr. Wayne!" Dick asks, "What are you guys talking about?" Matt shouts, "It's so obvious, Mr. Grayson! Elena is Batwoman!" Dick thinks for a moment and says that he just assumed it was Barbara coming out of retirement, to which Barbara lets out another loud laugh because everyone keeps accusing her. Bruce tells him, "It all makes sense. First we thought it was Melanie, then we thought it was Elena. She's aware of our secrets. She knows about the cave and everything in it, including the fact that the suit adapts to anyone who wears it. Elena is Batwoman, Dick." Dick sighs. "Why though? I did everything that I could to have her not go down that path." And Barbara tells him that the implied romanticism and glory of her father's heroic life could captivate a child. He of all people should understand that this life can appeal to a child and pull them in. Dick sighs, telling him that if anyone knows about a young woman making up their minds and hiding it from their fathers, it'd be you, Barbara. We need to find her before she does something crazy. Meanwhile, over at Blight's lab, Terry begins to wake up, finding himself in a confined test tube. He starts to push against the glass, asking, "What's going on? Someone let me out, please! What the hell are you going to do to me?" Dr. Gustinov says, "Please calm down, Mr. McGinnis." And Terry asks her, "Wait, what did you call me?" Blight then chimes in, "She called you McGinnis, as in Terry McGinnis, son of the man whose death was ordered years ago." Terry bangs on the glass, asking what are they going to do with him, and Blight tells him, "My body is dying. In order for me to continue living, I need a new body. And what better choice would the son of the man who started all of this be?" Terry asks what happens to him, though. His own mind, that is. And Blight tells him, "You will end up like your father, dead, a forgotten, wilted wisp of a memory." Terry shouts, asking, "I thought we were friends!" And Gustinov laughs, telling him, "We just met. Blight and I have been lovers for years. I'll do anything to have him back." As Gustinov begins to work on the computer, the process of transferring Blight's consciousness into Terry starts, but it begins to run into an error right away. She goes through the readings and states, "Of course, the amnesia. I'm going to have to undo False Face's work before the process can resume." As she begins to reverse the amnesia, though, Terry begins to struggle when suddenly he stops. "I remember everything!" But at that moment, the power goes out with Blight shouting for them to do something. Elena flies in, knocking Dr. Gustinov to the ground, telling Blight that it's going to be hard if Lady Frankenstein is unconscious. Terry asks, "Is that Batgirl?" And Elena looks back, yelling, "Batwoman? Wait, McGinnis?" Blight lunges at Elena, stating that she may have gotten away from him once, but it won't happen again. Elena sweeps his legs out from underneath him, telling him, "Wrong. This time you're going down." As the two begin to start into their fight, Gustinov reaches out for her tablet, yelling that she won't let anything interfere. Then she says to turn up the generators. The machines then kick into overdrive, shocking Terry, and Elena begins to shout, "It's too much! They're going to kill him!" Blight yells for them to stop. They need McGinnis. But Gustinov says that it's the only way to get her off their backs. They will find him another body. Elena starts to look at the test tube, ripping through the connectors, powering it down, with Blight screaming, "No!" Elena tears off the hatch, pulling Terry out, and begins her escape, with Terry telling her that they have to go back. Blight is giving off too much radiation. If they leave him, he will escape. Elena shuts the blast doors, telling him the entire city has been looking for him. Besides, Blight is dying. Her job is to make sure that he survives and get him back home. Terry tells her right, but what about, who are you anyway? Back in the lab, Blight stands there defeated as his body slowly erupts, stating, "This is all her fault. She let my only chance at life get away." Gustinov shovels towards Blight as the radiation takes over, asking him for his help. "Please, I love you." Blight ignores her, telling her, "This is how I die. Then I swear by all that is holy, I will take Bruce Wayne with me." Back at the manor, Bruce Wayne brings everyone into the cave stating that he could kick himself for not realizing it from the start. Dick says that if Elena has taken on Blight, she'll need help. And Bruce goes on telling him that Blight's radiation is deadly. If they get too close for too long, they're done for. But that's when a voice tells him, "That is quite right. Tango with me and your reward is a slow, excruciating death. Good to see you, Bruce. It's been far too long." Everyone braces themselves as Blight takes out a small device, and as Blight presses the button, a rocket fires from the Batmobile. Bruce shouts for everyone to take cover, and just as they leap away, the rocket hits the other cars behind them. Blight jumps down, walking through the smoke, telling him, "I don't have much time. No more birthdays for me, son, to say. But there's one present I've always wanted all of these years. Bruce Wayne's head on a spike. Killing the original Batman will make me far more than just any everyday criminal." Bruce coughs, laughs. "Whoever that man is, it won't be you." Just then, Elena rockets into the cave, tackling into Blight, slamming him into one of the Batmobiles. Blight turns around, grabbing Elena, stating that, "You couldn't handle me before. You sure as hell can't beat me now. Your flesh will melt right off of your bones." But as Blight tightens his grip around Elena's neck, Terry tells him the only thing that will burn today is you. Terry then flies in wearing another bat suit, knocking Blight down, and everyone asks if it's him. Terry punches into Blight, asking, "Did you really think that this would work? Killing my friends? My family?" Absolutely not. As Terry blasts Blight away, Dick runs over to Elena, asking if she's okay. She tells him, "Yes, Daddy. Sorry that you had to find out like this." He tells her that she should have told him sooner, and Elena asks, "Why? So you could have stopped me?" Terry flies through, asking if they can hold off on the family therapy session. Just in case you didn't notice, there's a radioactive monster hell-bent on killing us all. Blight pulls off his glove, exposing his radioactive body, stating, "You're right, and in a few seconds you will all have yourselves a long, slow, agonizing death." Terry turns the thrusters in his boots to max, throwing himself into Blight, telling everyone to get out. "I'll handle this." Elena charges in, stating, "Not alone you won't. We can minimize exposure if we tag team this fight." As Blight fights off both Terry McGinnis as Batman and Elena as Batwoman, Dick runs in, spraying Blight with foam, telling him that it'll cool off his fires. Elena then asks, "Does Wayne just happen to have an inventory of anti-radiation goop on hand?" And Terry says, "It's probably geared for some other baddie." Dick tells him, "It was an old arsonist named Firefly, in fact. This'll just buy us some time." Bruce begins to shout, "It's all meaningless. If we don't come up with a permanent solution, this will all be for nothing." Moments later, the Bat Jet powers up, and Terry says that he's already on. The jet reaches out, grabbing Blight, shooting out of the cave. Bruce radios in, stating that he needs to escape. The radiation will kill him. And Terry says not yet. The jet nosedives towards the ocean, with Blight yelling, "It's useless. I can't drown." And Terry shoots into the ground after hitting the water, stating, "I know. Radiation can't die, but we can at least bury it." Auto-destruct mechanism initiated. T-minus 5, 4. Dick asks what is he doing, and Bruce yells that he's going to detonate the jet so that the ocean floor caves in on them. Matt runs to the computer to try and call out for help, but before he can, the jet explodes. Everyone calls out to Terry, but the connection drops. Matt shouts, asking, "Why did we let him do that? We just got it back." And the voice says, "It wasn't Bruce's call to make." Terry flies in with his suit mostly destroyed, telling them, "I've been doing things my way the moment I wore the suit, and I'm not about to change." Everyone welcomes Terry back, and Bruce asks the one question on everyone's mind. With everyone back together, which one of them wears the suit tomorrow? With everything going on in New Gotham, no more mind games, no more impersonators. It's time for the true, authentic Batman to be back. It was just another night of tracking down some slam-jackers, and Terry McGinnis was loving being his old self again. But it was all sunshine and neo lights, because Mayor Dick Grayson had his hands full trying to convince his daughter, Elena, that being Batwoman was the only thing that he and her mother did not want her to do. Wearing a costume and acting like a hero only guarantees that she'll never be happy or enjoy any sense of normalcy. It's a life full of tragedy and heartache, and he will not allow her to have that. But what about what she wants? It's her life. She should get to make that decision. Barbara Gordon offered to try and talk to Elena, but she already knew going into it that she wasn't going to be able to change her mind. However, it wasn't going to stop her from becoming Batwoman, was it? And she'll help make that a reality. Back in the city, Bruce takes Terry and Matt into the large Wayne Tech building since their original base of operations was destroyed by Blight in the last major fight. It's not so much a bat cave as a bat suite, but they won't have any issues coming and going as Bruce owns the immediate buildings around this one, and this building is fitted with a holographic projector that's obscuring what's happening on the inside. So to the naked eye, it looks like nothing more than a completely normal office building. Not the Bat office building. And in addition to that, those windows are actually protective translucent energy shields that allow entry, making coming and going easy. But just before everyone is getting settled into the new Bat office building, an alert goes off on the computer and Bruce sees that the Slamjackers are back out in full force trying to steal data. Because if you manage to have all of the data from the various companies and corporations around the world, you can essentially control them. So Terry tests out the new windows and heads out into the rain to stop them once again. This time though, he just wants to make sure that he gets his point across as he uses razor-edge batarangs cutting through their suits and weapons with ease. And with a hard punch here and a rocket-powered kick there, it doesn't take long to dispatch the Slamjackers. But before Terry could really get into the groove, he's snatched out of the air by a giant red hand. Damien's old pet and friend Goliath grunts, grabbing Terry and flying off. Terry asks if there's any reason why Damien's dragon buddy is here, because there's no sign of Damien. He frees himself from his grasp, asking, "All right, what's going on?" And Goliath gives him a sad, "Ooh." He turns to leave, and Terry says that he guesses he'll follow. As the two reach an abandoned warehouse, Goliath goes inside before Terry and comes back out holding something. Terry radios back that he has found Damien. But is he even alive? Bruce says to bring Damien back to the building. The recovery pods here will treat him faster than any human alive. Terry does just that, but as he and Goliath get back into the air, Terry is almost shot as the League of Assassins surround him. Terry tells Goliath to go on ahead. He'll take care of these guys and provide cover. But as Terry rockets off into the fray, he's shot from behind and the assassins close in. Just then, with Damien in hand, Goliath charges through one of the assassins, giving Terry enough time to get back on his feet. As he fights, Terry says that he could really use some help out here, like Batwoman, for instance. Does anyone have any idea where Elaine is at? But what Terry and the others don't know is that very moment back at the ruins of Wayne Manor, a reluctant Dick Grayson is taking Elena into the old Batcave. He says he's still not sure about this, but Barbara reaffirms him that it's the only way that he will be a part of it without Elena sneaking off. But what they find is something that Bruce had been working on for Barbara when she declined to wear the costume. Back out in the city, the fight gets closer and closer to the Bat Suite. But as Terry and Goliath begin to get overwhelmed, Bruce looks down at his controls, stating that he hoped to never have to use this, but it's the only way. He flips the switch and an automated cannon springs out of the top of the Wayne Tech building and it opens fire with non-lethal defenses. He just hoped that he'd never have to use these so soon, but it doesn't mean that he's not glad to have them. Bruce provides non-lethal cover fire to stun the assassins, giving Terry and Goliath those precious few moments to escape them. And once they get back inside of the building, Bruce begins to yell to get Damien to the recovery tank. Goliath hesitates for a moment, setting the nearly lifeless Damien Wayne inside of it, but Bruce tells him, "It's okay. Theoretically, the healing fluid is better than anything the hospitals would have." Damien gets settled in. Terry tells him, "I'm still amazed at all of this. This was built without any of us knowing." Bruce tells him that it was under quiet construction for years. As the world developed and the technology progressed, he knew that Batman's arsenal would need an upgrade. As a few moments go by, Terry asks how Damien is doing, and Bruce says that he has lost a fair amount of blood, but the internal damage is minimal. This should be enough to revive him and bring him back to consciousness so he can talk. They need to know why the League of Assassins, who should be answering to Damien as he is now their leader, want him dead. Terry looks back at the tank, stating that this is quite the magic potion that he's mixed up, and Bruce tells him, "Not without risk. I borrowed a couple of key components from Ra's al Ghul's Lazarus Pit mixture. Once immersed, the subject often woke in a rage." At that moment, Damien's hand shoots out of the tank, grabbing Terry by the neck. He screams as he jumps out. Damien punches Terry back, but Bruce places his hand on Damien's shoulder, telling him, "Damien, son, you're home. You have nothing to fear here. You're with family." He takes a few deep breaths in, and Damien relaxes his stance, giving in. Bruce asks him, "What happened? Why is the League wanting to kill you?" Damien shakes off the Lazarus Pit rage. "Yeah, the League. Zorro, or Mr. Zero to some. The sworn lieutenant of grandfathers. Loyal to him and his ways. When it came time for a new leader to step forward, Zero overthrew me. Wanted to implement Grandfather's most extreme ideas that would leave the Earth devoid of life. Terry looks at him. Why do these sickos want to do that? That's never made any sense to me. What happens to their favorite bar? Damien tells him, that's just it. Zero wouldn't be staying on Earth. He and his men would leave so they could reshape the world for their return. The Himalayan retreat isn't just a home, it's a technological achievement of a great accomplishment. It's a launch platform, and it will carry Zero and his followers into space, and from there they will instigate a new ice age that will sweep across the globe, extinguishing much of the life. Only then will they achieve their goal of a purified Earth that they can develop as they see fit. Damien goes on explaining that a long time ago he spoke with Roz about his idea of purifying the world. Roz said that humanity was beyond salvation as they were charging headfirst into their own destruction. That's when Zero appeared with a plan that would bring in a new ice age.
I will be
It
back
would take
in 5 minutes. All right. Back, refueled, ready to go.
Centuries to fully complete, but thanks to the Lazarus Pit, the League's time away in space will not be compromised by old age. As for Roz, his body was too frail, and the next time that it expired, the pit would be unable to revive him. So Roz gave Zero everything that he needed to begin the preparations. But as Roz passed, Damian took leadership of the League, and with the hopes of deterring Zero, allowed him to proceed with plans in hopes of convincing him otherwise. About a year ago, Zero grew angry that Damian didn't want to commit to Roz's original plan and turned the League against him. Of course, Damian fought, but eventually the numbers piled on and the League succeeded in overthrowing him. He would have died that night if it had not been for Goliath. They turned on him because he's trying to do the right thing. But Damian scoffs. There still needs to be a change. Our world is headed for a catastrophic end. There were times that I felt that grandfather was right. Bruce says, where there's life, there's hope. Remember that. Always. But just then there's an explosion and everyone rushes to computers to see a giant warship has descended over the city. Terry asks how do they find them, and Damian says that they didn't. They have no clue where he is. In order to ensure killing him, the League has decided to destroy the entire city. Those able to fight rush out into the snowy winds to take out as much of the offensive capabilities of the warship as they can. And even with the help of Goliath, who has the strength of 100 assassins, if not more, the heroes are taken down with a sonic attack. As everyone is forced to their knees to shield themselves from the sound, a voice comes out stating, "It looks like you guys could use some help." Terry looks up at his wit's end, struggling to battle against this fight.
Oh, cool. She's
Is
got a
that
blue
Batwoman?
suit.
Her suit. Elena jets
I don't
in with
mind
her
that.
blue suit, stating that she got herself an upgrade capable of blocking sonic
pays
sounds.
homage
She'll take out
to
the
her dad
emitter.
while,
The suit was originally made for Nightwing. When he passed on it,
doing a
they
bad
sent it
thing.
over to
I
Barbara,
like
but
it.
she also declined, and well, Barbara and Nightwing figured it would stay in the family. As Terry and Elena get to work, Dick flies in on his glider and Damian asks, "Didn't you forsake this life for politics, brother?" Dick tells him, "I'm always willing to help." Back inside, Matt says, "This is awesome! It's like a real bat crew!" And Bruce smiles. That sentiment will have to wait. Eliminating a threat like this requires more firepower. Fortunately, we have options that extend well beyond Neo-Gotham. The assassins on the bridge of the warship call out that they will begin the annihilation barrage. Widest dispersal pattern possible. Destroy Gotham! And just then, Bruce says, "I'll give it a helping hand from above." He hits a switch at a satellite in space, fires a concentrated beam into the flying warship, destroying its propulsion system. The warship begins to shift, and Elena asks, how do they stop it from falling into the city? Terry tells her not to worry, the ship's momentum will take it into the sea. And with that taken care of, Dick says, "We still have another problem, the weather. It's gone from rain to blizzard in a few hours." Terry says, "It's just a coincidence, isn't it?" And Bruce tells him that he moved the satellite over the Himalayas so he could take a look into the monastery. The top of the mountain is gone, and in its place was a launch pad filled with a large-scale space transport, launching, abandoning Earth. Terry says that can only mean, and Damian tells him, Zero is proceeding with his plan. A coming ice age has been triggered. From the plans that I saw, it can't be stopped. A short while later, in an underground bunker, Damian says that their only chance to possibly halt the plan is to use this. Dick looks at the Star Cruiser, stating that it's perfect. Since Zero and the League are launching their ice attack from Earth's orbit, that's where they need to be. Terry says that it
doesn't this
seems
seem like
that
a
Roz
Justice
has
League type
prepped for
threat?
every
Like,
possible
we know they
contingency.
exist.
Damian tells him, "No, this installation is my father's work." Back in the suite, Matt looks at the screen, stating that Mr. Wayne manages to outshway himself every day. Barbara tells him that Bruce has always been 2 steps ahead of the technology curve. But is this truly enough? Bruce says that he's not 100% sure how this came to be, but he does have a theory. Zero has an orbiting platform that has been deploying thousands of small satellites over the past 36 hours. Those satellites are taking up strategic positions all over the globe. They appear to be generating a screen barrier that effectively blocks the sun's rays, which is causing the world to cool off at a frightening rate. Just then, the power goes out, and Matt yells that it's 40 degrees below zero. Without heat, Bruce ends it. People will die. Back at the bunker, the team begins to make their final preparations, integrating Terry's batsuit into the controls before launching off towards space. But short of getting into Earth's orbit, they see the satellites that Bruce mentioned blanketing the entire world along with Zero's space platform. But before even being able to take in the sight of everything, Zero's platform opens fire. Terry quickly begins evasive maneuvers, but while dodging the oncoming lasers, Batwoman says that they need to go on the offensive. Terry says that these suits were built to handle the deep depths of the ocean, which means they are the offensive. As Terry and Batwoman fly out through the escape hatch, they focus on taking out the platform's turrets, giving the Star Cruiser an opening to dock. Damian says that the airlock connection is almost secure. They need a code to unlock it, though. Terry smashes the control panel. That is all the code that we need, and with that, everyone storms the station. As soon as they get into the airlock, hundreds of assassins flood the area, and everyone begins to hack and slash their way through. Damian says that these men betrayed him. As traitors, you almost fall. Terry tells him that they work with non-lethal, remember? They can't kill anyone if they're put to sleep, so Terry tosses out sleep gas in the concentrated groups, knocking everyone out, and Batwoman says that there's always room for humanity in war, as his father would no doubt agree. Once taking out the remaining groups, Damian leads the group where Zero should be hiding, but as they enter the large empty room, the door behind them slams shut. A large projection of Zero appears, stating that he knew better than to reveal all of his plans. This room was built to ensure their failure. Take in a deep breath and know that your grandfather's master vision will soon be implemented, Damian. Just then a small hatch opens up in the vacuum of space, sucking everyone towards it. Terry is flung out into space as Goliath quickly extends himself to grab onto the sides, providing a block for Damian and Batwoman. Terry calls out to seal the door, but Batwoman shoots the control panel, stating that everything is offline, so they're going to have to access the wiring. Damian reaches over the exposed wires, making the connection close the door, and as it's shutting, Damian reaches out, grabbing Terry by the arm, throwing him back inside. A few moments later in the observation room, Zero tells the League that after all of these years, Ra's al Ghul's dreams will be realized. They stand on the cusp of humanity paying the price for the desecration of, but before he could finish, Terry yells, "The only one who's maxed out his cred line and has to pay for it is you." Zero turns to see Terry and the others charging in, yelling to the assassins to get them, and the assassins quickly leap into the formation, with Damian and Goliath ripping them apart. Terry radios back, stating that he hopes that they have an ace in the hole here, and Dick tells him that he's working on it. Bruce was prepared for anything, so even his satellite has a few offensive capabilities. He won't be able to take them all out, but it's a start. The rest is up to you. Terry calls out to Damian and Goliath that they have their work cut out for them. Let's do this! Zero takes out a gun, aiming it at Damian, telling him, "You should have embraced Ra's al Ghul."
Alright, I'm back, feeling much better.
Vision. There will be nothing to stop it from becoming a reality now. Damien jumps over the shot towards the computer, and as Zero turns, Terry rockets into his back. Damien gets to work on the controls, asking Dick if he's ready, and Dick tells him, always. And Batwoman radios back. I'm in position, getting ready to take out some satellites in 3, 2, 1. She fires into 2 specific satellites and begins to set a chain reaction among the others as power is lost, forcing those still connected to be overcharged. Back inside, Zero turns the power of his laser up, shouting, I will gut you all! But before he could fire, Terry swipes his claws, cutting the gun in 2, following up with a gut punch, telling him, you have 0 chance. The force of the punch launches Zero back into the computer, causing the rest of the platform's controls to start shorting out. Dick says that they need to get out of there before the explosions outside start getting closer. So Terry and Damien begin to run towards the Star Cruiser as the platform systems begin to fail. And as they escape, Zero yells that they can't do this to him. As the platform drifts out into orbit, into space, Damien says that Zero wanted an ice age, and that's exactly what he'll get. Too bad it'll last forever. With that, everyone heads back to Earth. Damien gets ready to go back and pick up the pieces of the League, but Terry says that this might be the time for him to just remake the organization. Roz must have had tremendous resources and manpower, some of it including a few men who stayed loyal to him. Why not dump the destructive remedies and use those resources to make things better in a way people approve of? Damien says the magnitude of humanity's problems are well below my resources. And then Bruce walks in. What if we combine ours? Once we work together as Batman and Robin, why don't we revive that partnership and work together to improve the world, son? Damien laughs. That would hardly be what Grandfather desired. Bruce says, Roz wanted disaster. Don't walk that path. Damien stops. He considers it. I agree, Father. Back outside on a building, Booster Gold looks at the city, recovering from the blizzard, asking, isn't it supposed to be summer here? What's with the snow? And Skeet states, some kind of man-made weather calamity, I'd assume. But we should focus on the reason we're here. Booster Gold tells him, that's right. If we don't get this job done, the future's gonna change. And Batman will never exist. After a long night of taking out the Twilight Rangers, Terry flies in his batsuit, telling Matt that they better have the food sys fully stocked because he is starving. And Matt laughs, telling him that taking down 13 Twilight Rangers is a full week's work, and he did it in a single night. The food sys is set up to make him some pizza, just waiting for it to be done. Terry tells him good, he needs to check in with the boss first, make sure that all the Rangers were, and Bruce quickly spins back in his chair asking, why do you hate me? Why are you here to attack me? Matt asks, is everything okay? And Bruce scowls, telling Terry, you wretched ingrate! You came to kill me! Admit it!
What?
Terry asks, what is this about? Did someone get into his head? And Bruce yells, you're the enemy! An assassin who's forcing me to defend myself. Activate defense protocols. Computer, shoot to kill. As the internal defense drones shoot out, they begin to fire down on both Terry and Matt, forcing them to run away. Matt hides behind the Batmobile, yelling for Terry to do something, and Bruce activates more drones, telling him, tougher punks than you have tried to kill me, and they failed. Terry breaks one of the drones, telling Matt to hang on, but before he can even move, he's blasted by another set of drones. Bruce commands the drones to blow the assassin's head off, but as the drones all head straight for Terry, a voice tells Bruce that he can't let him do that. Booster Gold jumps in the way of the oncoming laser to shield Terry, telling him, having a force field is real nice sometimes. Terry asks who is he, and Booster asks, don't you recognize me? Booster Gold, the Booster freaking Gold. Terry tells him, nope. And Booster Gold grabs him, flying off, telling him, I know I shouldn't have leaned into that whole greatest hero you never heard of thing. As the two fly out of the building, Terry asks where they're going, and Booster Gold tells him, not where, when. Long story short, I'm a time traveler originally from the 25th century. Grab some gear to go back in time to be a hero. Terry says, wait, are you the guy from those old commercials? Booster's Zit Zapper? That's you? And Booster Gold shoots down another set of drones, telling him, I wasn't born rich like your friend Wayne over there. Had to make coins somehow. Anyway, it was all a cover for my real job, protecting the time stream, making sure things go down like they're supposed to. Terry tells him, well, your job is to figure out what's wrong with Bruce. Booster Gold tells him, as a time traveler, I'm pretty well acquainted with the past. Pretty sure I already know what's up. Today's events were keyed decades ago when Bruce was still Batman. What's happening is the result of a telepathic treachery. The post-hypnotic suggestion that just now got triggered and put him on the train to Delusionville. Think of it like a revenge time bomb. Terry tells him, well, if that's the case, we need to hurry back and save Matt. But Booster stops him. It's too late. Matt is gone. Bruce killed. Terry grabs Booster Gold, punching him. You're lying! And as Terry flies up, Booster Gold calls Skeets to come, and suddenly Terry flies right into Booster Gold's time sphere. Terry asks what is this thing, and Booster tells him, well, it's a time sphere. There's a chance to save Matt, but what's done here is done. Booster Gold jumps in and tackles Terry inside, telling him, you have to come with me. As Terry struggles to free himself, he asks where, and Booster Gold tells him, I already said nowhere. When? Soon the time sphere pops out of existence and into Gotham 2020. The door to the time sphere opens up and Terry punches Booster Gold, asking, is this some kind of game? And Skeets tells him, though Booster has deficiencies, many to be honest, I can assure you that Booster is not conning you. Terry grabs Skeets, telling him, you both seem like whack jobs. Take me back, now. Skeets says that they can return, but it would result in his brother's everlasting demise. Booster Gold pulls Terry out, telling him that instead of screaming and shouting, maybe he can listen to the ones who are actual experts at this whole time travel thing. Terry punches Booster Gold back again, telling him, you're the reason for Matt's death. And Booster Gold says, again, with the cheap shot, look, there was an irregularity in Mr. Wayne's brain that dates back to this day in history. That implanted suggestion, which worked on a time delay, caused him to turn against you like a sleeper agent. Our job is to make sure that the suggestion doesn't get implanted. Then go back to the future where everything will be fine again and we party all night. Terry leans in, telling him, you better be right about this. This is my brother's life we're dealing with. And Booster says not to worry. His batting average is... But just then, there's an explosion off in the distance. Terry takes off into the air, asking if he knew about this, and Booster tells him, yeah, whatever happens to affect Batman's mind happens soon. The two fly over to the nearby burning buildings, and they begin to pull everyone out, but before long, a voice calls out, asking, who are you to interfere with art? A man with white hair and a white cape steps out, stating that he recognizes the huckster, but not the Red Bat. A new Batman, perhaps? Terry asks, did I just hear that last part in my head? And Booster Gold tells him, yeah, he's a telepath by the name of... The man stops him. Yes, my name is Blanc. Death is art, and art is death, and I shall add you to my canvas. Suddenly, the house begins to lift from the ground and rocket towards the two
Been
of
a
them.
while since
with
we had a
Booster Gold
mentally
stating,
ill one.
oh yeah, forgot to mention, Blanc also has telekinetic powers. As Booster jumps on top of the flying debris, he tells Terry to go clear out the rest of the houses. This force field will do most of the work. Blanc freezes Booster Gold in place, asking, you're a time traveler. Interesting. I shall dig into your mind soon enough. As Blanc swiftly lifts his finger, Booster Gold rockets back into the house, crashing down right next to a young boy. The boy asks if he's okay, and Booster says, yeah, give me a sec. Terry then flies through, grabbing him, telling him, don't worry. And the boy responds with, are you really Batman? I am. What's your name? My name's Warren. Warren McGinnis. Terry stops. Warren, whoa, this kid is my dad. As he sets him down, Warren says, I didn't know Batman could fly. Cool. What's with the red wings? And Terry tells him, yeah, they're cool. But then a commanding voice tells him, let the boy go, or I will tear you apart. Warren looks at this timeline's Batman silhouette, asking, who's that? And then Terry informs Warren, I recognize the voice, and it means trouble. Times 10. Terry takes a few moments to try and formulate a plan, and Batman calls out, you have 3 seconds to let the boy go. 3, 2, and at that moment, Booster Gold jumps down, asking, are you taking out some fire suppressant cartridges? Won't need them. Dude on the other side is a friend, here to protect the kid. Batman looks back, telling him, you're here? Then the situation involves time travel, correct? Booster Gold tells him, actually, no, not at all. And Skeet says that they're just here to assist the villainous Blanc, sir. Booster Gold asks, did you just call him sir? And Skeet says, because that is Batman. Batman then says, I will stop Blanc myself. You can help by staying out of the way. As Batman runs towards Blanc, Blanc looks into his mind, asking, did you change? Curious, no matter. Blanc then lifts a bus to throw, but as he does, Booster Gold jumps in the way to shield Batman, telling him, don't worry, I borrowed this from a museum. Totally works. As Batman climbs over the bus, Blanc looks at him thinking that something is not as it seems. Batman didn't change. Maybe there are two bats? Over in the next yard, Terry sets Warren down and tells him that he'll be back soon. He's going to go help make sure that Booster Gold doesn't get hurt. As he leaves, though, Warren says, Batman's new uniform rules! Skeets tells him that it is experimental for now. It is likely that he will need more development before using it again. But back with Bruce Wayne as Batman, which is what we'll be referring to the current timeline Batman from this point forward, he throws himself at Blanc, telling him that his rampage needs to end. Blanc holds up his hand, freezing Bruce in place, asking, Really? Let's see what kind of secrets are inside of your head. Oh, interesting. Blanc waves his hand, launching Bruce aside, telling him that his ability to resist is remarkable, something he won't be able to keep up once he's unconscious. As Bruce is thrown into a tree, Booster Girl takes the chance to tackle into Blanc from behind, stopping him from going inside of Batman's mind. Blanc slowly gets to his feet, telling Booster Gold, You can't possibly think that you have a chance at winning this! Batman was resistant to mind control, but you? Never. Before Booster Gold could even ask, Blanc telepathically tells him to kill Batman. Booster Gold struggles, but with no will of his own, his arms slowly shift towards the downed Bruce. The blasters begin to charge up, but before they can go off, Terry jumps through the fire, punching Blanc, briefly releasing his hold over Booster Gold. Blanc yells to kill him, but Booster Gold swings his arms towards Terry and begins to shoot. Booster tells him, I can't help it! And then Blanc walks over asking, Who are you? Terry struggles to push Blanc out of his head, but Blanc asks, You're from the future? Well, let's see all those secrets. With Blanc's control weakened, Booster Gold jumps towards Blanc but is suddenly frozen. And Blanc says, Instead of killing Batman, you can kill yourself. Remove yourself from this world. As hard as Booster Gold tries, he slowly begins to aim his blasters at his own head, when suddenly Skeet jets in, crashing into Blanc's face. Booster Gold pulls his arms away, stating, That's it, Skeets! Give him enough to erase the Blankster! The blaster booster launches Blanc back, but before he lands, Terry punches him up, telling him, As long as I live, I will never let Bruce become a murderer. Booster Gold then says, Great! Now that he's all comatose, someone needs to get out of here before the real Batman shows up. Terry flies off. Batman walks up asking Booster Gold if he took out Blanc all by himself. Booster dusts his hands off. Yep, Skeets helped a bit, but yeah, all me. I was also thinking that maybe we could team up, Batman and Booster. But Batman looks at him. No, not now, not ever. But over in the next yard, Warren asks if he really did beat up that Blanc guy, and Terry tells him, yeah, with a little help from Booster and Skeets. Warren tells him that that's awesome, and Terry kneels down telling him, You're gonna have a great life. As he flies off, Warren yells thanks again. He won't tell anyone about the special suit. And back in the future, Terry walks back into the suite asking if everyone's okay. Is everyone alive, not going crazy? Matt steps forward asking why would he be? But Terry jumps up yelling that Booster was right. It worked! We changed time! Bruce asks, Booster Gold was here? Terry explains, yeah. He said that you had an enemy from your past who planted a telepathic bomb and well, never mind, we fixed it. As Terry and Matt go off to get food, Bruce says that they're gone. Then a robed man steps out of the shadows telling him he sure went for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Bruce tells him, yes, Terry thinks he changed time, but we know better. Matt will keep our little stunt secret. Explained to him that turning on them was an act, but to never tell Terry. This all became necessary when Bruce discovered Warren McGinnis's journal and reviewed it. He wrote of Batman's heroism and that is what inspired him to do the right thing by reporting to Derek Powers. The older Booster Gold puts down his hood and says, yeah, with a major complicating factor. Bruce goes on telling him that Warren's memories of a flying Batman with red wings and the command to keep it secret. Booster Gold then says that since that idea wasn't conceived yet back then, the only possible explanation was that Terry traveled back in time, where he met his own father as a boy. They needed to facilitate that to make it happen, along with the younger Booster Gold. Bruce then says that his younger self of that era was the perfect person to take Terry back in time, where they could make Warren's journal a reality. This would ultimately lead to Terry becoming Batman. Booster says, still, I wish it didn't mean the death of Warren, but without it, Terry wouldn't have become Batman. Batman tells him that they must recognize the tragedies that they'd like to erase are the ones that have to stand. All that matters is that they ensured that Batman lives on. As a robed woman watches security footage, she asks, what is this? and a voice tells her that this is airport security of Batman. He came looking for a crate and then killed the guard helping him, but it was all recorded. The woman watching states that it's hard to believe that Batman has become a killer in that box. Well, later while patrolling Gotham, Terry gets a call from his old girlfriend Dana telling him that he is needed at the hospital. Terry asks what's wrong, but Dana tells him that Matt and Bruce were attacked and they need him here. Terry rushes to the hospital, but suddenly is stopped by the police telling him to land. He's wanted for questioning, and Terry yells, "Maybe another time, my family needs me." As he pulls up, he activates the suit's cloaking device and manages to get away. A few moments later, Terry runs into the waiting room yelling, "Where is Bruce and Matt?" Barbara tells him that there was an attack, but that's the thing. The security footage shows them that it was Batman who did it. Terry pauses for a moment and says, "That would be why the cops were after me. But we'll have to deal with that later. First, Bruce and Matt." Before Terry could even turn around, Matt walks up with his arm in a cast, telling him, "I'm fine, but Mr. Wayne, it's bad, Terry." Terry runs over to hug Matt, asking what happened, and Matt says that Batman, or someone dressed like him, came into the lab looking for something and turned on them. Mr. Wayne actually ended up having a heart attack, but once he went down, the bogus Batman grabbed some device and took off. Terry heads into the room where Bruce is being treated and asks the nurse if he can come in. The nurse tells him that he has 5 minutes, no more. They're prepping the OR for an immediate heart transplant. Terry walks over to the bed asking Bruce who did this, who attacked them, and Bruce strains himself. As he tries to move his arm, he knocks over a glass of water, causing it to shatter. Terry says he'll get a mop, but then a robed woman says that may have been an accident, or is he trying to tell us something? Terry looks back, asking who's there, and Wonder Woman pulls down her hood, stating that this could be something about the attacker. Terry asks if it's really her, and Wonder Woman says yes, she is here to help an old friend and perhaps make a new one. Bruce's behavior has made it clear that they can trust Terry, but first they need to go somewhere a little more private. As the two fly over the city, Terry says that she mentioned something about they, and Wonder Woman tells him that they are her associates. They are grateful that Bruce found someone to take over for him, someone trustworthy. But where exactly are they going? The two land on a sinking platform, and Terry says that this is Wayne Tech R&D. That water that Bruce knocked over and the footage of someone like him makes it obvious that they are dealing with a shapeshifter, one who might appear to be composed of black liquid. And then a screeching voice asks, "Is it me?" The black fluid mass knocks the two down, and Terry shouts, "Ink!" Ink splashes on the ground, reforming, stating that she will not allow them to prevent her from saving herself. And as Wonder Woman gets up, she tells Terry to brief her. Terry explains that she is a corporate saboteur with a body made of a black ink-like substance. She can solidify super quick and turn into almost any form that she wants. Ink shifts her body into Terry, stating, "That is correct! And I'm going to be leaving here with the device that I need to let me live." Wonder Woman throws herself at Ink, and as she wraps her arms around her, Ink just separates her body, jumping into the drain, asking, "How stupid are you?" Terry runs over to the computer, looking at the log, stating that the things that she took looked like a stabilizer core and a power source, composed of an inert material that can stabilize any substance by putting it into a type of stasis. So she thinks these items can save her. Ink then appears from above, punching them both back, stating, "Yes, and I have to hurry!" And Wonder Woman gets back up, stating that she solidified. Now's our chance. She throws her lasso, but Ink allows it to pass through and then grabs Wonder Woman by the head, asking, "How about we find something to smother you?" Terry quickly grabs a hose, stating that this worked before, but Ink slams him into the wall, stating that it worked once, and only once.
I don't think we have ever seen Terry with Wonder Woman
box
before.
That Ink took out earlier is nearby and says that he might have an idea. If he can't use water, maybe Sonic's will stop her. As he activates the sonic blast from his belt, Ink's entire body separates, and she shouts, "Please don't let her die, please!" Wonder Woman says he can't possibly kill her, can he? And he tells her of course not. His guess is that it's gotten harder for her to maintain her form, and that's why she needs the stabilizer core. She'd have to spend time in it to maintain her form. It's probably the only thing that can keep her alive. Terry activates the cube and begins to suck all of Ink into it, and Wonder Woman asks if he's sure that this is the answer. He says that Ink has always struggled to maintain her physical form. She needs this, the power source, and the equipment here to do it. Now, he isn't an expert on this, but they can find out who she really is. Wonder Woman says that he could have left her on the floor seeping into the cracks, but Terry says that it isn't his style. She might be a killer, but it doesn't mean that she has to die herself. Bruce will help her, provided he makes it. Wonder Woman tells him that she can see why Bruce took Terry in. Perhaps it's time they go look in on him. As Terry returns, Barbara tells him that Bruce's body managed to sync up with the new heart and he's going to be fine. Bruce looks over and groans, asking where is Ink, and Terry says that she's trapped in the cube. Hardly ideal, but it'll keep her alive until they find something permanent. An old friend of his gives her best. She's waiting for him outside. Bruce laughs. Diana, it's about time you two met. Terry smiles, stating that she is just as impressive as him. Must have been quite a team back in the day. Bruce asks, back in the day? My time isn't over yet. I have plenty of time to give. Terry opens up the curtain, stating that he's sure of that, which means that no matter what the bad guys throw at them, the time for a new beginning is here. For all of them. A few moments later on the rooftop, Wonder Woman asks if he's going to be okay. Terry flies down, stating it will take more than a heart attack to stop Bruce Wayne. Wonder Woman laughs, telling him that it's good to know that some things never change, but come. We should go meet those associates that we spoke about earlier. They're watching. Terry begins to look around, asking, really? Wait, do you mean? She flies up, telling him, yes. My friends wish to meet you. After all, the Justice League isn't complete without a Batman. And there you go, a super long full story right here at Comicstorian, and I hope you guys enjoyed this one. We bring these out every Monday, and we're really trying to increase it, so make sure you like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you can stay up to date as to what is going on in the world of comic books. Thank you so much. If the world ended due to zombies being everywhere, what would happen if you went back? This is the Comicstorian channel, where we take some of your favorite trade paperbacks and single issues and we break them down into digestible bites to help you understand. Then we read them dramatically back to you. All alterations of the panels, text, and images are to prevent copyright problems, and all art is owned by its respective companies. Today we're going to be doing the Deceased sequel, Deceased 2, but as a full story. For those who don't know what a full story is, here at the Comicstorian channel, we normally bring you a video that features 3 to 6 different issues of your favorite comic book. Well, that happens over the course of a year or 6 months, sometimes even 4 years, so eventually it's really hard for you to find where the story begins and where it ends. So every Monday, we bring you a full story video, a combination of videos that were produced over a long span of time into one video, and today we're going to be doing the sequel to Deceased. So the way it works is, in Deceased, there was a series of zombies that took over the world thanks to the anti-life equation, and then most of our heroes that survive had to leave. Well, 5 years later, if they get a distress signal, what are they going to do? That's today's tale, and I hope you enjoy. They lost. The heroes of Earth fell, and along with them, the planet. They lost so much that they didn't think that they had anything left to lose. But they were wrong. John Constantine sits in the Oblivion bar, a drink in his hand, spending his days searching for the living amongst the dead. His nights drinking next to the ashes of his friends. John glances at the shoebox next to him, lifting his drink. I mean, there's probably other ashes in there too, but I reckon it's mostly you I scrapped up, Chaz. It's hard to tell one ash from another. They're not exactly snowflakes, he tells his long dead friend. Suddenly, a portal opens up at the end of the bar. As Zatanna walks through, she looks at John, telling him that the world is depressing enough without him drinking alone. And John looks up with a sad smile. I'm not alone, Z. I'm never alone, he tells her. He looks around at the ghosts surrounding him, those of our fallen heroes. Big Barda, Mr. Miracle, Mr. Terrific, Blue Beetle, and Booster Gold. They all share a drink with John, having sacrificed themselves to save this planet. Wonder Woman reaches for Cyborg's head as the hero looks up into the sky. He decided to stay, believing that since the virus originated with him, it would be safer for him to stay behind. Let the survivors survive. Let them get off of the planet. He was wrong. The blighted Amazon rips his head from his body, throwing it away. It was 5 years later that he found something inside of his head that shouldn't have been there. A tracking device. Left by his friend, we'll say. He boosted the signal, sending it out into the void of space. He sent out a cry for help to a new world. To Earth 2. Main ship firing, John yells as Dinah and Cassie fly behind him. Dinah manages to use her Green Lantern ring to shield the planet from the attack as John and Cassie attack the guns. Got it, John, Dinah tells him. As the others rip the guns away, John reminds them to just disable the ship. They aren't trying to hurt anyone. I know, John, Cassie tells him.
Batman, where are you? Inside, Damian Wayne slips through the corridors of the ship, telling John that he is just outside the throne room. All right, just remember, we want to talk to them, John reminds his friend. Sure, Damian agrees, leaping forward, knocking out one of the alien guards with a powerful kick. Was that a thud? Nothing, Damian tells him. Sounded like a boot to the face. Stupid super hearing, Damian whispers. I heard that. Damian moves in, dropping 2 more of the alien guards, while John reminds them that they are trying to broker peace with these people. That'll make it a lot more difficult if you take out the king's spleen and show it to him, John explains. These aliens have spleens? Damian asks, beginning to cut through the final door into the king's throne room. How should I know? You want me to find out? The door collapses and Batman enters the throne room. The king watches, flanked by 2 more guards as he tells Batman that they have not won this war. Oh please, if we wanted to, we could have wiped out your fleet in seconds. This isn't a war, it's barely even a fight, Batman tells him. Oh, we'll give you a fight. The king threatens, brandishing a fiery spear. Sure, do you have a spleen? Damian asks, pulling free 2 batarangs, and in a blur, John is standing between them, trying to calm the situation. He smiles, asking to bring the king to their leader. On Earth 2, in the remains of the great arcs that brought them through space, the remnants of mankind have created their homes. President Lois Lane stands before the king, expressing how they mean no harm to his people, that they have merely come to this world for sanctuary. Batman stands close, but he's interrupted by a message from Alfred. Your briefcase is beeping, sir. It seems to be beeping in Morse code, Alfred tells his young charge, staring down at the case that was the last gift from Bruce Wayne. Later, the new Justice League stands in the new Hall of Justice, Damian leaning over the table, explaining that the beep is the tracker that his father left inside of Cyborg. So it could just be beeps, Green Arrow offers, coming up behind Damian, but Batman shakes his head, explaining, the Morse code is the letters J and L. Cyborg's calling for the Justice League, he explains, but Oliver isn't convinced. Maybe it's a trick. Maybe he's infected and the anti-life equation is literally trying to lure us back to Earth. Oliver tells him, believing that they have a good thing on this planet. Hardly anything is trying to kill us here. The others all begin to argue, but Oliver finally tells them that they should just call a vote. Ollie's right. We should vote, Dinah agrees, with Ollie telling her that it wasn't his main point. But the vote passes. John stands in front of his mother later, explaining, you're going back. She says simply, John nodding, telling her that the Green Lantern Corps will protect Earth 2 while they're gone. You don't think it's too much to risk? Lois asks him. I think a friend is calling for help, Mom, John explains. Lois puts her hand out, touching her son's cheek. Come straight back. We've lost enough, Superman, she tells him. And he once more explains that he isn't comfortable being called that. So stop earning it, she tells him. Meanwhile, Oliver and Dinah are gearing up for the mission, with Oliver once again expressing how he doesn't like this. You voted, she tells him. Do you think I was gonna keep my hand down when all the kids were in on it? He asked. She smiles, telling him that he should stay on Earth 2, that she'll be back. No, we should stay together. And alive. Wait a minute, did you just try to bench me? Oliver asks. I'm formidable, pretty bird. I killed the undead king of the sea while he was controlling a kraken. He reminds her. She smiles as he tells her once again. Oliver is quick to point out that she may have the ring, plus her scream. And then you have that sword that can kill a god. He begins. She smiles, pulling free Wonder Woman's kryptonite-forged magical sword, asking if he wants it. She kneels, offering him the blade, and he snatches it from her hand. Fine, I'll hold the sword, he tells her. Pretty sure you don't hold a sword like that, you wield it, she tells him. Fine, I'll wield the sword. And finally, the two of them pull each other tight. Pretty bird, I like it here. Promise we'll come back, Oliver tells her. I promise I'll bring you back, Dinah tells him as they embrace. Later, the Justice League arrives on the edge of the Green Lantern quarantine zone to discover Kilowog on guard duty. Yo, you better be careful down there, posers. I'd feel pretty bad about destroying you all, he tells them, telling them that he's guarding the Earth and the sun. Your dad's still eating a star, kid. And that's when we see the original Kal-El still sitting in the sun. Suddenly, the rings begin to chime with a proximity warning and the Lanterns throw up a shield, but the projectile smashes through them without slowing, and Crypto rushes up to John, the Super Pup's tail wagging at super speed. You know this creature? Kilowog asks, still ready to fight. Yeah, he's family. Inside the spaceship, Damian is smiling. All right, good puppy reunion. Can we get back to the distress signal? Cyborg's waiting. So a short time passes and the group finds the remains of Cyborg and Dinah steps forward. Vic, Cyborg, can you hear me? She asks. Leaning down, the head is quiet, so Cassie steps forward, holding her lasso of truth. If you can speak, this will make it happen, she tells them. They drape the lasso around Vic, and the head seems to come to life. He looks at his friends, recognizing them, and John steps forward. You called the Justice League, Cyborg. We came, he tells them. Vic's words are broken as he tries to speak. He stutters. Overhead, Hawkgirl flies, looking at the horde of Blighted that are running towards them. Hey, we have like some monstrous hordes of zombies coming in, maybe 10 minutes away. Monstrous hordes are about the worst kind of horde. We should move, Ollie tells the group. The group begins to move, picking up Vic's head and body as they begin to move towards Ivy's Gotham jungle, and Crypto begins to growl. It's okay, boy, we have time, John tells the dog. She's here. She's always here. Vic struggles from his place in Cassie's arms. Dinah's ring suddenly pings with a proximity alert, and Batman's ship explodes in the sky. On board, Damian calls for John's help, and Superman is there, lowering the remains to Earth, saving everyone. But all around them, the smoke and the debris is showering the group. Dinah! Oliver yells as a haze of bloody fingers begin to wrap around his face. Dinah! I'm so sorry, pretty bird, he tells her as Wonder Woman slashes his body, cutting into his face and chest. Ollie! Dinah screams, her canary cry mixing with the lantern ring to push Wonder Woman off of the man that she loves, drawing blood. Dinah flies forward, grabbing the sword off of Oliver's back. As she rushes Wonder Woman, Hawkgirl's mace smashes into the Amazon's nose, staggering her, and Dinah stretches out with a massive green hand, smashing her flat into the ground. Vic struggles to speak again, asking them to stop, but Cassie can't hear him, asking him to repeat it. I heard him! John yells, rushing forward in a blur of super speed. Dinah, Dinah, don't! We can save her! He yells as Dinah launches forward, bringing the magical sword down for the killing blow. And John, he dives into the way, the blade piercing his back, stabbing through Wonder Woman. Dinah, there's a cure! He gasps. Roy Harper turned, peering into the destruction around him that was Chicago with a set of binoculars. They're coming, he whispers, turning back to the compound beneath him, shouting for the survivors that he has protected to get inside. Leaping from the building, he uses his crossbow to slide down a zip line and onto the pavement below. Mr. Arsenal? Are the monsters going to get us? The little girl asks, clutching her teddy bear with a scared look in her eyes. But he just smiles at her. It'll be okay, Gracie. We'll wait them out. Like always. I won't let them reach you. Go inside. He tells her. Someone shouts for his attention, pointing into the sky, and Roy looks up with a curse hovering on his lips for the briefest of moments. The blighted heroine Fire descends from the sky, launching green fire from her fingertips that engulfs Roy's body. Gracie screams as the hero dies, falling to his knees, burning away, when suddenly a portal opens up behind her and John Constantine steps out. All right, let's kick an equation in the ass, he snaps as his team follows him. This team is known as the Shadow Pact. The Blue Devil, a demon with a soul, strong, also impervious to damage. He launches himself, stabbing demons on his pitchfork. Ragman, drawing on the corrupted souls within his cloak for speed and strength, he leaps into the crowd of undead, his rags nearly useless at pulling souls out of the anti-life. Their leader, Detective Chimp, Bobo, able to tear people's arms off. Rose Wilson is among the blighted, swinging her dual swords, chopping people's heads off. And then there's Red Hood. Batman if he wasn't so squeamish. His twin pistols firing, taking out the blight with deadly precision. John continues to fight, hitting the creatures with magic as he asks Zatanna to deal with fire. Done, she nods, leaping into the air, but she stops, waiting for the blighted superhero to rush at her. As Fire is rushing, she suddenly raises her hand, casting a spell with her backward speech. Un monde fool, she snaps, and Fire's flames suddenly extinguish, and the former hero falls from the sky, splatting hard against the side of a building. On the ground, John is trying to introduce himself to the survivors when suddenly Swamp Thing is behind him. Bloody hell! He snaps as Swamp Thing growls his name. I need to talk to you about a garden, Swamp Thing tells the wizard. But John waves his hand for another spell, pointing out that they are fighting a horde of the undead.
Swamp Thing grunts, when suddenly vines begin to grow out of the earth, wrapping around and stabbing all the blighted ones that surround them. And in a matter of seconds, all of the anti-life creatures are dead, and John admires the handiwork. See, why didn't you just open with that? He asks. Swamp Thing steps forward, telling John that he has sensed a second garden of survivors in Australia. I'm not going to Australia, mate. That place is dangerous before the undead. I'm not going to survive the undead only to step on a stonefish and have my brain eaten by a drop bear. John tells him. But Swamp Thing rises up, vines and thorns coming out of his body. Shut the hell up! He snarls and everyone stares shocked that Swamp Thing swore.
Sure.
That's new, Zatanna points out. Yeah, kind of proud of that. John agrees. Swamp Thing tells John that he is cut off from the second garden, that it is screaming in pain and he can't ignore it any longer. John nods, telling the hero to do what he has to do. There are humans there, and if you would like to save them from what I have to do, I believe you should come with me. Swamp Thing tells him. John finally nods, ordering Red Hood and Ravager to take the survivors back to the garden in Gotham. Later, the group enters the vast garden that Gotham City has become, and standing at the entrance is one Harley Quinn greeting them. She looks at the survivors, saddened that she sees only Rose and Jason.
No,
Zatanna, John, Danny, Rory, not Bobo, that beautiful hat-wearing chimpanzee. She gasps, but Rose just tells her that they're all going to Australia. I was not expecting that answer, Harley notes. The Gotham Garden has become the safest place on Earth now, with Ivy's garden magically augmented by the Tower of Fate. Inside, Ivy looks up. Something warns her that there is something arriving. She yells for Mary and Kent Nelson. Shazam! Mary yells, becoming Mary Marvel, and the two leap into the air. Over the city, they're met by Cassie, who clutches a wounded John Kent in her arms, his blood soaking both of them.
Big fucking
Help us,
surprise.
please, he won't stop bleeding. She begs them. They reach out with Dr. Fate telling her that his wounds are magical. It's okay. You can let him go, Mary tells her. Inside of the garden, Dinah puts down Damien's ship with Batman exiting to find Jason Todd and Cassandra Cain. Jason! Cass! You're alive!
So much.
He shouts joyfully, and Jason looks at him in the suit. And you're Batman now, Jason asks. Bruce said he would want me to have it. Are you okay with it? Damien explains defensively. Jason looks at his brother. Our father made a lot of bad decisions, and then he pulls Damien in for a hug. This isn't one of them. Ivy looks up as Dinah descends, keeping the blighted Oliver Queen in a Green Lantern bubble. No, he does not enter. We have kept the anti-life equation out for 5 years. You think I'd allow someone to just walk in here with an infection? I won't leave him alone, Dinah tells Ivy. Then you leave here with him. You fend for yourself. I will not risk the lives of all the people here so that you can cling to a corpse, Ivy tells her, the ground rumbling at her feet as the vines begin to extend towards Dinah
I think
Lance.
that's pretty fair.
The Green Lantern leaps into the air, beginning to fly away. Then we will go, she says simply. Ivy points out that the man is already dead. But that's when the head of Cyborg speaks up, explaining that there is a cure. That the blighted Wonder Woman told him that it was within him. Dr. Fate nods. I have access to science and magic, and now we have hope. We will find the cure. Cassie begins to walk away from the group, tears in her eyes, Damien following, asking what's wrong. She quickly explains that she had to mourn Wonder Woman. Seeing her like that was just too much. To watch her lose twice like this, she tells him, beginning to break down. I know, I'm sorry. Whatever you need, I'm here for you, Damien tells her, pulling off his mask and wrapping his arms around her, pulling her in for a kiss. Meanwhile, in Australia, the Shadow Pact looks at the garden. It's a bunker surrounded by a ring of fire, a moat of blood, and 1,000 undead. John nods at the horrific sight, telling Zatanna that if she can hover them over the river of blood, he can get them to the ring of fire. You know, I just want to point out that we could just go home, put our feet up, maybe have a beer, Blue Devil points out. The group begins to hover over the undead, and after a few moments, the moat of blood is beneath them. But something catches Ragman's eye. The blood moat, it's shifting, he tells the others. It's not blood! Bobo yells, fear in his voice. It's Plastic Man! The undead shapeshifter lashes out, sharpening points of his body, and they begin to stab into the heroes. They pierce Ragman. They stab out Zatanna's eyes and then stab down her throat. They snake inside of the Blue Devil, piercing his impenetrable skin from the inside. And with their spell gone, Bobo and John plummet downwards into the seething mass that is the blighted Plastic Man. The mass begins begins to shift again, becoming rows of razor-sharp teeth and flailing tentacles. Meanwhile,
That's pretty cool.
in the shadows of the bunker, a group watches on. Zatanna wakes up with Bobo looking down on her. "Are you an agent of the unliving?" John asks as he helps her sit up. She shakes her head. "Good." He nods, and they quickly fill her in on what happened, explaining that Blue Devil gave his life to save her. John tells her that they are currently inside a ball of vines and weeds while the blighted plastic man is trying to get in. Zatanna stands up, putting on her top hat and ordering Swamp Thing to lower the green. She leaps into the air and the monstrous plastic man begins to rear its attack at her as she flies through. Using her magic, she takes control of the hellfire around the bunker, burning Plastic Man to death. The group moves through the debris, finding their dead allies, and suddenly Bobo screams for them all to get down as the guns on the side of the bunker open fire at the incoming horde of the undead. The bullets stop the advancing horde, and John looks up from the ground as a voice calls out to them. "If you're planning on coming in, this is your window." Cobblepot calls out to them. Meanwhile, back in Gotham City, Damian Wayne, who is the new Batman, has had a reunion with Jim Gordon, but is interrupted as Dr. Fate arrives telling him that Superman has recovered. Inside the Tower of Fate, John awakens to Crypto wagging his tail and licking his face. He looks over at Mary Marvel, who sits by his side. "You look familiar," John tells her, and with the utterance of a magic word, she transforms into Mary Marvel. After introduction, she explains what happened to John and how she was able to patch him up. "Thank you," John tells her with a smile. Meanwhile, over at the southern bunker,
reverse,
Cobblepot, Maxwell
of course.
Lord, and Professor Ivo give the remains of the Shadow Pack a
didn't
tour
think of
of their
that.
home. They explain that they have soldiers and guards who work as the cooking and cleaning staff. Swamp Thing still isn't happy though as he hears the green crying out, and John is shocked to discover that Jason Blood has also found his way into the bunker. The Ancient Knight asks to speak with John in private, and once they're alone, he transforms into Etrigan. "Before you start, could we please skip with the rhyming?" John asks him quickly, and Etrigan stands before the sorcerer explaining that hell isn't happy because the souls of the living are trapped in the blighted ones. "Trigun is coming to wipe it all away," Etrigan warns, and he explains that even though the rich villains in this place are planning a new human race, it wouldn't matter because Trigon is coming to destroy the world. "Sure, heard it before," John scoffs. Their conversation interrupted as gunfire erupts from another part of the bunker. John rushes in to discover that Swamp Thing is attacking the bunker's guards, one of the last bastions of human beings that have survived, and Swamp Thing is trying to attack them. They've imprisoned the Floronic Man. They're torturing him. He's forcing the green to produce for them, Zatanna quickly explains. John steps forward, trying to calm Swamp Thing, but the Guardian of the Green isn't listening as he orders the men to release the Floronic Man. One of them refuses and Swamp Thing pops his head off. Bobo turns his head, hearing Cobblepot tell Ivo that it is time, when suddenly Amazo launches into the room, lasers shooting out of his eyes. The heat vision hits Swamp Thing, burning into him. Zatanna tries to stop the android with a spell, but more of them suddenly fly into the room. "Z, they have more than one," John warns, and he creates a portal, and despite Swamp Thing's arguments, the group leaps into it as John promises that they'll return with a plan. The rich villains stand by, noting that the group will return. "It doesn't matter. We'll take this world soon," Cobblepot tells them as they walk down the hallway, observing their army of Amazos. The next day, the group is listening as Cyborg explains that the cure is in his programming somewhere. They question him, but he tells them that he has been searching all of his coding and he can't find it anywhere. Death could have just been lying, Harley notes, but Cassie informs them that if Vic was using the lasso of truth, Wonder Woman couldn't lie. So after hearing everything, John stands ready. They know that there is in fact a cure somewhere out there. "We're gonna find the cure and we're gonna save them all," he tells the group. And they begin to work through the problem, with Damian noting that if there is an anti-life equation, then there must be a life equation. Bobo adds that possibly the New Gods might know something about it. Hearing this, John tells them that he thinks he knows what they need, but it means doing something that he really doesn't want to do, bothering someone who probably prefers to stay unbothered. So a short time later, John and Bobo appear before an old cabin. The door opens, and they reveal a man in the shadows. "How did you find me? World's greatest detective," John says, motioning at Bobo. Mr. Miracle steps out, demanding to know what John wants, and he tells Scott that there is a way to save everyone. to save Barton. But Scott becomes angry, demanding to know how he could possibly believe John after last time. Ask me, John tells him, holding up Cassie's lasso of truth. There's a cure, Scott. We can save her, John tells him. Scott stares at him for a moment before asking what John needs him to do. First up, take a bath or a shower. Then, we need your help in stealing the throne of a god, John tells him. Meanwhile, over in Gotham Garden, Kid Flash stands ready, warning the others as a boom tube begins to open up. They stand prepared for a fight, but it's John Constantine, Bobo the Chimp, and Mr. Miracle that step out. Batman appears behind the wizard, frightening him as he asks why he would open up a boom tube straight into the garden. A short time later, the group discusses the plan. John believes that the Mobius chair would have the answer for how Vic needs to access the cure that is buried in his programming. They've all agreed that it would be impossible to catch Metron and that they need to lure him someplace. Metron prizes knowledge above all else, Batman tells them. John nods, believing that Madame Xanadu's crystal ball and the ability to see the future should be enough to bring Metron to them. This could work, Scott tells them. I'll take Cyborg to New Genesis, because I don't know how you'll be greeted. You'll be greeted with friends at your side, Superman simply states. He looks around telling them that anyone who could deal with space should come, when suddenly he realizes that Dinah isn't in the group. Stepping up, Harley fills him in on how Dinah left with the zombie Oliver because Poison Ivy would not let him into the garden. I'll find her, John says, leaping into the air, being the Superman that you would expect him to be, and Mary Marvel joins him, telling him that there are dangers in the world that he doesn't even know about. So they find Dinah sitting on a rooftop in the rain, the water mingling with the tears in her eyes. She leaps up when she sees John, hugging him with joy. Are you planning on sitting out here alone? Mary asks her as they sit next to her on the building. But Dinah explains that she isn't alone, and up floats the blighted Oliver before them. I promised I'd bring him back, she tells them simply. And John explains that there is a cure, and that they're going to need her help. When Dinah tells them that she keeps Oliver, Mary offers to sneak him into the garden to be protected by Dr. Fate. So a short time later, they bid their friends and loved ones goodbye as the group steps through the boom tube with Scott free, and they appear in New Genesis, quickly greeted by Orion. What the hell are you doing here? You would walk into New Genesis with the anti-life equation, Orion demands as he points at Vic. Mr. Miracle tries to argue, but Orion punches him across the face. Stand! He orders. Standing. Scott says, blood on his face as he struggles to his feet, and Orion hits him again. And they repeat this process until John steps in. Leave him alone, he says, punching Orion hard enough to knock a god down. And stay down, John orders him as he towers over the god. Highfather approaches, once again seeing his sons fighting. And quickly the group explains that there is a cure for the anti-life zombie equation. They might be able to save everyone. Highfather, we need the Mobius chair. Will you call out to Metron? Scott asks his father. Highfather explains that Metron does what Metron wishes. Even with their offering, he might not give up the Mobius chair willingly. But I will call Metron, his father promises his son. Later, Mr. Miracle hovers in the dead of space that was once the planet Apocalypse. He holds Madame Xanadu's crystal ball in his hands. He's coming. Everyone get ready, John tells the group on the radio, and in a blur of motion, Metron appears before Scott. Highfather said you have an object for me? Something to see the future? Metron asks, not bothering with a greeting. He reaches for the crystal, believing that he can use it to see the disaster that approaches, but his arm is suddenly shackled by the Green Lantern. The heroes leap in at him, ambushing him, trying to wrestle the giant away from his chair. But quickly he overpowers them, tossing them aside. Metron then steps aboard his chair once more, quickly escaping into space. Mary and John fly as fast as they can, trying to catch up. Wait, please! John calls out, and as Metron slows, John floats before him. He explains that they didn't want to fight, but that they only need his chair for a moment. And the god stops, and he stares at them as they explain what is happening on Earth. They explain the anti-life equation zombies. They explain that there is a cure. They explain that he alone can help them save the universe. I don't care, he tells them simply. But Mary has the wisdom of Solomon. If we fail to contain this and death wins, what happens to knowledge? She asks him. And Metron stares at them for a moment. You should have opened with that instead of an ambush, he tells them. Metron agrees to let them use the chair if he can look into the crystal ball. There is something I have seen in the future, but I know not how it begins, he tells them. With their agreement made, Vic sits in the chair and energy crackles as the endless knowledge floods into his mind. Vic, do you know about the cure? Vic nods. I need to recode my blood. The life equation is there, he tells them. John tries to thank Metron for his help, but the god is barely listening. He tells him that he must go, and he quickly flees in the Mobius chair. He took one look into the future and hurried away. Dinah whispers, and as the heroes return to Earth, they are unaware of the Black Racer's presence. He is sitting and watching as one of the asteroids from Apocalypse begins to quake and glow, and suddenly it explodes, revealing the death within. Darkseid roars in rage and madness, and in New Genesis, the High Father turns and sees the fire that falls from the sky. He yells a warning to the others as he hears his son screaming from outside the gate, "Father!" Orion yells as the High Father rushes forward, and the unliving Darkseid is already among them. With the most powerful heroes remaining on a quest to obtain the Mobius chair, John Constantine made his move. He stands in front of a room in the Tower of Fate. When Dr. Fate appears, the magical hero looks at the door, questioning John about what's on the other side. What's in this room? Why can't I see inside? He questions. Because the door is closed. John quips. Fate glares at Constantine, demanding to know what he keeps here. Oh, you know, a rack of identical trench coats, John tells him as he takes a drag of his cigarette. But Fate will not be deterred, as he demands to know why he can't enter the room, but John holds out his hand and the doorknob magically appears. He slips inside, looking back at the doctor. Look, don't worry about it. This is the Tower of Fate, so whatever is in here is clearly meant to be in here. Otherwise, you'd have to rename the place. John closes the door and steps inside. He turns to find the demon Etrigan waiting for him. Why have you summoned me, you sad Merlin wannabe? The demon asks, and John shakes his head, asking for an update on Hell. How long until Trigon comes? He questions. You should fear. He'll be here soon, Etrigan intones. John shakes his head, asking for a straight answer. He's pretty pissed. I say 3 turns until all life and non-life on this world burns. John nods, glancing at the shadows, asking Swamp Thing if he's heard enough. And Swamp Thing nods and Etrigan leaves. The Australian garden still cries out, Swamp Thing rumbles. John tells his friend that he'll deal with the Australians and looks at Ragman's cloak. I'll need to if this is going to work, John tells him. And as the two step out of the room, Dr. Fate asks Swamp Thing what the room holds. A rack of coats, Swamp Thing says simply, and John laughs. As they cross through the garden, John tells Alec that they'll need a few people who don't mind dealing punishment. Are you as good as your old man? John says as he stops in front of Batman, currently Damian Wayne. Not yet, Damian admits. John explains that they need to do some questionable things. And I need to do them while Mary Marvel is a galaxy away, and I need a team to keep me alive. I can't say more, but it's for the good of the world and all that, John tells the young Batman, but Damian shakes his head, telling him that his reason isn't good enough. You don't trust me? John asks. I mean, of course not, Damian says simply, demanding the whole truth from John, and he lets him know that he'll know if John is lying. Constantine curses when he realizes that Damian is like his old man, and then he decides to tell him the plan. No one will die that isn't already dead, John finishes with it, and he leads him over to the rest of the team, and Damian smiles at Jason and Cassandra. A bad family trip with the Ravager and Swamp Thing, he says. Actually, Rose and I are married, Jason tells him. So she's family too, Cassandra confirms. Damian brings them both in for a hug and tells them how happy he is for them. John explains to the group that he and Swamp Thing's souls are joined so he can bring them through the green. Moments later, Alec pulls himself out of a stand of trees looking out over Nanda Parbat. That's a lot of anti-life, Jason knows as they come out of the portal and he draws his pistols. If there's a cure, we can't kill them, Cassandra tells them. But the heroes leap into the approaching army of undead ninja assassins, and as he fires, Jason asks Rose what they should do when they reach the gate. We knock politely, she tells him simply as her blades cut through another ninja. Get the blighted ones off me, she yells as she moves towards the door. Of course, keeping the undead off of each other was in our vows. Jason nods as he keeps firing. Rose knocks on the door and it opens with a squeak. Deadman floats out, greeting them. Welcome, my friends. Welcome to Nanda Parbat, he shouts as the warriors of Nanda Parbat flood out and begin to attack the ninjas. Follow me. Would you like something to drink? Maybe some snacks? He asks as he floats back into the city. Inside, John Constantine discovers the Spear of Destiny, which has been guarded for centuries. Is that what you've come for, Hellblazer? Ramakushna asks him. He reaches forward, but Ramakushna explains that she will protect him and his friends, but never allow the Holy Spirit to be taken from this place. And John lowers his head. I know, I'm sorry, he whispers as he whirls on her, stabbing the spear through Ramakushna's chest. No, why? Deadman shouts as he flies towards them. I've never felt a need to explain myself to dead men, John tells him as he pulls out Ragman's cloak. He holds it up and the magical quilt pulls in Boston Brand's soul. The others rush over questioning him, but John doesn't answer, telling them that they're leaving. You stabbed a goddess, Jason shouts as they step through the portal. But John shakes his head and tells Jason that she'll heal in a couple thousand of years. But she never would have let me take this, he says, holding up the spear. Damian looks around, questioning where Swamp Thing has brought them. The Rock of Eternity, the Guardian of the Green rumbles before explaining that they need the wizard. They need Shazam's staff. Are you planning on stabbing him with it? Jason asks. But suddenly, Rose stomps and her eyes widen. She pulls free her pistol out of fear. Get us out of here, Constantine, she orders, raising that pistol, firing at the bolt of lightning that suddenly shoots across the room. The bullets don't even slow Captain Marvel Jr. down as he slams into Jason Todd, breaking the troubled hero in half. Swamp Thing's tendrils grasp the former hero as Damian launches explosives at him. Rose goes to her husband, pulling off his helmet, and she pauses briefly to throw a knife behind her, killing the wizard before he can attack. Freddy continues to fight as John orders the others to find the staff. Cassandra reaches forward, but doesn't hesitate when she shouts the magic word. Shazam! She bellows, transforming before their very eyes. She launches herself at Freddy. Cassandra was the greatest hand-to-hand fighter left on the planet, and the young boy didn't stand a chance. Rose eases her husband against the wall, apologizing for not being able to stop what she foresaw. Hey, it's okay. He smiles at her, blood in his mouth. I've died before. I'm not so afraid this time. I was just lucky. I got a second life, and my second life was with you. He tells her softly, and she kisses him as he passes from this life. They return to the garden, and Rose demands that John promise her that this was worth it. I promise that this is the only way, and if I'm wrong, well, we'll all be too dead to notice. As the others walk away, Damian walks over and reminds John what he told him about their mission. I told you I wouldn't kill anyone that wasn't already dead, John reminds him. Batman cracks the wizard across the jaw, dropping him to the ground, and John watches as the young man walks away. You deserved that, a ghostly voice whispers to John, and he turns to see Spectre floating behind him. Oh, what a shock. The ghost of wrath thinks I deserve a punch to the face, John quips. Spectre leans forward, telling John that he is capable of stopping what he is doing. I know, Jim, John says, lighting a fresh cigarette. He looks at the Spectre, telling the Spirit of Vengeance to use a little insight. What do you think I'm motivated by? John asks, and the Spectre smiles at him and flies away. Good night, John. In Australia, Penguin leans over the table, asking Professor Ivo once more if the Amazos are ready. Very nearly, Ivo informs him. Anger swells up in Cobblepot, and Ivo reminds him that one wrong calculation and Amazos will kill them as well. Penguin continues to yell, and suddenly two of the androids appear behind him, their eyes glowing menacingly. Considering I am the sole survivor of a superpowered, artificially intelligent army that can destroy the very planet that you're standing on, maybe you should review your tone. I will be done soon. The undead can wait a little longer. Meanwhile, over in Gotham Garden, Cyborg finishes recording his blood to the life equation. John nods, leaning down to pet Crypto, asking what their next step is, but Cyborg isn't actually sure how to turn the equation into a cure. If only we had the world's greatest biochemist with us, Damian knows as he tries to play fetch with Ace, and he leaves them to go speak with Swamp Thing. Little Batman, I am sorry about Jason. He seemed like a good being, Alec rumbles. Damian expresses his appreciation and then tells Alec that he wants Jason to be the last lost from this virus. And for that, we're going to need Alec Holland, Damian tells him. The Swamp Thing shakes his head, explaining that even Alec Holland can't create the cure on his own. Damian agrees and tells him that the man wouldn't be alone. So, a short while later, they're all brought together, linked by the green with Dr. Fate's telepathic abilities. Nobel Prize-winning Alec Holland, Pamela Isley, former Doctor of Toxicology, Vic Stone, infused with the technology of two worlds, Mary Marvel, Wisdom of Solomon, Harley Quinn, former Doctor of Psychology and Medicine, Wallace West, the fastest mind on the planet, Detective Chimp, the world's greatest problem solver, and Batman, because he's Batman. With these minds linked together, it wasn't long until Cyborg was standing before the survivors. I think I have the cure, he tells them. We can save them all. Superman nods. But at that time, the Amazo androids were released and they cut a swath of anti-life destruction across the world. Cyborg had developed the cure, telling the others that they needed to test it. Green Canary nodded her head. Ollie, she says simply. But Mr. Miracle steps in, explaining that it should be Big Barda. Dynegro is angry, but Scott explains that if something goes wrong, Barda might be strong enough to survive. We shouldn't risk Ollie, he explains. So they've removed a sliver of Canary's magic sword to create a needle strong enough to pierce Barda's skin and stepped through a boom tube. The team arrived on a small moon near Alpha Centauri. It was the safest place I could think of, Scott explains to them, and he leads them to a crater where he keeps her chained up, but fear shows in his eyes. Oh no, she escaped! He whispers. Canary whirls around at the last second as Barda comes plunging down upon them. She slams Scott into the ground with a bellow of rage. Superman, do it! Scott yells as Barda raises her fist to beat the man that she loves. And John moves at super speed, plunging the needle into Barda's neck. She bellows with rage again, raising her fist once more. And John's eyes glow red as he prepares to attack, but Scott yells for them not to hurt her. Suddenly, intelligence returns once more to Barda's eyes as she looks down at her husband. Scott? She whispers, looking at him with fear, questioning where they are and where their son is. He's safe. He's on New Genesis. We'll go to him. We just have to save the Earth first, Scott tells his wife with a smile. Meanwhile, over in the Tower of Fate, John Constantine pulls off the cloak that was trying to attack his soul. Yes, Cloak, I know my wicked soul belongs in you, but give it a rest, will you? He curses. Suddenly, the door to his secret room explodes inward and Zatanna steps inside. Hello, Z. John greets her, but she's angry and demands to know what he has done. She looks around at the magical weapons that John has gathered and asks what is he planning. Now, can you trust me? John asks her, but Z shakes her head. Of course not, I've known you too long, she tells him. John nods, telling her that he's going to do things, but will need her help. If I tell you what I'm going to do, you'll try to stop me, he explains. And he suddenly glances at the door, telling Zatanna that he spent years hiding this place from Dr. Fate. You just left the door open so that anyone could walk in? He curses as Phantom Stranger steps out of the darkness. The stranger steps forward, telling John that he must not continue down this path. The world ends if I step off this path, John explains, and the stranger looks at Zatanna, asking John if she knows everything that he's done. Without an answer, he begins to list off everything that John has done recently. I chose to do those things I didn't want to do because they had to be done. John snaps at the Phantom Stranger, asking if he's really judging him after what he did to get cursed for all eternity. How dare you! The stranger yells, tossing John across the room. But the wizard recovers fast, reaching for the Spear of Destiny. Try it! He dares the ghostly hero. Suddenly, a pillar of fire appears in the room and out steps Jason Blood. Constantine, we have to talk, Blood tells John. He tells the wizard that Trigon will step foot on the Earth in a matter of moments and the world will burn. Elsewhere in the garden, the strike team returns to Earth with a cured Big Barda. Any trouble? Damian asks. Well, she did try to kill us a bit, John explains. And Cyborg is ecstatic with the results, knowing that they can bring everyone back with the cure. But John reappeared to ruin everyone's day. He tells them about the Amazo army. John wanted to rush out to fight them, but Damian convinced them that they needed a plan. So they planned, and if they cure the people as they went, the Amazos wouldn't have anyone to attack. Wallace moved fast. He read everything that he could find on production in a blur of motion. 10 minutes later, he was an expert. He moved to the Magnus labs where they began to create the cure. 3 billion people could be cured with the first batch that rolled off the line. But that number began to drop fast because Trigon appeared on Earth at 10 p.m. The blighted ones of Paris surged towards him, and he struck them. 15 minutes later, the city of Paris had been purged. The devil came to scorch the earth, and in the tower they all felt the deaths. John finally brought Dr. Fate to see what was behind the door, and he asked Zatanna to wait outside, and inside, Fate saw what John had collected. Doctor, I'm going to need your helmet and amulet, John explains as he puts on the cloak. Suddenly, the Phantom Stranger steps forward, stabbing Fate with the Spear of Destiny, explaining that Constantine showed him the future. You would prevent what needs to happen, the stranger explains, and Fate falls to his knees, telling the group that he will not relinquish the helmet. It could not be removed by your magic, Constantine, he tells John. John tells him, oh, we know. He steps forward to the Staff of Shazam, placing his hand on Fate's helmet, uttering the magic word, Shazam! The lightning strikes and the helmet was removed as John was magically charged. He holds out his hands, summoning Naboo's amulet. I don't understand. You have to have a pure heart to harness the wizard's power, Kent Nelson grasps. Yeah, I have one. Just don't ask where I got it. John tells him. Zatanna suddenly steps back into the room and she is shocked by the wounded Kent Nelson. Phantom Stranger and Etrigan are standing with a magically powered John. I'm not gonna lie, this is exactly as bad as it looks. John admits to her, and he tells her not to worry, that fate will live. She steps towards him, asking if he'll return. Hey, it's me, he tells her with a smile. That's not an answer, she tells him, and John smirks, reminding her that she is the only person on the planet that he doesn't want to disappoint. They kiss it gently in those last moments, and with a crack of lightning, John flies out of the Tower of Fate, rocketing towards Trigon. Ready or not, world, I'm coming to save you. It all begins in Brisbane, Australia, where the main swarm of Amazo androids spread like locusts, brutally ending the unliving. Unstoppable killing machines programmed to wipe out all anti-life on Earth, each strong enough to face the entire Justice League. But this wasn't the Justice League that they were built for. These were warriors, wielders of the living lightning, the greatest trained fighters on the planet, holders of the most powerful weapons in the universe, and literal gods. A desperate last line of defense, risking everything to protect the anti-living from the artificially intelligent. They have the cure. They need to stop the androids. So as the Justice League fought the Amazos, the Phantom Stranger and Zatanna traveled to Paris to join John Constantine in a fight against Trigon, only to find that John hasn't shown up for the fight. Trigon stops for a moment from his spread of destruction and looks at the Phantom Stranger, asking, "Shouldn't you be walking forever in limbo? You're not supposed to choose a side." But while that fight gets ready to take place, over in the Australian garden, the source of the Amazo army, the Super Sons, travel to take them out remotely. John looks out at the burning remains of the infected, stating that they could have saved them. They didn't have to die. Damian tells him that the people inside couldn't have known that there was a cure. Not to sound callous, but we can't stop for the dead. Before John could react, he is struck hard across the face, and Damian calls out to his friend, but at that moment, an Amazo crashes down, barely missing him. While John holds the android in place, Damian leaps up, placing a small device on the Amazo's head, and a second later, it electrocutes it. The Australian bunker has proven impenetrable for 5 years, but its residents tried to kill Superman's best friends, so that was about to change. A few seconds later, the walls of the bunker explode, and John walks in holding the Amazo's head, asking, "Where is Professor Ivo? We need to stop these things." Penguin walks up, telling him, "No, that won't be happening. We've planned our personal oasis here long before the virus struck. Do you think that there isn't a measure to kill a Superman? Guards!" But as Penguin points his umbrella, the guards remain still, and Penguin asks, "What are you waiting for?" The guards look down from their post, telling him, they are not hurting Superman. Before Penguin could argue, he begins to choke, and all of a sudden, all of the residents inside falls to the ground. Damian asks what is going on. However, it was all according to plan. Outside, Constantine is using Ragman's cloak to absorb all of the corrupt souls, and Constantine knew exactly where to find the most corrupt ones still on Earth to power up his abilities. Superman flies out, asking what he's doing, and Constantine pulls back Dr. Fate's helmet, telling him, "It's okay. The cloak only targets the truly evil. If they were taken, then they deserved it. Besides, I'm going to need them to deal with some certain doom out there. You know, take out a demon who could otherwise destroy the planet." Superman asks if there's anything he can do, but Constantine tells him, "Nah, I've seen the future and Superman didn't make it. So just worry about saving everyone else." Superman tells him that he's a good man, but Constantine shrugs, telling him, "Not really, but it's nice to hear Superman say it." As Constantine takes off, back inside, Damian sees that Ivo has already been killed prior to Constantine's arrival. So John and Damian take the Amazo head to the only other person that might be able to help them get into the android's head, Cyborg. Damian explains that they're looking to see if they can figure out how the transmitters work, and through that, they want to try and infect their systems. Cyborg asks, "Are you suggesting we give the Amazo army a virus?" And Damian says, "That's exactly what we're suggesting." And John tells him, "And while we're working on it, me and Flash will move as fast as we can to administer the cure ahead of the Amazos." So the two suit up, with Flash stating, "I'm North and South America. That leaves you for Europe and Africa." As John flies over to Europe, there are things that his telescopic eyes couldn't ignore. Back in Paris, Trigon slams his foot down on the Phantom Stranger, telling him, "You should have stayed out of this." While Zatanna lays defeated, Constantine teleports in and helps her up, telling her that he needs her to do a couple of things. First, hold the spear. Second, I need you to tell me that I can do this, Z. With Zatanna's blessing, Constantine walks to Trigon, telling him that as much as he'd like to see the Phantom Stranger get trodden on, he's gonna need to let that man up. Trigon laughs. "Well, if it isn't John Constantine, oh, the eternity of torment that awaits you in hell. The never-ending nightmare that will." Constantine stops him. "Oh, will you shut up already?" And with the speed of Mercury, paired with the power of Zeus and the strength of Hercules, enhanced by all of the Lords of Order and 100 angry souls, Constantine strikes. In short, Constantine just decked a giant demon. He uses everything at his disposal. The wisdom of Solomon matches with the dirty tricks of a lifetime of avoiding fights. Madame Xanadu's crystal ball to see the future seconds before it happens, and even creatures from other dimensions, but it wasn't enough. With one fiery punch, Trigon buries Constantine into the ground, leaving him a bloody mess. Zatanna runs over to help him, but Constantine smiles, telling her, "Goodbye." And it was at that moment that things began to look bleak. The heroes were losing, the Amazos were overwhelming with their power, and just when all was lost, Cyborg did it. He infected the Amazo systems, and all across the world, the androids began to fall out of the sky. And that's when Superman showed up. He told Trigon to stop. Trigon says that he just killed a being connected to the most powerful magics in the universe. "I will not stop." Constantine has seen the future. He knew that Superman would die if he faced Trigon, but Superman was faster than fate, stronger than the inevitable. As John charged in, Zatanna watched, and then she heard a faint laugh behind her. She looked back to see the ghost of Constantine, asking how. And Constantine tells her, "Yeah, I'm a dead man. It sucks, but this is part of the plan. I wasn't being a real shite when I took Boston Brand's power. All that magic that I stole, he's still connected to it. And right now, I'm the most powerful dead man ever to be seen, which also means I can do this." Constantine flies up and into Trigon's head. Trigon falls to his knees, telling Constantine to get out of his head. But within a few seconds, Trigon begins to shrink in size, and through Trigon, Constantine says that he's going to need that spear. Trigon asks what's he going to do, and Constantine laughs, "Just a little something." Calmly, he takes the spear, stabbing it into Trigon and his very soul. Zatanna rushes over, asking why did he do that, and Constantine says that his soul was set for an eternity of torment. Just disappearing, well, that's going to make a lot of demons in hell very, very annoyed. But if there's one thing that he can say before going, it's that he's going to miss all of this. With the looming threat of Trigon and the Amazos taken care of, the heroes now had a chance to help Flash continue giving the unliving the cure. They spread across the world, they rid the unliving infection, and in the end, they were able to cure 2 billion people. Some including friends, leaders, and even family. So many that were lost were found again, and they managed to bring them all back. And there you have it. Thank you so much for sticking around today. I don't think this was as long as some of our full stories, but make sure you check back next Monday for the next full story. And also, don't forget to go head on over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Comicstorian, where you too can vote on the videos that are coming to the channel and help create the direction that Comicstorian is going in. Thank you so much for your continued support. Thank you for sticking around to the end of this video. And don't forget, if you watch to the end of the video, you are entitled to a Nern root. Welcome to the full story series right here at Comicstorian. Today we're going to be covering the Last Night series. So basically, when Scott Snyder was done writing his Batman books, he wasn't allowed to end the story of Batman. Last Night on Earth is a what-if story, a story of what if Scott Snyder was allowed to end his run with an official ending. That ending is known as The Last Night on Earth. This originally came out in 3 prestige books in the Black Label line of comic books. So it's a little bit longer than normal, but not super long overall. We brought out each video individually, and so now, to make it easier for you individuals who are looking for this series, we're going to put it into one giant video. That's what our full story series is. We make it easier for you, that way you don't go digging across our channel of like 2,000 something videos. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you at the end of the video.
Rain pours down from the sky as the Batmobile races through the streets of Gotham City. Nearing Final Destination, Alfred. Batman calls over the radio. Alfred acknowledges, letting him know that there is no sign of anyone at the scene. The car moves faster as Batman reviews his file. Every morning for almost a full year, someone has left a chalk line in a 5-foot random line within Gotham. Compiled satellite photos show the reality, though. A chalk outline of a body. Him, Batman, dead. The car screeches to a stop at the center of Batman's heart, Crime Alley. Stepping from the car into the rain-soaked night, Batman stares into the place where it all began. I'm not alone, he tells Alfred. Crouched beneath a lamplight, a young boy sits under an umbrella. Batman steps forward, stopping in front of the small figure. Hello, son. Are you hurt? He asks. The boy doesn't respond, though. Speaking softly, Batman reaches down to lift the umbrella, allowing him to see the boy's face. Shock crosses Batman's face as he stares down at the boy's sightless eyes and slack mouth. But he doesn't move, ignoring Alfred's suggestions to leave the scene. Signal Jim. Victim appears to be 10, maybe 11. Badly decomposed. He begins to rattle off notes that the boy seems to have been posed like this. Alfred tries to warn the Dark Knight as the boy's arms begin to move, and a whirl of gears can be heard over the rain. The gun comes up and it fires. Then there's nothing but darkness. Bruce's eyes snap open, staring up at the bright lights above him. Someone is calling his name and he tries to speak, but the words come out in a labored breath. His limbs are tied fast, his head immobile. He calls for Alfred, asking if anyone is there. Suddenly a face is peering over him, a face with a big smile. Bruce Wayne, my lord, you're right here and it's finally over. He smiles. Bruce stares at the man who looks so much like his worst enemy, and he struggles to speak. Take it easy, Bruce. Your speech, your motor functions, they'll all come back soon. Just relax. The man in the lab coat tells him, a purple flower in his lapel. You're tricking me, playing joke. Bruce struggles, his eyes glaring. The man explains that they aren't tricking him. This is the first time in years that he isn't being tricked. They tried dozens of therapeutic options over the years, tried everything to reach him, but finally he is here with them. We are so happy to meet you. The doctor smiles, introducing himself. Dr. Redmond Hudd. I've been your doctor for over 20 years. In Arkham Asylum. Bruce tries to struggle against the bond, screaming for them to let him out. Dr. Hudd tries to calm him, telling him that someone wants to meet him as he raises the hospital bed. Shock races through Bruce's body as he stares at Alfred, his faithful butler standing in the door before him. Bruce, is that really you? He crosses the room, standing before his young charge. Bruce looks down at the man that has been a father to him. Alfred, please, take me home. He struggles. The old man smiles. He assures Bruce that they will finally be going home after this long nightmare. You are forgiven, he assures him, yet Bruce is confused. He doesn't understand. Sadness fills Alfred's voice as he looks at the ground. I'm sorry, Bruce. I thought you understood. He begins. You killed your parents that night in Crime Alley. Anger flares inside of Bruce and he screams. This isn't Alfred. He's being tricked. Alfred meets his anger with his own, pulling back the hospital curtain to reveal the workers. He stares at the men and women of Arkham, the people who look familiar, like the villains of his nightmares. But Bruce refuses to listen. He knows one of his rogues must have done this. Alfred turns away, disappointment and sadness in his voice. Dr. Hudd reassures him that it will take some time. Bruce calls out to Alfred not to leave him as Hudd gives him a sedative and he slips back into the darkness. He awakens again in a padded cell, his mind snapping back quickly, and he begins to move around the room, trying to find the mistake, the weak point that will allow his escape. He finds it, a torn seam, a rip in the fabric. He begins to work, opening it further. From within, he pulls out a penny and a small dinosaur. No! He screams in anger. I don't believe you! I'll never believe you! He screams as he begins to thrash and tear apart the walls. Later, Bruce sits in front of Alfred in the visitor's room, his eyes calm, almost empty. It's been days, sir. How long before you accept it? He asks. Bruce just looks at him. Why do I know Greek? And Mandarin, he asks simply. And Alfred sighs. He was taught by the asylum librarian, Elliot. Why do I know how to fight? Alfred rubs his nose out of aspiration. He was taught by Dr. Algol before he almost drowned him in the whirlpool, thinking that it was some kind of magical well. He sighs. Alfred finally looks back at the young man that he loves like a son. He'll do anything for as long as it takes. But he wants him to know that he brought him something in hopes that it would help. Bruce leans forward. "It's your cowl," Alfred tells him, and he reaches underneath the table, pulling out a long, straight jacket with a cowl of Batman sewn into the head. "Here is Batman," Alfred tells him. Bruce stares down at the piece of headgear as Alfred explains that this is the jacket that he wore for a long time, that the cowl is a part of a simple shock therapy restraint. Bruce's words come out in a stammer. He just doesn't know. He looks down at the jacket before him, and Alfred leans forward, taking his son's hand into his own. He needs Bruce to understand. He needs him to see so that they can go home together. Finally, Bruce looks up, determination in his eyes. "I'm gonna need that suit back right now." He moves fast. He made it to the 3rd floor in 5 minutes, orderlies and guards falling beneath his fist. In 7 minutes, he is on the 9th floor. They hesitate as they see the man in a straitjacket with a bat cowl on his head, and they fall. He moves through them quickly, the jacket's belt fluttering behind him like a cape. He takes a baton to the guards on floor 9 and a belt from Sergeant Bullock on 10th floor. Captain Gordon on the 11th floor tries to talk to him. "Remember me, son? The talk's on the rooftops?" he asks. But Bruce isn't listening. He takes his boots. At this point, he's made it to the 12th floor, and with nowhere else to go, Alfred calls to him to stop. He whirls around, lightning flashing in the windows. "I figured out your secret, Alfred. Why did you do it?" The guards stand behind Alfred, the weapons aimed, and finally Alfred tells them to leave. Give him and Bruce time alone. Lightning flashes again, and Bruce calms, lowering his weapons as Alfred steps through to the bell tower. "Why?" Sadness fills Alfred's voice as he steps forward, finally giving him the truth. Beyond the window is nothing. Bruce turns, staring out into the stormy night he doesn't understand. No Gotham, no friends, no world, it is all gone. Bruce continues to stare before finally realizing the truth. "I failed. What happened?" But Alfred doesn't answer. He needs Bruce to understand. He is finally free. That is why Alfred made all of this. No mission left to accept except that to live. To be who you never got to be, he says with tears in his eyes. Bruce turns to the man that he has known as his father for almost his entire life. "Let me see." The hologram shimmers before it drops, revealing the face of an elderly man, sadness in his eyes. "I'm so sorry." "It's good to see you, old friend." Alfred looks away, wiping a tear from his eye. "It was my heartbeat, wasn't it?" he asks. Bruce nods. You can tell that Alfred was older than he appeared when they took each other's hands. He tries to explain. He built all of this for Bruce. Parts of Gotham, a manor, all for him. Bruce puts on the mask, asking his friend to come with him, but Alfred can't. He's too old, and not after everything that has happened. "Take something with you, though. Take the blasted penny," he sighs. And finally, Bruce asks, "Why am I not old? Why do I feel young and strong?" Alfred knows that the answer will upset him. He'll leave soon after, so he asks for one last favor. "Let me hold you one last time. Let me hold the boy that I love." The two hug, as father and son. And as the sun burns on the dry dirt of the earth, suddenly the ground begins to crumble and a hand rips free, stretching upward into the light. Batman gasps as he pulls himself free of the earth, and he turns. The world around him is a barren wasteland. A pole sits up from the sand, a lantern dangling from it, swaying in the wind. He moves forward, staring at it briefly before blowing off the dust. It is there that he discovers the head of the Joker laying in a lantern, his eyes closed, his lips still pulled into a hideous smile. "Who's there?" the clown screams as his eyes open up. Batman pulls back, his fist coming into a defensive position. "Wait! The knock-knock comes first, doesn't it?" Batman doesn't understand. How is he? Alive? No idea. How are you alive? I don't care, because you came back to me. Oh, Bats, I'd hug you right now. I mean, if I wasn't a head in a jar. Right, wait, I'm gonna say manly. Batman stares at his former enemy, asking who did this to him, but Joker just laughs. He can't even remember. Strange lightning suddenly crashes around them and Batman turns to see the strange stormy skies. "But I know some things," the Joker cries. "Just take me with you and I'll tell you everything." Batman reaches out, unhooking the lantern as Joker explains to him about the Speed Force storms, that they need to watch out for them, and the two begin their trek through the sands. Just like old times, Batman and a noggin. Am I right, Bats? 2 days pass as Batman and Joker cross the barren world to reach Coast City. Batman stands in the crater of one of the final battles of this fallen world. In the distance, the corpse of Mogo the Living Planet hangs in the sky. The two stand there as Joker tries to remember the events that took place. His mind is shattered and he remembers very little. Merely that Brainiac leached Mogo to death, and lantern rings were raining from the sky. Batman suddenly turns as an emerald light begins to shine on them, yet this is not a hero, and massive Green Lantern babies come stomping through the shattered ruins around them. Do I hear babies? I love babies! The Joker laughs as Batman grabs his jar, leaping away. The babies try to smash the hero as he leaps through the air. The wielders of the rings are dragged behind the constructs, their willpower too weak to control anything. He cartwheels around another construct, striking its wielder in the face with the Joker's jar. Hey! Watch the glass! I'm just trying to help! The babies converge on Batman with the Joker asking, "What's the master plan? I'm waiting for it to unleash!" Quiet, I'm thinking, Batman hisses. He turns one of the baby constructs, raising its massive infant fist above them. Suddenly, the babies then begin to fall as rounds pierce their chests. Batman turns as a voice calls out to him from an armored personnel carrier. He steps forward and Vixen appears from one of the hatches, pulling him in. "Get in before more slingers show up," she orders him. The vehicle rumbles forward and Batman looks up to see Poison Ivy is driving. "You've got a lot of nerve dressing like that," Vixen says, looking him up and down. "Who are you?" "Go on, say it! Say I'm Batman, you know you want to!" Joker whispers from the jar, and Batman tells him, "Shut up!" Vixen peers closely at the hero, her eyes widening as she realizes that he might be the real Batman. Ivy glances back before raising an arm and sending a vine to knock him unconscious. When he awakens, it's to the sounds of voices echoing throughout a strange cavern. Purple amethyst crystals make up the walls around him as he comes to, his mask gone. Crystals forming around his hands, Bruce begins to struggle. "The more you struggle, the faster it grows," a voice calls out to him, suddenly pointing a sharp blade into his face. "Now tell me who you really are." Vixen orders her spear at his throat. A voice orders her to stop, and from the shadows strides a warrior woman. Batman stares up into the helmet of Dr. Fate, but it is Diana who pulls the helmet free, explaining that magic is long dead and there is no more Dr. Fate. Just like there's no Batman or Wonder Woman, she tells him, striking him free of his bonds and finally giving him some of the answers that he has longed for. She leads him through the crystal cavern, showing him the stables and the survivors. When he asks what happened, she merely informs him, "We lost." Finally, they end at the shattered arc of the remains of the Hall of Justice. "How did the villains win?" Bruce demands. But Diana explains that the villains didn't win. Lex Luthor broadcast around the world and explained that the world was doomed and that everyone should just stop being good. People chose doom, she explained, and one by one, the heroes were picked off by the people that they had sworn to protect. The people tore apart Batman, Arthur, and Dinah. Then a new power rose in Gotham, Omega. The remaining heroes tried to fight back, a final war, but we lost, she tells him. Now they are going deeper underground to protect the survivors. You're not Batman. You're a ghost and Echo. But Bruce already knew this, already knew it since Alfred told him. He is actually a clone that has been imbued with the memories of Bruce Wayne, Batman. Diana might have given up hope, but Bruce hasn't. Alfred said that there are rumors about Clark, he asks, turning once more to his old friend, and Diana nods. Yes, alive in the Plains of Solitude. I know these rumors well, she tells him. But she saw Clark fall with her own eyes. She scoured the plains already. Lies to draw us out. She tells him more rumors, that of Omega, that he is someone born and bred in Gotham, possibly a villain, more than likely one of your disciples, she tells him with heavy words. She finally turns, though, offering him the bat suit that she saved from the original Batman, and she tells him her plan, to take the survivors to Hades where they'll be safe. Diana, we have to fight, we have to take the world back, he tells her. But Diana knows the truth. She bids Bruce to rest for the night before turning to leave, and she leaves him with some parting words. It's good to have you back. In the morning, she returns to where she left Bruce, only to find the box with his costume in it empty. Sadness fills her eyes in the dim light of the caverns. Goodbye, Bruce, she whispers. And back on the surface, Batman stalks through the barren wasteland of the world, prepared to save a planet that doesn't want saving. And underneath his arm, the Joker smiles from within his jar. Joe Chill stirs the food he's cooking in a frying pan. He stops, reaching for one of the drawers beneath the stove. The snub nose isn't there, Mr. Chill. I took it. A voice calls into the room and Joe turns, fear in his eyes. And I took the shotgun from behind the stove and the 45 in the bedroom. Joe turns, a fork in his hands. I was looking for cayenne pepper, you asshole! He crosses the room, fork at the ready. You know, you're not so stealthy anymore, are you, Ears? He asks, reaching for the door, but Batman is settling in the room behind him. Luckily, neither are you. He snarls, his hand snapping out, grabbing the hand with the fork and driving it into Joe's shoulder. They twirl, spinning across the room, knocking over the frying pan. Grease splatters, catching fire on the dingy apartment. But Joe pulls himself up, yanking the fork from his shoulder, and he continues to go about cooking his meal. Batman demands to know about the child that he found in the alleyway. The boy has no records, no identification. The DNA says that it's your son. You never had a son. Batman asks, standing behind the man as calmly as he cooks. The splatters of grease catching a flame and the walls begin to go up behind them. And he still just cooks. He takes after me pretty good. Plugging Wayne's in Crime Alley. That's right, Bruce Wayne, I know everything. He smiles. Batman reaches out, knocking the plate of food aside, pulling Joe close. Who was the boy in the alley? He demands. You mean you? Or this new one? Joe asks. Joe smiles, telling Batman that he already knows. That he's always known. Welcome to the last case that you'll ever solve, Detective. It's your house that's burning tonight, Ears. Not mine. To the ground! Joe yells, the fire reflecting in his eyes. Knock, knock! A voice calls into the darkness. Batman opens his eyes to find the head of Joker staring at him from his jar. Now, back at our current day, at the end of everything. Are you sure it's funnier that way? With the knocking first? Because I really don't think it is. Batman begins to shut his eyes, assuring the Joker that it's funnier with the knock-knock first. Go back to sleep, Joker. Can't, bud. You were yelling in your sleep. What were you dreaming about? The Clown Prince asks. Batman sighs, getting up. His horse is nearby, and the small fire has continued to simmer into the night. Actually, I don't care. Just need to ask you something important, like real important. Hear me out. We've been traveling for over a week. Comrades, partners. Am I, Rob? But Batman interrupts him, telling Joker that they need to move on. He turns, seeing a strange whirling wind coming towards them. Batman grabs the jar and his horse, trying to get away from the impossibly fast-moving windstorm. Can I be a Robin? Joker calls over the gusting wind, but Batman grabs the reins, trying to drag the horse away. I'd make this horse Robin before you, he snarls. The windstorm hits them, energy cracking as it blows over the horse. Look out! It's a Speed Force storm, dummy! Age you up to dust or down to baby cells. Before their eyes, the horse ages and it disintegrates to bones and dust. Look at that. Another perfectly good Robin dead. As Batman pulls himself above the storm, hiding in the shelter of a cave, he turns back, staring into the terrible wind, and he hears a voice. Please, Bruce! The wind howls, and before him, in the swirling cloud, it takes the images of his former friends. Faces of the members of the Speed Force begin to shift and stretch before him, melding into one horrible maw. Wally, Jay, Barry, Bart, they scream for Bruce. Help us! They cry with Batman moving to the edge, but the storm has already passed. The swirling wind moving away as rapidly as it's arrived. They push south, and at one point they're flying overhead with a bat glider. They look down, passing over Fort Waller. Within the middle was a reactor, powered by Nuclear Man. Batman watched as the creatures came out of the forest to be met by soldiers wrapped in bandages. The battle itself was fast and bloody. We have to help, Batman whispers, but Joker merely laughs, looking at him. Which side? He asks with a grin. As Batman flew overhead, they watched as the forest rose up and a monstrous swamp thing lashed out against the soldiers. And they, well, flew on. In the fabricated Gotham City, though, back at the beginning of this journey, an elderly Alfred moves through the abandoned streets. He stops, looking up at the blinking Wayne Tower, and he holds up a remote to shut it off. Oh, don't shut it all off. It's so pretty, a raspy voice calls out from the alleyway. Alfred turns, recoiling as he sees the monstrous visage of Bane rising out of the fog and a horrific scarecrow crawling along his back before lowering himself to walk on the needles that line his fingers. Hello, Alfred. You did a bad thing. Couldn't leave it alone, could you? Couldn't just keep your head down. Alfred nods, knowing that they were sent by their master. He goes by Omega. Come back to Gotham. Come home. I'll take you in, make you stronger. But Alfred reaches below his coat, pulling free a shotgun that he had concealed there. I was hoping you'd come, because I did make a terrible mistake. Not killing you all when I had the chance, he shouts, racking a round and firing. The boom of the weapon echoes throughout the deserted streets, and the rounds end up sending spurts of blood from Bane. But the chamber sound clicks empty with Alfred feeling the pinch of needles in his neck. What have you done? Alfred gasps. But from the fog, a new figure emerges, and in the shape of a Batman, a much, much darker Batman. What I asked them to do, Alfred, Omega whispers. He steps forward, his hand reaching out to caress the old man's neck. You did. He whispers, you convinced them not to go to that showing of Zorro after all. You saved them. Now go to sleep, old friend. For a brief moment, Alfred can see it, his family, and he falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Batman and Joker kept moving, past the crocodile men of Fawcett City, past the imp death grounds that shrouded the cartoon mist, past the fallen machines of war and the ships of caged universe hearts, god engines, and zeta cannons. Rainan, Thanagarian, Temorarian, Apexalian, Akulin. The ships lay rotting, leaking stardust into the fields around them, and 2 weeks have passed since they've arrived in the Fields of Solitude. Batman pulls himself upward, climbing amongst the ancient Kryptonian crystals that are growing there. How about now? Joker asks. No. How about now? No. How about now? Can I be Robin now? He asks again, but Batman pulls himself up another cliff, staring into the crystalline wastelands before them. No. Okay. But what about? The Joker begins, but Batman suddenly turns, taking the jar in both hands, squeezing it, screaming at the Joker. There is no Robin, because Robin is just a good person trying to help. Who's left out there, Joker? Answer me. Who is still there? You're supposed to say knock knock first, aren't you? Joker says with a smile on his face. But they're interrupted by the sound of a bomb flying out of the sky. Batman turns, diving out of the way as a red and blue rocket crashes next to him, and then he pulls himself up, staring at the ship in disbelief. That rocket, it's Superman's, he whispers, but Batman looks up as more rockets begin to drop around him. The cliff racks and he's thrown away, crashing against more crystals, and he lays there in the snow, the Joker rolling a few feet away with the sound of crunching footsteps reaching his ears. His vision hazy as he sees a large man with an S shield on his chest stepping into view. Clark, is that you? Superman reaches down, picking him up out of the snow. Sure. Shush. Shh. Rest, Bruce. It'll be all right. You made it, he tells him. Later, the two of them are walking through the crystals with Batman demanding to know what is happening, but Clark doesn't answer and just continues forward. Why are you hiding in some cave where the world falls apart? Talk to me, damn it. What is this place? Clark finally turns around, answering him. Home.
That's not
Take a
fair.
look. They step from the caves to find a large field surrounding a simple farmhouse. Clark leads Batman to the Kent farm and inside, where Batman continues to question the unresponsive Superman. What is wrong with you? Nothing is wrong with him, Batman. A voice calls from the top of the stairs. He's perfect. He's just not the Superman you're looking for. Lex tells him, his body frail, his eyes bugging out of his head, a slightly crazy smile playing across his lips as he walks down the steps. Luthor, you're alive? What is this place? Where is Superman? Batman snarls. Lex waves his arm, telling him, Superman he's all around us. Come, I'll show you. Within the barn, Batman stares at the gathering of Superman clones who stand silent.
I'm just trying to get back on the server
Lex continues
right
to lead
now.
them forward, explaining that he plans on bringing Superman back.
I am probably going to sign off
I need to know
soon.
what you did so that I can fix this. Batman explains, but Lex smiles, sitting at his computer, explaining that he used
Actually, you know what? I
technology
think I
to
am
open
going
up
to call it.
wormholes, and he used it to bring Superman
Calling it right now.
back with his spaceship.
I got some ramen I want to make. I'm getting hangry. But Bravo, thanks for hanging out today, man. It's good seeing you again. I will be back Monday, but if I do, it's going to be a little later. I got to drop off my roommate for some surgery, and I'm not sure what time I'm going to pick her up yet. So if I get on, it'll be a little later, probably. But whether you watch now or later, whenever you are, wherever you are, thanks for tuning in. Have a safe weekend and be good, be safe, and I'll see you later.